So 12 years in prison, right? Conspiracy to murder. You don't hear that every day.
No, not exactly light conversation.
And the guy we're hearing from today, Darren, he lived it. This former Liverpudlian gangster, this guy's story, yeah, it's a lot, even before we get into, the really heavy stuff.
Well, and that's what makes him so fascinating, I think.
Totally.
He's not holding back, no glorifying the life, just straight up, this is what it is, this is what you're risking.
And that's what this deep dive's all about, The underbelly of these UK gangs, the sentences they're slapping down.
Yeah.
And this whole G-code thing, we're going to unpack all that.
Yeah, the impact on young people especially, it's heavy stuff.
Absolutely. So we said 12 years, right? That's what G did. But here's the thing in the video. He keeps saying he got lucky.
Because the law changed, and it changed big time.
Exactly, after his case.
Right. He got caught before this thing called the Goodyear ruling back in 2005. That changed everything. Mandatory minimums, all that.
Oh, I know about this. Didn't that really ram up the sentences for firearms offenses?
Huge jump. Even if they don't actually, use the weapon, just having it can be enough.
Wow. So Guy's basically saying that under today's laws, forget 12 years, he'd be looking at, what was it, 35?
35, yeah. And that's just for his case, right? Conspiracy to murder. Before 2005, that didn't automatically mean a life sentence.
Right.
But the Goodyear ruling, that changed the game entirely. His case is like exhibit A of how much things shifted.
So for anyone caught up in that life, it's like, bam, totally different ballgame.
Absolutely. And what really hits home is he doesn't just talk about himself, right?
Right. He brings up all these other guys.
Exactly.
Mark Richardson, 32 years. David Terra, 42 years. I mean, come on.
And it really drives home that point that, like I was saying, this isn't just him. This is so much bigger. These are young guys, and they're basically, that's it, Most of their lives gone.
Yeah.
It's a systemic thing.
And then he talks about this other guy, Wes Porter.
Oh, yeah.
Wes didn't pull the trigger in anything.
Right.
Just transporting a firearm, doing what he was told. That's it.
And that's what gets me, it's like G is saying, look, they don't care if you're the mastermind or just following orders.
30 years.
30 years. It's just...
It was brutal. It really makes you think about, the pressure these guys are under. He talks about how those sentences, they turn people into informants. Rats.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they're so desperate.
To save themselves, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where this whole G-code thing comes in, right?
Exactly.
This code of silence. Loyalty no matter what.
And G's point is, it's like a weapon, that code. They use it against these young guys.
Totally. It's like they're trapped.
Trapped between a rock and a hard place, yeah.
Decades in prison. Or you break the code.
Which, in some ways, can feel like an even bigger betrayal.
Right.
Than going to prison.
And it's heartbreaking, honestly. Because you can just hear it in his voice.
Oh, yeah.
The anger.
He's furious.
It's like he's furious at the people who do stay silent, who don't say anything.
Because they're perpetuating it, keeping the whole thing going.
Yes. He keeps saying, you need to warn people, tell them the truth.
Yeah, don't let them fall into this trap.
Yeah.
Because he's seen it.
And he's lived it.
He's lived it. And he knows that this loyalty they talk about, it disappears.
Poof, gone.
The second those charges come in.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
It's all about protecting yourself then. And he even goes there with, technology and stuff.
Oh, yeah, he talks about that.
The police are using these encrypted phones, staying one step ahead of them.
Yeah, they're watching. They're listening.
It's like he's giving a warning,
Oh, absolutely.
Don't think you're smarter than the system.
To anyone who thinks they're, invincible, he's like, nope, they're onto you.
Exactly.
And I think that's such a key takeaway,
Yeah.
Because there's this, allure
Oh, yeah.
of this life. You think you're untouchable.
Right.
But he's saying, no, you're not.
So we've talked about the sentences, we've talked about the code, we've talked about this whole tech thing.
Right.
But what about the why? Why are these guys getting sucked in the first place?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It is. And, he hints at it, talks about the allure, money, belonging.
Yeah.
That sense of, family.
Which, let's be real, that's powerful stuff.
It is. Especially for these young guys.
Especially if they're coming from, difficult backgrounds.
Yeah.
Looking for something, anything.
Looking for a way out.
A place to belong.
And that's the insidious part, right?
Totally.
Preys on that.
It preys on vulnerability.
Yes. But what Guy makes so clear is that it's a dead end. It's like all those promises, they don't mean anything.
The brotherhood, the loyalty, the money.
Because the second the law shows up,
They're gone.
they're gone.
Yeah.
He even says, it's like, what was that phrase? They sell you a dream.
Oh, yeah. He said they sell you a dream and then they deliver a nightmare.
Yes. They sell you a dream and deliver a nightmare. Okay. I want to stop right there for a second.
Okay.
Because I have to ask. If you could say one thing to these young people, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're on the edge. Maybe they think this is it. This is their only option. What would you tell them? What's that one takeaway from Guy's story that you just want to, like, shout from the rooftops?
You know, it might sound, I don't know, maybe a little cheesy or something, but honestly, there's always another way.
Yeah.
Always. It might not be easy. It might not be, glamorous or whatever, but it's a way out, a real way out.
Yeah.
And it won't land you in a cage for half your life.
There's always another way. Yeah, I don't know about cheesy, but you're right. That is what sticks with you. After all those stories, it's like, you want to judge, right?
Yeah, it's easy to say make better choices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But G's story, it's like, these aren't just, names on a list.
Right, statistics.
Yeah, these are real people caught up in this, I don't know.
System.
Yeah, that often feels,
It's like it's working against them
yeah.
from the start.
And that's the thing about G, though, isn't it? He's been there.
He has, and that's what makes his perspective so valuable.
He's not some,
Outsider.
yeah,
Mhm.
like preaching from an ivory tower or whatever. He's been there.
Lived it.
He felt that pull.
He gets it, the camaraderie, that rush of, easy money,
But he's also lived the other side of it.
the isolation, the fear,
Yeah.
the betrayal, the years and years of just gone.
It's like he's saying, look, I bought what they were selling,
Mm-hmm.
and I almost lost everything.
Don't let that be you.
Yeah.
Don't make the same mistake. And what really gets me, he connects it all,
Oh, yeah.
to the bigger picture.
He talks about that a lot.
He talks about poverty, about these young people, they don't have
Opportunities.
opportunities. Exactly. They don't see a way out.
Mm-hmm.
And so they turn to this.
Desperate.
Yes.
It's like that whole, what is it? Nature versus nurture.
Right.
Like, is it where you come from? Or is it the choices you make?
And he seems to be saying it's both, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's like this,
Toxic cocktail.
yes. And you get stuck.
And you can't get out.
It's so hard to break free.
But then that's why what he's doing now, it's so important.
Absolutely.
Because he got out.
He did. He found a way
And now he's using it, what he went through
to help others,
to try to,
guide them,
yeah.
to show them, look, there is another way. He even talks about like wanting to work with these young people, right?
Oh, yeah, like mentoring and stuff.
Mentoring, exactly. Be that person he didn't have.
To show them there are other options.
It's amazing.
It's like I don't know, it's like he's trying to break the cycle,
Yes.
Not just for these kids, but
for himself.
yes,
Like he needs to atone.
for what he did.
It's powerful.
It is.
Yeah,
So I guess it all comes back to that, doesn't it? There's always another way.
there is.
It might not be easy, but
It's out there.
and it's worth fighting for.
All right, so you want to talk about contradictions, huh? You sent us this YouTube transcript, a snippet of Darren Gee holding forth. And knowing his history with Netflix and Panorama, this ought to be good. We're doing a deep dive into the mind of Darren Gee today.
What I found intriguing about this particular transcript was how it offers this glimpse into his thinking about relationships,
Okay.
especially given what we know about his past.
Okay, so jump right in. What stood out to you? Like, how does he talk about relationships here?
I think it's not even just the advice itself, but it's the language that he uses this phrase. For example, man can do for a woman knocked off a previous relationship. Clear the energy, make it pure again. It's almost like he's positioning himself as a kind of energy cleanser. I don't know.
That's not even something I would necessarily clocked as like particularly strange just because there's so much like self-help stuff that uses this kind of vague energy talk. But coming from him, it does hit different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's that contrast, I think, between the message and the messenger that makes it so compelling.
Totally.
Considering his past, which he himself alludes to with mentions of a Netflix documentary, it makes you wonder if this is a genuine attempt to offer advice or a calculated move to kind of control the narrative around his past.
Right.
Could relatability be a tool for image softening?
Yeah.
A thought.
And he keeps returning to this idea of energy, doesn't he? Like, he talks about how mistreating a woman will negatively impact her energy for months.
Right. And that's where it starts to feel a bit unsettling, I think. It's one thing to talk about energy in a general sense, but he's framing it almost like a weapon, something men can use to manipulate women. Does that sound familiar to you at all?
Mm-hmm.
In a broader sense, I can think of a few other self-help gurus who used very similar language.
Oh, absolutely. And that makes you wonder about his audience then, too. Who is he speaking to here? Is it men looking for guidance, or is it more about reinforcing a certain image? Like a reformed bad boy who understands the power dynamics at play?
It's a good question. And I think it speaks to the larger theme, I think, of authenticity that runs through this entire transcript.
Yeah.
Is Darren Gee trying to be genuine here, or is this just another performance?
And that's what makes this deep dive so fascinating, because we're not just unpacking a transcript, we're peeling back the layers of a persona that's been very carefully constructed over time.
It's not even just the relationship advice that feeds into this whole persona thing.
Right.
Like, you pointed out how his YouTube persona kind of bleeds into the relationship stuff.
Yeah.
But it's also in these little throwaway lines about his, like, day-to-day life.
It's the whole, like, broken phone charger, craving hobnobs and milk thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, those details seem so random, so mundane.
Yeah.
But you put them next to him, talking about Netflix documentaries and everything we know about his past. It's this strange dissonance.
Yeah. It's almost as if he's trying to normalize himself, to make us forget that this is a guy who's been in the public eye for all the wrong reasons. And maybe it's a way of humanizing himself to an audience who might already have these preconceived notions.
I'm with you on that. It's like he's trying to control the narrative,
Yeah.
showing us a side of himself that's relatable,
Yeah.
even vulnerable. And it makes you wonder, is that just another layer of the persona? Or are we actually seeing a glimpse of the real Darren Gee?
Okay, so then how does this comment about removing tattoos play into all of this? Because that one really threw me for a loop.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
He mentions wanting to get tattoos removed because he thinks that the symbols mean something else now.
Yeah.
And on the surface, it could be interpreted as personal growth, a desire to distance himself from the past. But then again, is it really that simple?
Right. It feels very performative. Like he's aware that even his attempts at self-improvement can be fodder for public consumption. It's almost like he can't help but turn these personal decisions into something that just reinforces this public image.
Exactly. And that it circles back to our earlier point about authenticity versus persona.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is he genuinely trying to change? Or is this just another carefully calculated move? It's a question that I think lingers throughout the entire transcript.
Yeah. And it's something that, we grapple with constantly in today's world, right? This idea of online personas versus who we are in our day-to-day lives. The line is so blurred.
It is. And you know what else struck me about those everyday details he throws in?
What's that?
It's almost like he's playing with this idea of what people expect from him.
Okay.
He's saying, yeah, I'm the guy from the documentaries, but also struggle with a broken phone charger, just like you.
It's interesting, though, how he throws those details into this transcript about relationships, though. Like, it's not like he's trying to impress anyone with his taste in snacks.
And that's what makes me think it's calculated. He's playing with our expectations. We're primed to see him as this larger-than-life figure because of his past. And he throws in a perfectly ordinary detail just to make us do a double take.
So it's all about crafting a persona.
Not necessarily. I think it's more complex than that. Take that last part of the transcript where he claims people watch the documentary just for him. He even throws in that line about bringing in the numbers. It's like he's acknowledging his notoriety while also maybe trying to reclaim it.
Yeah, that line really jumped out at me, too. I do bring the numbers in, don't I? What is he really trying to say there?
I think it goes back to this tension between who he is publicly and who he is privately.
Yeah.
He knows people are fascinated by his story, by his past. And he's not afraid to leverage that. But there's also this sense that he wants to be seen as more than just the guy from the documentaries.
So where does that leave us, then? It feels like we've gone through all this and we're no closer to figuring out the real Darren Gee.
Well, maybe that's the point. This transcript in its own way kind of highlights the impossibility of ever truly knowing someone based on these curated snippets they choose to share. It's like we're all piecing together a puzzle, but we only have half the pieces. And even those might be from different boxes.
It makes you think twice about how much we can ever really know about the people that we see online, right?
Absolutely. We're all telling a story.
Yeah.
And maybe the most intriguing stories are the ones where we can't quite tell where the performance ends and the real person begins.
Well, there you have it. This deep dive was a real rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Big thanks to you, as always, for helping unpack this. I'll never look at a hobnob the same way again. And to our listeners, we leave you with this. Think about the digital breadcrumbs you leave behind. What story are they telling?
All right, so get this. Today we are diving into the world of cops and robbers. But we're not watching a documentary. We're breaking down a YouTube video.
Okay.
And not just any video. This one features Darren Gee.
Okay.
He's a former gang leader from Liverpool. And he is spilling the tea on how the police really operate.
Interesting.
Like intelligence gathering, stuff you don't learn from watching TV.
Yeah.
Now you might be thinking, why should I listen to a former criminal?
Right, right.
But that's exactly why this is so fascinating.
Yeah.
He's giving us a perspective that most of us, honestly, never get to hear. A look into how the other side thinks.
It's easy to think about law enforcement and criminal activity as, like two separate worlds. But as G points out, they're constantly kind of pushing against each other, evolving, kind of alongside each other, really. And who better to sort of illuminate those lines than someone who's walked both sides of that strit, so to speak.
Totally. So a little bit about Darren Gee. He was a high-ranking member of a pretty notorious gang in Liverpool. Did his time, and now he focuses on steering young people away from that life.
Okay.
But let me be crystal clear. We are not glorifying his past here.
Right.
What we are interested in are the insights that he drops in this video.
Yeah.
One that really, honestly, threw me. He claims that the police often know way more than we realize. Like they're building cases sometimes for years.
Wow.
Based on like meticulously gathered intel.
Right. And it challenges that common assumption that, an investigation begins after a crime has been committed. G really paints this picture of ongoing surveillance where, seemingly insignificant details about your past could be used against you, down the line. He
even talks about how the police will confront suspects with like super specific details just to throw them off guard.
Oh, wow.
Like stuff they bought years ago.
Really?
Can you imagine being in an interrogation room and suddenly they're asking you about that pair of shoes that you bought like 5 years ago? How would they even know that?
It's true. It's a chilling illustration of how much data is actually collected about us in this digital age, isn't it? Every online purchase, every website we visit, even things like loyalty cards and reward programs, it all contributes to this kind of digital footprint.
Right.
That most people don't even realize they're leaving behind.
And this leads directly into Gee's advice about police interrogations, which he's had a front row seat to.
Yeah.
He is a huge advocate for no comment, especially in those early stages of an investigation.
Which might seem counterintuitive to some people, right?
Yeah.
You would think, well, if I've got nothing to hide.
Right.
But G argues that staying silent, especially early on, is crucial. He claims that police sometimes use these interrogations to pressure suspects into, slipping up, revealing information that they wouldn't have otherwise.
It's like a chess match where saying too much could be the move that costs you the game.
Exactly. He even suggests that by talking too much, you might inadvertently give them that missing piece that they need to build a case against you.
Right.
And that's where legal counsel is absolutely crucial, Yeah. A good lawyer will advise you on, when to talk, what to disclose, and most importantly, when to exercise your right to remain silent.
So we're talking about finding this balance between transparency and this desire to cooperate, but also the very real risk of self-incrimination.
Yeah.
This is where things get really complex, like ethically and legally.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating how G, with his background, really recognizes this tension.
Yeah.
He's not advocating for just blind obstruction,
right,
but rather a more calculated approach to navigating a system that can, sometimes use our words against us.
He seems particularly concerned about the ways that technology can really trip people up.
Yeah.
He actually points out the irony that criminals often rely heavily on technology, which is the very thing that can make them kind of easy targets.
Right.
He specifically talks about burner phones.
Okay.
Something people might just associate with spy movies and covert operations, but he's saying those became obsolete in his world very quickly.
Interesting. It speaks to, I think, a larger issue, this constant arms race that's going on between, criminal activity and technology.
Right.
Criminals are always, searching for new ways to exploit technology, whether it's, encryption to shield their communications or burner phones to mask their identities or even diving into the murky depths of the dark web.
It sounds like something out of a cyberpunk novel. But how do law enforcement agencies keep pace with all of this?
It's a continuous struggle. For every technological advancement that criminals, manage to exploit, law enforcement has to develop a countermeasure.
Right.
Take encryption, for example.
Yep.
While it offers privacy and security for, everyday users, it can also be used by criminals to, shield their communications from being intercepted.
Right.
Law enforcement agencies then need to find ways to crack those encryptions, which can lead to, debates about privacy and government overreach.
So it's this constant back and forth,
Yeah.
with each side just trying to outmaneuver the other.
Exactly. And the scary part is it's not just about, like your traditional criminals in law enforcement anymore. Technology, in a way, has blurred the lines, Think about CCTV cameras, facial recognition software. These technologies have implications for everyone's privacy and security, regardless of whether you're, breaking the law or just going about your daily life.
It's almost as if we're all part of this like high-stakes game now, whether we realize it or not.
It's a sobering thought. But by understanding the rules of the game, by being aware of how this technology is being used, both by criminals and those who try to catch them, we can become more informed players ourselves.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a key takeaway from Guy's insights. And, what's particularly striking is how Guy emphasizes the psychological aspect of all of this.
Right.
It's not just about the technology itself,
Yeah.
but how it's used to kind of manipulate and exploit, human behavior.
Right.
He talks about how easy it is for criminals to get lulled into this false sense of security,
Yeah.
thinking that their burner phones or their encrypted messages make them, untouchable.
Right, like they're invincible just because they've got the latest gadgets.
Exactly. And that's where they become predictable.
Okay.
G uses this great phrase. He says criminals are often daft.
Okay.
Meaning they become so reliant on these devices that they forget the basics. They leave this trail of digital breadcrumbs without even realizing it.
It's like that old saying, familiarity breeds contempt.
Right.
They get comfortable, let their guard down, and boom, they're caught on camera arguing with someone they claim they never even met, or their phone records place them at the scene of the crime.
Precisely. And it highlights this crucial point that G emphasizes throughout the video, the importance of thinking ahead,
Right.
of anticipating the moves of your adversary.
Yeah.
For criminals, that means, being aware of the ways technology can be used against them. But for the rest of us,
Yeah.
it's about being more, I think, mindful of our own digital footprints.
So what you're saying is, even if we're not out there, pulling off heists or anything, like, we should still be paying attention to this stuff.
Absolutely, because the reality is we're all leaving a digital trail, whether we realize it or not. Every online transaction, every social media post, even our location data, it's all being collected and stored somewhere. And while that data can be used for good, like, catching criminals or preventing fraud, it also has the potential to be misused.
Okay, now that is a bit unsettling. It's like we're living in a world where someone's always watching,
Right.
even if we don't know it.
In a way, yes. But instead of getting paranoid, I think it's more about being informed.
Okay.
The more we understand about how our data is collected and used, the better equipped we are to protect ourselves. And that starts with awareness.
So where do we even begin? It seems like such a massive, complex issue.
You're right. It can feel overwhelming, but there are simple steps we can all take.
Okay.
Start by, reviewing the privacy settings on your social media accounts.
Right.
Be mindful of what information you're sharing publicly. Think twice before clicking accept on those cookie banners.
Right.
They're not just about, personalized ads. They're also tracking your browsing habits.
It's amazing how much we just click through without really thinking about it, right?
It's true. We're constantly bombarded with these requests for our data.
Yeah.
And it's easy to become, kind of numb to it.
Right.
But it's crucial to remember that even seemingly insignificant pieces of information can be pieced together to create this really detailed profile of who we are, what we do, what we care about.
And that profile can be used for all sorts of purposes, some of which, we might not be comfortable with.
Exactly. And this is where I think Guy's perspective becomes particularly relevant. He talks about how how criminals themselves are constantly on the lookout for vulnerabilities,
Right.
ways to exploit people's, trust or lack of awareness. He specifically mentions, how everyone worries about being bugged. But then he says, but we all carry a tracking device in our pockets, our phones.
He's got a point there. We're so used to having our phones with us all the time that we forget they're essentially tracking our every move.
And not just our location. Think about the conversations we have on our phones.
Yeah.
The text messages that we send, the photos and videos that we share. It's a gold mine of personal information.
Right.
That, in the long hands, could be used for, blackmail, identity theft, even stalking.
It's like we're carrying around this digital version of ourselves.
Right.
And we need to be a lot more careful about who we give the keys to.
Precisely. And that's where I think Guy's advice about no comment takes on this whole new meaning.
Okay.
It's not just about, dealing with the police.
Right.
It's about being more discerning about who we share our information with, both online and offline.
That's a really interesting connection.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that G's experiences, while extreme,
Mm-hmm.
offer valuable lessons for all of us in navigating this increasingly complex digital landscape.
Absolutely. He's a powerful reminder that knowledge is power. And in the digital age, that knowledge starts with understanding the tools and tactics being used, both by those who seek to exploit us,
Right.
and those who are trying to protect us.
It's about being aware of the game that's being played,
Yeah.
and learning how to play it smart. But
Yeah.
it's not just about like individual responsibility, right?
Right.
There's also a role for law enforcement and policymakers to create, a safer digital environment for everyone.
Absolutely. It's a shared responsibility.
Yeah.
Law enforcement agencies need to continue to evolve their strategies to combat, digital crime, while policymakers need to enact laws that protect our privacy without, stifling innovation.
It's a delicate balance to strike, that's for sure.
It is a delicate balance, and it's something that Guy kind of touches on when he talks about alibis.
Okay.
He basically says that in this day and age, a good alibi is almost impossible to fabricate. He calls them alibis.
likes.
And says that things like, CCTV footage, phone records, these have made them practically obsolete.
He's not wrong. You can't outrun a security camera
Right.
or erase your location data.
Exactly. And it highlights this fascinating paradox, right?
Yep.
Technology has made it harder than ever to get away with crime.
Right.
But it's also made it easier for law enforcement to build cases. Sometimes even when the evidence is circumstantial.
It makes you think about all those crime dramas.
Yeah.
Right? Where they're like dusting for fingerprints and analyzing fibers.
Right.
G makes it sound like these days it's all about data trails and digital footprints.
It's the new frontier of forensic science.
Yeah.
And while that can be, reassuring in some ways, it also raises these really important ethical questions.
Right.
About privacy, surveillance, and the presumption of innocence.
Right, because if our data can be used against us, even if we haven't done anything wrong,
Yeah.
like where do we draw the line?
That's the $1 million question, and
Yeah.
there's no easy answer.
Right.
But I think G's experiences, as unsettling as they might be, offer a valuable lesson for all of us.
Okay.
We can't just bury our heads in the sand and pretend this isn't happening.
Right.
We need to be aware of the ways technology is changing the world around us, both for better and for worse.
So what's the takeaway here? Should we all just ditch our smartphones and move to a remote island with no internet access?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
But I do think it's about finding a balance.
Okay.
We can enjoy the benefits of technology
Oh.
without blindly surrendering our privacy.
Okay. Yeah.
Be mindful of your digital footprint. Think twice before you share personal information online.
Right.
Read the terms and conditions before you click agree.
It sounds like knowledge is our best defense here.
Absolutely. The more you understand about how technology works, how your data is collected and used, the better equipped you'll be to protect yourself.
This deep dive has been a real eye-opener. It's not every day you get a crash course in digital awareness from a former gangster.
It just goes to show that valuable insights can come from the most unexpected places.
Yeah.
And often it's those perspectives that challenge our assumptions
Right.
and force us to see the world in a new light.
Well said. This is definitely a conversation we'll be continuing long after this deep dive is over.
Well,
To our listeners, we hope this episode has given you some food for thought. Remember, staying informed is the first step to staying safe in our increasingly digital world. Until next time, stay curious.
ever feel like you're drowning in paperwork? Like just getting through the day takes an epic battle against red tape. And that's when everything's going right.
I can definitely feel that way sometimes.
Today, we're diving into a world that a lot of people find themselves facing at some point, those social support systems that are supposed to be there to catch us when things go wrong.
Absolutely. But we're going beyond the headlines and the policy debates and hearing directly from someone living it. It's one thing to talk about these systems in the abstract, but it's a whole other thing to understand how they actually impact individual lives day in and day out.
Exactly. And today's deep dive is all about connecting with that lived experience. We're meeting a man named Darren, and when we meet him, he's living in supported housing in the UK. So, you'd think that would mean he's got at least that one piece figured out, a roof overhead, a safety net.
Right. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But that's not always how it works out. Things get complicated. And for Darren, it all starts with something that most of us wouldn't even think twice about. A letter.
Just a regular old letter.
A regular letter that was supposed to be his ticket to staying housed. But instead, it became this huge source of stress and anxiety.
Okay, so for those of us who aren't living in the UK, what's the deal with this letter? What makes it so important?
So in the UK, when you're in supported housing like Darren is, often the council will cover your rent.
Makes sense so far.
But there's this annual check-in process, basically to confirm that you're still living there. Sounds simple enough, right? Confirm your residency, you keep getting your housing benefit.
Yeah, seems pretty straightforward.
Except for Darren, this routine thing turns into this whole bureaucratic nightmare.
Oh no, what happened?
So he lives in a building with a shared mailbox, which is pretty common in these types of places. And somewhere between that shared mailbox and Darren's own hands, that all-important confirmation letter, it vanishes. Poof, gone.
He never even got it.
He never got it. And of course, since he didn't get the letter, he couldn't very well send it back, could he?
Oh man, that's a nightmare. So what happened? Did he get evicted?
Well, because the council never received confirmation that he was still living there, they stop his housing payments.
No way.
Yep. So suddenly, through absolutely no fault of his own, he's facing eviction. All because of one lost letter. He's obviously incredibly frustrated by the whole thing. He talks about how he's always been a model tenant, pays his dues, keeps his head down. But here he is, about to lose his home because of a system error.
That's so unfair.
He even says, and this is a direct quote, "It's their fault. It happened last year. Exactly the same thing happened last year."
Wait a minute, this happened before. This wasn't just a one-time thing.
Sadly, no. It had happened before. And that's what I think is so concerning about this whole story. Because it shows how easy it is for someone to get trapped in this cycle of uncertainty and instability.
Just because the system doesn't work the way it's supposed to.
Right. Even a seemingly small error, like a lost piece of mail, can have these huge consequences for people who are already relying on these systems to keep a roof over their heads. And what's even crazier is, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Darren. His housing struggles are just one piece of a much bigger and, frankly, pretty heartbreaking story. He's also trying to access mental health support at the same time that all of this is going on.
Which, yeah, I mean, we all know how important it is to be able to get mental health support when you need it.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. The way these services are structured in the UK, it actually creates this awful catch-22 situation for people like Darren. It shows how interconnected all of these different systems are.
Yeah.
And how easy it is for someone to fall through the cracks.
Right.
He's dealing with this housing nightmare, and at the same time, he's trying to access mental health support, which, as we all know, can be absolutely crucial.
Absolutely. I mean, we all need a bit of support sometimes, don't we? But you'd hope it would be a little bit more straightforward.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
And he describes, finally, after years on a waiting list, getting an appointment for this mental health assessment.
Oh, wow. So he's waited years just for an assessment.
Years to get an initial assessment. which is a whole other issue, really.
That's incredible.
But it's tied to his current address because of these things in the UK called catchment areas.
Okay, so for those of us on the other side of the pond, what does that even mean? Catchment area? Sounds kind of ominous.
Basically it means if you move out of your designated zone, you lose access to the services in that area.
Oh, wow.
Even if you just move a few streets over.
Seriously?
Yeah. And so because of this whole thing with the council and the letter, he's at risk of losing his housing. But that also means he risks losing access to this mental health support that he's finally, after years, been able to get access to.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Yeah.
So it's like he needs stable housing to get this support.
Right.
But his housing is at risk, so that's jeopardizing his access to the support. It's like, what is he supposed to do?
It's a terrible cycle to be trapped in. And, he's having to deal with all of this while also trying to, get by day to day on an extremely limited income.
Yeah. That's something we don't always talk about enough, I think, is the financial strain of it all. It's not just the bureaucracy. It's literally trying to make ends meet.
Exactly. Like the day-to-day stress of knowing that any little mistake, any missed appointment, any form that you forget to fill out could have these massive consequences.
It's exhausting just thinking about it.
Yeah. And, it really wears him down. He talks about this feeling of being scatty, that kind of sense of being completely overwhelmed, on edge all the time. He even mentions that the people at the job center, which is another place he has to go, they could tell that he was really struggling.
Really? Just from interacting with him, they could tell.
He said that they offered to just deal with everything over the phone so that he didn't have to come back in.
Which I guess, that's nice of them in a way, but it's also kind of, I don't know, it says a lot that he must have seemed that stressed out, that they felt like they had to do that.
It's like they were worried that things were going to, escalate or something if he didn't get his way.
Yeah, or maybe they could just tell he was already so overwhelmed by everything and they just wanted to make it a little easier for him. Either way, it's pretty sad.
It is. And, he's very open about the fact that this whole situation, this constant fight just to kind of stay afloat, it really messes with your head.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He actually uses the word madness to describe it at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And he's really honest about the fact that this kind of pressure, this constant stress, it could push someone to a breaking point, even lead them to reoffend.
Which is a really sobering thought, isn't it?
It is. Because if these systems are meant to be helping people, supporting them, then we have to be honest about the fact that sometimes the way they're set up now, it can do more harm than good.
Right, exactly.
It can actually be really detrimental to someone's mental health.
It's so easy to get bogged down in all of this, like to hear a story like Darren's and just feel this weight of how much he's going through.
It's heavy stuff, for sure.
It really is. But what really struck me, even with all of that, you can still hear this, I don't know, like this sense of hope in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
He still has this belief that things can get better, that he can build a good life for himself.
It's true. He talks about wanting a nice home, having his family close.
Yeah.
Just simple things, really. Things that most of us probably don't even think twice about.
Yeah.
And you're right. He does still seem to believe that it's possible for him, that he can get there.
It's like this incredible resilience.
It is.
This strength that comes through, even when he's talking about some really, really tough stuff. Do you remember when he said that thing about, it was almost like a mantra? He said,
What was it?
something like,
It was like, things will work out when they're meant to.
yes, that's it.
It just really stayed with me.
It's like he's not letting the system grind him down.
Right. Like he's not giving up on himself, even when it seems like the system itself has given up on him.
And it makes me think, that's why we do these deep dives,
Yeah.
Because it can't just be about highlighting the problems, right? We have to talk about solutions too.
Absolutely. What can we do differently? How can we make these systems actually work for the people they're supposed to be helping?
Right. Like, how do we make them more humane, more supportive, more effective?
Because at the end of the day, that's what Darren's story is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a story about the need for more compassion, more understanding, more flexibility within these systems. He's not asking for a handout. He's just asking for the system to do what it's supposed to do, to support him in getting back on his feet. So yeah, if there's one thing I hope listeners take away from this deep dive, it's that we have to do better. We owe it to Darren and to the countless others like him who are navigating these systems every single day to create a world where everyone has the chance to not just survive, but to truly thrive.
Couldn't have said it better myself. All
right, so today we're going to dive into a story. It's a disturbing story.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not all that uncommon. We're talking about alleged police corruption, the ripple effects, and the impact it had on one man's life. All this told by his brother, Darren.
Right.
Now, I'll be honest, we've all heard stories like this before, right? But what makes Darren's account so powerful, so compelling, are the specifics. He names names, lays out the evidence, and, well, the tragic end to his brother Billy's story is just, well, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and what really struck me was just how deep Darren's claims go. I mean, he's not just talking about a single incident, but years of alleged harassment. Years.
Right.
Merseyside police. And it wasn't just targeted at his brother, but seemingly their entire community. He paints this picture of a system that's just gone rogue, where, the people who are supposed to be protecting you become the perpetrators.
It's chilling.
It is.
And he doesn't hold back on the details either. He calls out officers by name. B, Norman B, even a Bernard Hogan, accuses them of running this campaign against his family, his community. It's like something out of a movie, a crime thriller or something.
I know.
Except this is real life with real consequences.
Absolutely. And those consequences, they all come to a head one night, a night that changes everything for Billy G. According to Darren, it starts with a home invasion. Officers, led by a deputy inspector, Mark Harrison, allegedly forced their way into Billy's home.
So it's not even like a knock-knock, we have a warrant type of thing.
Yeah. No, according to Darren, they barge right in.
And it escalates from there, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Darren claims Harrison and these officers with him, they brutally assault Billy.
What do you mean assault, like physically?
Physically. He claims they struck him in the head hard, so severely that it left a scar.
A scar.
A scar. It's a chilling detail, and it sets off this whole chain of events with just devastating repercussions.
This is heavy stuff.
It is, and here's where it gets even darker. Darren alleges that after the assault, instead of getting Billy help, the officers plant drugs on him and a weapon.
A Rambo knife. Wait, they beat him up and then they try to frame him for it?
That's exactly what Darren wants us to believe, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's this alleged cover-up that throws Billy into a total legal nightmare.
I bet.
He gets arrested and charged with attempted murder of a police officer, possession with intent to supply drugs, even possession of ammunition, all based on what Darren insists was completely fabricated evidence.
This is unbelievable. So they're making stuff up as they go along.
That's what Darren says.
Unbelievable.
And get this, to make matters even worse, Darren claims that Harrison, the officer who was leading this whole raid, called a reporter at the Liverpool Echo, tipped them off.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
So they're in on it too.
Well, we don't know that for sure, but according to Darren,
Right.
the reporter was definitely tipped off.
Wow. So imagine, right? You wake up the next morning after being attacked in your own home, and you see your face plastered on the front page of the newspaper. You're unconscious, in handcuffs, and accused of crimes you didn't commit.
It's a bold strategy. It speaks to a potential abuse of power. This wasn't just about the alleged assault. It was about controlling the narrative.
Wow.
Trying to control public opinion before the trial even starts.
Right.
This is where it becomes bigger than just police brutality. This is potentially about corruption within the system itself.
Okay, so let's talk about the trial. This is where things get really interesting. Darren claims that even with everything stacked against Billy, the evidence told a completely different story, like the blood spatter analysis, for example.
Oh, that's key. This is forensic evidence. And as Darren describes it, it directly contradicted the official story the police were pushing. See, blood spatter isn't just about finding blood, it's about the force, the direction of impact. And in this case, the bloodstains told a different story. The officers claimed Billy was standing when he was supposedly hit, but the blood spatters suggested something else entirely.
Like he was on the ground.
Exactly, maybe even asleep, as he claimed. And then there's the CCTV footage from the police station.
Ah, yes. The infamous custody suite footage.
Right.
Remind me, what was the officer's story again?
The officer claimed Billy stabbed him during this supposed altercation.
Right.
But the footage, according to Darren, tells a different story. He says you can see the officer clutching his vest like he's hiding something. This is when he first arrives at the station, right?
Okay.
And then later, magically, stab wounds appear.
Hold on. So you're saying this officer, he shows up at the station unharmed.
Right.
And then somehow, while in police custody, he gets stabbed.
And conveniently finds a knife.
Come on, that's like something out of a bad movie.
It does make you think, all this manufactured evidence, the blood spatters, it raises massive questions.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about that whole reporter situation. Every step of the way, it seems like someone was trying to make Billy out to be the bad guy,
Right.
when according to his brother, he was the victim.
Right.
So what happened? Did the jury see through it all?
Well, the trial went on, which I'm sure was excruciating for Billy and his family. It dragged on for 9 months.
9 months.
9 months he's stuck in jail waiting to find out his fate.
Oh my gosh.
This is just one side of the story, of course, but according to Darren, the truth did eventually come out.
What happened? After 9 long months, did the jury reach a verdict?
They did, and they found Billy not guilty on all charges.
Not guilty. So justice was served.
Well, that's where it gets complicated. You see, while Billy was acquitted and even awarded £48,000 in compensation.
Wow. 48,000 pounds.
According to Darren, the experience, the ordeal, it left a mark, one that would have tragic consequences.
So even though he was cleared, the damage was done.
Exactly. But we'll delve more into that after a quick break.
It's tough, you know, to think that even when someone's proven innocent, the whole thing can really mess you up. More than any physical injury, even.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We often get caught up in the legal battle, the fight in court, but we forget about the human cost, the emotional, the psychological, the physical toll it takes.
Yeah.
Darren really emphasizes that, you know? That even though Billy was cleared, he was never really free from that night.
And that 48,000 pounds, it's a lot of money, but how can you put a price on that kind of trauma? It's like a slap in the face almost.
Exactly. The legal system has its limits, right? How do you compensate someone for their freedom being violated? For the assault, the fear? There's no real way.
And in Billy's case, it sounds like everything, the trial, the assault, it all triggered a cascade of health problems. The worst being epilepsy.
Right, epilepsy. And Darren describes it as a prison in itself for Billy. Imagine constantly afraid of these seizures, the loss of control, the injuries.
And the stigma.
And the stigma, exactly.
Darren really paints a vivid picture of what Billy went through. Talks about these violent seizures, Billy biting his own tongue, the fear in his eyes. It's just awful to hear how much he suffered.
And the psychological impact, too. Epilepsy, especially as severe as Darren describes, it's so isolating. You can't work, drive, even just going out becomes terrifying. It takes away your independence.
Yeah, makes you think about those hidden scars, how trauma can manifest in your body. And it wasn't just the epilepsy, right? Darren mentions other health issues, too.
Right. He doesn't go into detail, but it's clear that Billy's health just went downhill after that night. It's like his body just couldn't recover.
It's heartbreaking. Makes you question the whole idea of justice. When the system meant to protect you ends up breaking you, where do you turn?
It shows the need for a different kind of justice, one that focuses on the well-being of the victim, not just punishment. We need to go deeper, address the root causes, hold individuals accountable, but also reform these systems.
And, we keep talking about Billy, but this wasn't a one-time thing, right? Darren claims Merseyside police had a pattern of harassment targeting their entire community.
That's a crucial point. This isn't just one man's story. It's about a system that Darren believes was deeply flawed. He names B, Norman B, Bernard Hogan, accusing them of orchestrating a campaign of harassment against his whole community. It's a scary thought that the people sworn to protect are the ones terrorizing.
Like something out of a dystopian world. The police, who should represent safety, becoming the very thing people fear. It makes you wonder, if Darren's telling the truth, how far up did this go?
That's the million-dollar question. And it's one that's followed Merseyside police for years.
We can't talk about this without mentioning, well, the elephant in the room. The Hillsborough disaster.
Right. Hillsborough exposed a lot of flaws, potentially even corruption within Merseyside police.
97 Liverpool fans dead.
And the cover-up, the attempts to smear the victims, the lack of accountability, it all had a huge impact on public trust.
And while Darren's story is separate from Hillsborough, you can't ignore the similarities. The claims of police misconduct, the cover-ups, the system protecting itself instead of seeking justice.
Exactly. It creates this atmosphere of distrust. A sense that maybe, just maybe, the problems within Merseyside police run deeper than anyone wants to admit.
So Darren's story, if true, is just another chapter in this long, messy saga.
It's possible, and it makes you wonder how many other stories are out there, hidden, silenced by fear, or just drowned out by the official narrative.
It's a chilling thought.
It is, and it's exactly why we have to give these stories a platform. We need to listen to those who've been marginalized, challenge the official narrative, and demand answers.
Because saying nothing helps no one, right?
It only protects those in the wrong. And if we want a fairer, more just society, we have to shine a light on these injustices, no matter how uncomfortable it gets.
And speaking of uncomfortable, we have to address the tragic end to Billy Gee's story.
This is where the true human cost of all this becomes crystal clear. Even with the acquittal, the compensation, Billy never really recovered from what happened.
It's like the system chewed him up, spit him out, and said, okay, you're good now.
Yeah.
But he wasn't, was he?
No, he wasn't. He was left trying to rebuild his life, shattered by something he never asked for.
And it ended in suicide.
A heartbreaking end to an already tragic story.
Yeah. Such a tough subject, but
Yeah.
it's heavy stuff. Really makes you think about trauma, how it lingers,
Hmm.
Even after the physical stuff is gone, it can just eat away at you.
And we have to consider the role the police might have played in Billy's suicide. We can't say for sure what happened, what went through his mind, but
Right.
the assault, the trial, 9 months in jail, that takes a toll.
Like a domino effect, one thing after another. It just wears you down. Tragic, really.
It makes you question the whole justice system. We think guilty or not guilty, open and shut.
Right.
But what about people like Billy, proven innocent but forever changed? How do you make up for that?
Yeah, the system focuses on the legal side, the punishment. It's not equipped to deal with the human cost.
Exactly. And in Billy's case, that cost was immeasurable.
It really highlights the need for a different approach to justice. Something that recognizes the human impact, the trauma.
Yes. A more holistic approach. It's not just about laws, it's about people. We have to acknowledge that even when the system works, there are still casualties.
And it's not just about reacting after the fact. It's about preventing this from happening in the first place.
Absolutely. We can't just play catch-up. We have to address the root causes, the things that allow these abuses of power to happen.
So where do we go from here? What can we do as everyday people to make sure stories like Billy's aren't ignored?
Awareness is key. We have to educate ourselves, listen to these stories, understand that it's not just isolated incidents, it's a much bigger problem.
Right, connecting the dots, seeing the patterns, the bigger picture.
Exactly. And once we see it, we can start demanding better. From our leaders, from the police, from the system itself, support organizations fighting for change, amplify the voices of those who've been silenced.
Use our voices, our votes, our money to build a world where everyone feels safe, no matter who they are, where they come from.
Because justice, it's not just something we wait for. We have to create it through our actions, our choices, by standing up for what's right.
Well said. Darren Gee's story, it's tough, but important. It reminds us what happens when power goes unchecked, when systems fail. But it's also about love, about family, about fighting for what's right.
And maybe, just maybe, by listening to these stories, having these hard conversations, demanding better, we can learn from tragedies like Billy's. We can prevent them from happening again.
Let's hope so. This has been a lot, but these are conversations we need to have if we truly want a better, fairer world.
Absolutely. Staying silent only helps the people in the wrong. It's time to shine a light on these injustices, don't you think?
Time to shine a light. I like that. It's a good note to end on. This has been a lot to process, but we hope you'll join us next time for another deep dive. Until then, stay curious, stay informed, and stay engaged. All right, so today we're diving into something pretty heavy. The challenges of leaving a life of crime behind.
Yeah, it's a lot tougher than people might think.
It really is. And to unpack all of this, we're going to look at the story of Darren Gee, a former, well, he was a gangster, and his attempts to go straight.
Right, and he puts it all out there in this YouTube video, no holds barred.
It's a wild ride, for sure, and it really highlights just how hard it is to escape your past, even when that's what you really want.
Absolutely, and he really gets into it right off the bat with this whole thing about changing his name.
Oh, right. He wanted to become, what was it, Darren Trainer?
Darren Trainer, yep, wanted a clean slate, a fresh start.
Seems logical, right? New name, new you. But it didn't quite go as planned.
Not at all. The authorities, they weren't having it. Fought him tooth and nail to make sure everyone knew that Darren Trainer was actually Darren Gee.
Can you imagine trying to build a new life, but the system itself seems determined to keep dragging up your past?
Talk about an uphill battle.
It's like they were making a point of it, like they didn't want him to forget who he used to be.
You can really hear the frustration in his voice when he talks about it in the video.
Oh, totally. He even talks about just wanting to do normal things like go to the doctor's office or apply for a job without raising eyebrows. Imagine not even being able to get a parking ticket in peace without it being a whole thing.
Exactly.
And then on top of all that, he had to deal with being labeled a grass.
Yes, grass. Now, for our listeners who might not be up on their UK slang, that's basically their word for a snitch, a police informant.
And it's not just a casual insult, is it?
Oh, absolutely not. In that world, especially over in the UK, where the term's from, that's one of the worst things you can be. It's about way more than just losing respect.
Yeah, G actually talks about how serious it is. He even mentions some pretty high-profile figures who put a price on his head because of this rumor.
Right, it's about safety, even survival. And the thing is, often these accusations are made with zero evidence.
And G, he always insisted he wasn't a grass, right?
Adamant about it. He even goes on a bit of a rant in the video, directly challenging anyone who calls him that. He's like, if I was on a wing with you now, would you call me that?
Intense.
Definitely. But that's what it comes down to, the weight of that label, that constant fear, the looking over your shoulder. It follows you everywhere, even behind bars.
And speaking of prison, G doesn't exactly paint a pretty picture of life inside.
No, not at all. He describes it as this pressure cooker of paranoia, everyone watching each other, waiting for the other shoe to drop.
He actually mentions how he tried to avoid getting involved with any particular gang, just to keep a low profile, stay out of trouble.
Which, in a way, is its own survival strategy in that environment, you know?
How so?
Well, aligning yourself with one group might offer some protection, but it also puts you in the crosshairs of all their rivals. And as G found out, even trying to stay neutral doesn't guarantee your safety when you've got that grass label hanging over your head.
So no easy answers there. But even in that environment where trust is in short supply and danger is always around the corner, G stumbles upon a moment of, well, I guess you could call it human connection.
You're talking about John Smith, right?
Yeah, John Smith. He was a powerful inmate, well-respected, and despite all the rumors about G, he actually treated him with a surprising amount of kindness.
It's an interesting turn of events, and it all stems from this simple act of kindness. John Smith lending G a book.
And that book, as we'll see, ends up having a much bigger impact than either of them could have imagined.
It's like a catalyst.
So, we've got G already on edge, trying to distance himself from his past. And then he ends up reading this book about GCHQ, basically this super secret government organization whose whole thing is surveillance.
Talk about adding fuel to the fire.
Seriously, he's trying to escape this life of crime and then bam! He finds out he's probably being watched even when he's trying to play by the rules.
It really makes you question, right? Like, how do you truly start over when you feel like someone's always looking over your shoulder?
And it's not just that they might be watching, it's the way they were doing it back then that's really creepy. This whole 1,000 words thing he talks about.
Oh, yeah, that's straight out of a spy thriller. Apparently, GCHQ had this list, 1,000 words to be exact.
1,000 words. Okay, I'm already creeped out.
And if any of those words popped up in, say, a phone call or an email, that was it. Red flag, automatic monitoring. He gives the example of drugs. Just a casual mention, and you might have found yourself under the microscope.
Man, it's like 1984 in real life. And this is back in the early 2000s, right? Can you imagine what those lists, those algorithms look like now?
I don't even want to think about it. It really makes you wonder if there's such a thing as a private conversation anymore, even in your own home.
For sure. And for G, with his past, that realization must have been a gut punch. Like here he is trying to fly straight, but there's this invisible eye following his every move.
It's like a catch-22. You're trying to rebuild your life, prove you're not that person anymore, but the very system that's supposed to help you reintegrate is watching your every move.
It's heavy stuff. But G, being G, he doesn't just sit back and take it. He files this Data Protection Act request, basically demanding that the government show him everything they have on him.
And what they hand over is a stack of documents that would make anyone paranoid. Confirmation that they were watching him, even while he was locked up.
No way. They were monitoring him in prison, too.
Oh, yeah. Logs of his phone calls, his visitors, even who he stood next to in the yard.
You've got to be kidding me. That's insane. What more could they possibly want to know?
That's just it, right? It makes you wonder what they're really looking for. And here's the kicker. A lot of the information was redacted. Blacked out.
Wait, they wouldn't even let him see everything in his own file. What could be so sensitive that they had to hide it from him?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? What are they so afraid of him finding out? It just adds another layer to this whole thing, you know?
It's like something out of a movie.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, if this is what they're doing to someone like G, someone they're already watching, What are they capable of doing with the information they collect on everyday people?
Exactly. And that's what's so unsettling about surveillance in general. It often starts with a specific target, someone deemed a threat. But once those systems are in place, once the technology is there, it's only a matter of time before it expands,
Oh,
before it becomes a part of everyday life.
it's kind of scary when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Even behind bars, he couldn't escape the system. It makes you wonder, what's the point of going straight, of trying to turn your life around, if they're always going to treat you like a threat?
Yeah, it really makes you question the whole idea of rehabilitation, you know? How are you supposed to move on, build a new life, when every step you take is being tracked and analyzed?
It's like you said before, catch-22.
Exactly. And G's story, it's not just some isolated thing, you know? It's a window into this bigger issue of surveillance, privacy, and how the digital age makes it almost impossible to escape your past.
It's like we're all on this tightrope between security and freedom these days.
Right, and it makes you think, in our rush to be safe, are we losing something even more important? What happens to a society that's always looking over its shoulder, always suspicious of its own people?
Tough questions, for sure. But going back to G, he was facing an uphill battle, no question. Trying to leave his old life behind, but it's like society, the system, they had him trapped.
It shows how much harder it is now in the digital age for people trying to outrun their past. It's not like you can just change your name or move to a new town and disappear anymore. That digital trail, it follows you.
It's a lot to process. Darren Gee's story might seem kind of far out, but it's real. And it's happening to a lot of people who are just trying to get their lives together.
Mm.
It makes you think twice about the choices we make online, the information we share, the kind of world we're making,
Mm-hmm.
not just for us, but for our kids and grandkids.
Definitely something to think about.
If there's one thing we can learn from all this, it's that the fight for privacy, for the right to start over, is more important now than ever. So the next time you hear someone say, "I've got nothing to hide," remember Darren Gee and what he went through. And then ask yourself, at what cost?
All right, so today we're heading over to Liverpool to this really interesting YouTube channel called Scouse Sit-Off.
Okay.
And we're going to do a deep dive on this video.
Yeah.
It's one of these raw, straight from the source kind of uploads
Right.
where you get this like unvarnished commentary.
Totally. And what's interesting about this one is it seems like the speaker is really entrenched in the community that we're looking at.
Yeah, he's definitely not like a polished news reporter or anything like that.
Right.
The speaker is Darren, and he's reacting to a recent murder in Liverpool.
Okay.
And it's interesting because he's using all this kind of coded language almost like...
Right. It's like he's speaking to a very specific audience.
Yeah.
And if you're not in the know, you're not going to know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's like he knows this whole other history of Liverpool.
Yeah, an alternate history.
Yeah.
Running parallel to the official narrative.
Like, he casually mentions Kevin Parley
Yes.
and Tony Diaz.
Very significant.
Yeah, and if you didn't know who those figures were,
Yeah.
you would just kind of gloss over them. But they clearly carry a lot of weight in that world.
Absolutely. Those are major players in the criminal underworld in Liverpool.
Yeah, and he also mentions Lucy Harries,
Right.
who was, she was a young mother who was murdered years ago.
Yeah, that case seems to be kind of a touchstone in this video.
Yeah.
It's something that he keeps coming back to.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's using it as a way to measure this more recent murder.
Yeah, and it's interesting how he kind of connects these events.
Right.
Like they're all part of this larger story.
Yeah, it's like he's building a narrative
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
breakdown of society and how these events are all interconnected.
And it's chilling how he just lists off these unsolved murders.
Yes.
Almost like a grim roll call.
Right. It's a testament to the level of violence that plagues Liverpool.
Yeah. And it really drives home the human cost.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we get so caught up in the statistics and the headlines that we forget these are real people with real lives.
Absolutely. These are families that have been shattered.
And he doesn't let himself off the hook either.
Oh, really?
He talks about his own past,
Okay.
mentions this party lifestyle. Like, he was involved in that world at some point.
Interesting. So he's acknowledging his own connection
Yeah.
to this world that he's describing.
It's not like he's speaking from some high horse.
Right.
He's been down in the trenches.
Right. And that adds a whole other layer of complexity to his commentary.
Yeah. It's not black and white with him.
Right.
It's all very gray.
And he seems particularly disturbed by the fact that this recent murder involved a woman who was shot in her own backyard.
Yeah, that really gets to him.
Yeah, it's like it strikes a nerve.
Mm-hmm.
He compares it to the Lucy Harries case.
Right.
And it highlights that vulnerability
Yeah.
of women and families.
And then he throws out all these different possibilities.
No, yeah.
Like, it could have been a domestic dispute, maybe a case of mistaken identity, or even a hit ordered from prison.
Right. And that's an interesting detail.
Yeah.
Because it suggests a level of organization that goes beyond just like street level crime.
Yeah, and he keeps using these terms like rats and eyeballs.
Right. He's speaking the language of the underworld.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, what's an eyeball?
Well, it sounds like he's referring to liabilities.
Liability.
People who might talk to the police or pose a risk.
Ah, so it's all about loyalty and betrayal.
Exactly.
Like there's a code.
A code of silence.
Yeah. And if you break it,
There are consequences.
the bad things happen.
Right. He paints a very grim picture of this world,
Yeah.
but it's one that's rooted in his lived experience.
And then he connects this murder
Yeah.
to a girl's death years ago.
Right.
Even brings up Anthony Joshua's outburst after that boxing match. It's like, what does Anthony Joshua have to do with any of this?
It's an interesting connection, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it reveals a lot about how Guy sees the world.
Okay, let's unpack that. So
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua,
Yeah.
what's the connection there?
Well, it's interesting because on the surface,
Yeah,
you wouldn't think there's a link
right.
between, a boxer having an outburst
Mm-hmm.
and, the streets of Liverpool.
Yeah,
But for Guy,
yeah.
it goes back to this idea of redemption.
Redemption.
Yeah, like he sees this pattern of crime and violence.
Right.
But he also believes that people can change,
Okay.
that there's a way out.
And Anthony Joshua represents that for him.
Exactly. Because
Yeah.
remember how Guy talked about his own past?
Yeah, the party lifestyle.
Right, so he sees parallels between his own story and Joshua's.
Like, they both came from tough backgrounds.
Exactly. Made mistakes, but Joshua found a way out.
Through boxing.
Through discipline, through dedication.
And he's even defending Joshua's outburst,
Yeah.
saying it doesn't erase all the good he's done.
Right, and that's important.
So for G,
Yeah.
Joshua's like a beacon of hope,
He is. It's like proof that change is possible.
even for people who've been caught up in that life.
Exactly, and this is where his commentary goes beyond just this one murder.
Yeah.
He's grappling with these larger questions,
Like
like societal responsibility, the need for long-term commitment
long-term commitment.
to really break these cycles of violence.
They're not a quick fix.
No, it's not about just throwing money at the problem.
Or just locking people up.
It's about addressing the root causes.
And he's not afraid to point fingers either.
No, he's not.
He talks about societal pressures.
Yeah.
The weight that people are carrying. He even says,
What's that?
he asks, who put a metric ton of weight upon everyone's shoulders for the past 2.5 years and now all of a sudden lifted it off?
Wow.
It's like he's talking about the pandemic,
Yeah, the economic fallout.
all the anxiety.
Right. It's like he's saying, don't pretend that this is just about a few bad apples.
Yeah.
We're all part of this system.
But even with all the bleakness,
Yeah,
there's still that hope,
there is.
that belief in redemption.
And that's what makes his commentary so compelling.
He brings up another case,
Oh, really?
a stabbing from a few months ago,
Okay.
mentions Sue Bacon or something like that.
He doesn't quite remember the name.
Yeah, but you can hear the pain in his voice.
Right.
These aren't just headlines to him.
These are people he knew.
Members of his community.
And that's what makes his perspective so valuable.
Feel raw.
So real.
It's like he's saying, pay attention.
Mhm.
These are real lives.
Real stories.
They deserve more than just a passing glance.
And that's a powerful message.
Yeah. You know, it's easy to get caught up in the numbers,
Right.
but when you hear someone like G talking about it,
Yeah.
it really hits home.
It becomes real.
Like, these aren't just abstract problems.
Huh.
This is happening to real people.
In his backyard.
Like, literally.
Yeah. And that's what makes his message so universal.
Yeah.
You know? It's not just about Liverpool.
It's about all of us.
It's about how we deal with tragedy, how we make sense of injustice.
And how we find hope,
Exactly.
even when things seem hopeless.
And he's clearly wrestling with these questions himself.
Yeah, like, where do we go from here?
You know, what's the way forward?
What can we do?
He doesn't give us all the answers,
Right.
but he does offer some clues.
Yeah, like what?
Well, he keeps coming back to this idea of long-term commitment.
Long-term commitment.
Like, this isn't something you can just fix overnight.
No.
It's going to take time
An effort.
and a real commitment to addressing the root causes.
So not just putting Band-Aids on the symptoms.
Right.
We need to tackle the underlying issues.
Poverty, inequality, lack of opportunity.
All those things that create an environment where crime can flourish.
And it's not just on the government or the police.
Right.
This is on all of us.
It's a collective responsibility.
Exactly.
And even though he doesn't say it outright,
Yeah.
there's a call to action in his words.
Like, don't just sit there and watch
Oof.
anything.
Make a difference.
And that's what's so powerful about Guy's commentary.
Yeah.
It's not just about giving us the answers.
It's about starting a conversation,
Right.
making us uncomfortable.
Challenging us to be better.
He's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
No, he's not.
And I think that's why people listen to him.
Yeah, he's authentic.
He's real.
He's not some talking head.
He's been there.
He's lived it.
And he's still fighting for something better.
And that's a powerful message.
It really is.
So the next time you see a headline about crime,
Yeah.
about violence,
Don't just scroll past it.
think about the people behind those headlines,
The human stories.
the ripple effects
And remember that we all have a role to play.
in creating a safer
And more just...
and more compassionate world.
That's a deep dive worth taking.
It really is. Ever popped a few painkillers, even just after, like a procedure or something. It's wild how fast something that like masks a pain can start to feel, well, kind of necessary,
Yeah.
Makes you think about that line between actual treatment and dependency.
Right.
And when you're talking about prison where healthcare, well, it's a whole other beast.
Absolutely. A whole different ballgame.
That's where we're diving deep today. Opiate addiction and prison healthcare.
It's a crucial intersection for sure.
And it all started with some pretty eye-opening claims from Darren. We've got his YouTube video queued up. You familiar with him?
I haven't had the chance to dig into his stuff just yet.
Ex-footballer,
Yeah.
bit of a straight shooter, doesn't hold back, to say the least.
Sounds like he'll provide a unique perspective.
To say the least. So he tells this story about a doctor allegedly providing this codeine concoction, basically lean, to MMA fighters.
Wow.
And G even claims this doctor might have been gotten in trouble with the medical board. But here's where it gets interesting. He uses this whole anecdote, right, to launch into this broader conversation about painkillers in general, even say most of them have opiates, linking them to heroin.
That's a pretty bold statement.
He's clearly concerned about doctors overprescribing these medications, creating dependencies.
It's a valid concern, for sure. Opiates, while effective for pain, do carry that risk of dependence, especially with long-term use or misuse.
And Guy connects it directly to his own experience in Hull Prison. He says he saw widespread methadone use there and describes this like big policy shift. Years ago, it was cold turkey for inmates dealing with heroin addiction. Forced withdrawal, which he calls the rattle.
Ah, yes, the old cold turkey approach. It's certainly a far cry from the harm reduction and medication-assisted treatment principles that are more common now.
Exactly. And G claims this shift happened because of legal challenges, citing human rights and, prisoner well-being. So now, if someone's on a methadone prescription when they enter prison, they have to keep getting it. Seems reasonable on the surface, right? Like you're ensuring continuity of care.
Yeah, the intention there is understandable. You don't want to abruptly stop a medication someone is physiologically dependent on. Could be dangerous. But it also opens up a whole other can of worms. You're talking about long-term management, potential for things to get, misused, whether it actually addresses the root issue of the addiction itself.
And G does not shy away from those questions. He paints a pretty grim picture of what he sees as the downsides of this continued methadone use in prison. Deteriorating physical health, worse behavior, and a higher chance of ending up back in the system after release.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, no doubt. You want inmates to have access to medical care, absolutely. But you also don't want to create a situation where the medication, even if the intentions are good, might be feeding into a cycle of dependence. And this is where understanding opiate substitution therapy becomes really crucial.
Okay, so let's unpack that a bit. What exactly is opiate substitution therapy? And how does that work, especially in a controlled environment like prison?
So essentially, it involves using medications like methadone to help manage the withdrawal symptoms and cravings that come with opiate addiction. It's about providing a safer, more controlled alternative to street drugs. Think heroin, for example.
So it's kind of like harm reduction, right? Meeting people where they're at, managing the dependency, hopefully in a way that, minimizes the negative stuff.
Exactly. It's a shift from punishing people to, recognizing that addiction is a complex medical condition. But G's observations kind of highlight the reality on the ground in prisons. It can be messy.
Right.
He even goes on to claim that he saw methadone being overprescribed, even used as a substitute for other meds when they were running low.
Wow. That's a pretty serious allegation. If that's true, that suggests some pretty major systemic issues.
Yeah, it raises some red flags for sure. And it speaks to the larger challenges of providing adequate health care in prisons in general, right? You're often dealing with limited resources, not enough staff, and then, of course, a population with some pretty complex needs.
It's like you're saying, even if, in theory, this opiate substitution therapy is the right approach, it all hinges on, actually having the system to back it up.
Exactly. It's not just about handing out meds, right? It's about comprehensive care.
Yeah.
Counseling, therapy, dealing with the underlying stuff that contributes to addiction in the first place.
Because if someone gets out of prison still struggling with all that, those underlying issues, the chances of them relapsing are...
Oh, they're much higher, definitely.
Right, back to the same environment, the same pressures.
Exactly. And that's why those reentry programs, the successful ones at least, are so crucial. Continuing support, access to health care, help with housing, finding a job, you name it.
So, Guy painted a, kind of bleak picture of what he saw at Hull Prison. Yeah. Are there places doing it differently? Are there prisons that are having success with, treating opiate addiction?
Absolutely, there are. Some facilities have these really innovative programs that have seen some encouraging results. Some have integrated peer support groups, mentorship programs, where former addicts, ones who've gone through treatment successfully, can guide and support those who are, still in recovery.
Oh, wow. That makes a lot of sense. Having someone who gets it, who's been there, that could be huge.
It can be transformative, yeah. And there's also a growing recognition now that it's important to address trauma when you're talking about addiction treatment. A lot of people who end up incarcerated have experienced, significant trauma in their lives, and that can be a major driver of substance abuse.
So it's not just treating the addiction on its own, it's looking at the whole person, their past, their mental health.
Exactly. Recognizing the humanity of those who are incarcerated and understanding that addiction, well, it's a complex issue with multifaceted roots, you could say.
It feels like this whole conversation keeps coming back to needing a more, I don't know, holistic, compassionate approach to addiction treatment, both inside and outside prison walls.
That's the key takeaway here, I'd say. We can't just incarcerate addiction away, right? We got to invest in prevention, education, treatment programs that actually address the root causes of this whole crisis.
G's story, even though it was about his experience in one specific prison, it's opened this much bigger conversation about how we as a society view and deal with addiction.
He's given us a lot to think about, that's for sure. And even though his observations might not show the full picture, they definitely highlight a system struggling with some really complicated questions and often, well, falling short of the ideal solutions.
It's a lot, right? We've gone from this one guy's experience in whole prison to like this huge conversation about opiate addiction, prison healthcare, even like how society views addiction as a whole.
It is a lot to process, yeah. And that's, I think, what makes Guy's story so important. It forces us to look at some uncomfortable things, to really, wrestle with these tough questions.
Yeah, like where do we go from here? If just keeping people on these opiate substitutes isn't the answer, but neither is just cutting them off cold turkey. I mean, what is the way forward?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And honestly, there's no easy answer, no magic solution that fits every situation. But I think recognizing that there isn't one simple answer, that's a huge first step.
So it's not about finding a quick fix. It's about like long-term change
Absolutely.
to the whole system.
Exactly. We need to be putting money into research, right? To really understand addiction and figure out better ways to treat it. We need to be pushing for more funding for healthcare in prisons so they can actually provide the care that's needed. And we have to challenge the stigma around addiction. People need to feel like they can ask for help without feeling ashamed or judged.
And so we keep coming back to this, right? Moving away from punishment and towards a more, I don't know, humane, compassionate way of looking at addiction.
Absolutely. Addiction isn't some moral failing. It's a complex health issue, and it's often tied to things like poverty, trauma, lack of opportunity. If we really want to make a dent in this, we got to address those root causes, not just the addiction itself.
It's like we're talking about a whole new way of thinking about addiction.
Yeah.
Both like individually and as a society.
And that's where real change comes from, right? When we start to challenge our own biases, our assumptions, when we start to see people battling addiction as, well, as people who deserve compassion and support.
G's story, even though it was just one guy's experience, it made this whole issue so much more real than like just reading statistics or research papers.
There's something about hearing someone's story, even if it's messy, even if it's not perfect, It reminds us that these are real people with real lives behind these issues.
And those stories deserve to be heard. So as we as we wrap things up here, is there one thing you hope our listeners take away from all this?
Ooh, that's a tough one. But if I had to pick just one, I'd say approach these issues with curiosity, not judgment. Ask questions, challenge what you think you know, and be open to the idea that, well, you might learn something new.
It's about staying engaged, staying informed, and yeah, being open to different perspectives.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, these issues affect all of us, whether we realize it or not.
That's a great point to end on. That's all the time we have for this deep dive. Until next time, keep those minds curious and keep those conversations going.
All right, diving into some Darren Gee today. You know him, you've sent his stuff in before this Scouse sit-off clip really grabbed you. What is it about this one that has you hooked? What has you hitting that share button?
Well, Gee's always been one to spark a good conversation. But this one, I think, really digs into some fascinating territory. Is he just a master at pushing buttons, or does he tap into something a little deeper?
Yeah.
We're about to find out.
Let's unpack this. One of the first things Gee tackles is how money changes people, and he does not hold back. Lottery winners ditching their spouses, friends turning on each other. Is this just him being cynical, or is there some uncomfortable truth here?
I think Gee's examples, while extreme, they really make you wonder, does knowing about these potential pitfalls, right, does that change how you would handle, say, a sudden windfall? Would you be immune to these changes?
Yeah.
It taps into that age-old question about wealth's impact on our values. And it reminds me actually of the Medici family in Renaissance Italy.
Oh, okay.
They amassed incredible wealth, but it came with jealousy, betrayal, even murder. within their own ranks.
Wow.
Money didn't create those problems, but it certainly amplified them.
It's like that saying, money doesn't change people, it just magnifies who they already are.
Exactly. And I think it ties into a larger issue, too, which is wealth disparity.
Mm-hmm.
G's examples, they highlight the tension, the mistrust that can exist when there are these vast economic differences.
Right.
And so those seemingly personal betrayals almost become symptoms of a bigger societal issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And G doesn't stop there, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes on to challenge this whole knowledge is power idea. He argues that textbook knowledge can only take you so far, using MMA fighters as an example. What's your take on that? Is he just glorifying rule breakers for the sake of it?
Well, it's important to remember, I think with G, he's speaking from experience.
Right.
Not always from a textbook.
Yeah.
But I think he's onto something here. He specifically talks about Mike Tyson, who completely disregarded traditional boxing styles, and Tyson's wild, aggressive approach.
Yeah.
Initially, it got him labeled as undisciplined,
Right.
and yet he became a champion by breaking the mold.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yeah.
Tyson also had inherent talent and power. It wasn't just the rule breaker.
Right. So it's not about throwing out the textbooks,
Right.
but it's recognizing their limitations. There's value in both, depending on the field.
Precisely. Formal knowledge gives you a framework, right?
Yeah.
But real-world experience, adaptability, those are often what set the rule breakers apart.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like the difference between, studying art history
Yeah.
and actually picking up a paintbrush and doing it?
Right. Totally. Yeah.
There's a difference there.
Absolutely. Yeah. You can't learn everything from a book. And you can't just go in blind all the time. So, yeah, finding that balance is key.
Exactly.
Which, speaking of balance, leads us to that very unexpected tangent on language.
Right.
Who knew Darren Gee was such a grammar enthusiast?
Oh, no.
1 minute we're talking about wealth and success. The next, he's dissecting the pronunciation of look versus book. He even plays a clip of someone saying book in a way that makes you think twice,
Right. This is where I think we see that, Gee's playful side comes out a little.
Yeah.
But it also reveals, I think, a deeper point he's making, right? He uses this seemingly trivial example to illustrate how easily we kind of accept things at face value.
Right.
Even something as, as fundamental as language. He's challenging us to kind of question our assumptions,
Yeah.
to not just blindly accept what we're told or even what we think we know.
And he's not wrong. I mean, English pronunciation can be notoriously inconsistent.
Yeah.
Look and book, it does make you wonder.
Right.
Yeah, it's strange.
It's classic G, right? He's finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, in a way.
Yeah.
This little detour, it speaks volumes about his approach to, to everything, I think. He's constantly kind of, prodding, questioning,
Yeah.
turning things on their head to see them from a different angle.
And you know what? I find it kind of refreshing. He doesn't sugarcoat things. He doesn't shy away from bold opinions. It can be jarring, even uncomfortable at times.
But it's like that saying, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's not afraid to be the one who's like, All right, let's bring up some of these uncomfortable truths, even if it, ruffles a few feathers along the way.
He definitely keeps you on your toes. But I think that's part of what makes this clip so compelling, right? You have to listen actively, engage with his arguments, even if you don't always agree. It's a workout for your brain, in a way.
Exactly, yeah. He's forcing us to kind of confront our own biases, to think critically about things we might otherwise take for granted,
Mm-hmm.
And that's valuable. It's so easy to get caught up in our own echo chambers, right?
Oh, yeah?
Surrounded by people who think exactly like us.
Yeah.
And G he throws a wrench in that machinery.
For sure. He's a disruptor. But that disruption can be a catalyst for growth, for self-reflection. So as we come to the end of this deep dive, what threads can we pull together? What's the kind of overarching takeaway from this whirlwind of ideas?
Well, we've gone from the power of money to the limits of knowledge with the little linguistic puzzle thrown in for good measure. It's a lot to process, I have to say.
Okay.
What resonates most with you from all this? For me, I think it's the reminder that true understanding comes from really engaging with different perspectives.
Yeah.
Even those that challenge our comfort zones a little bit.
Right.
And Guy's unafraid to be provocative, right?
Yeah.
To kind of push buttons. But I think that's what sparks debate. And debate, well, that's where real learning happens.
Yeah, it's like he's holding up a distorted mirror to society in a way, forcing us to confront these uncomfortable truths about wealth, knowledge, even the way we use language, like you were saying.
Yeah, and that discomfort, I think, it can be a really powerful catalyst for growth.
Right.
Like, it makes you question your own assumptions, reassess your values.
For sure.
Do you buy into this idea that money changes everything? Are you relying too heavily on textbook knowledge? These are questions worth pondering, I think.
Absolutely. So to the listener who sent this in, hopefully you're enjoying this deep dive as much as we are. We want to know, what's your takeaway here? Are you team textbook or are you out there rewriting the rules? Hit us up on social media. Let us know what you think. We'll feature some of your responses on our next episode.
Yeah, until then, keep exploring, keep questioning, and never be afraid to dive deep, right?
Dive deep into that Darren Gee content. This has been great. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, this was fun.
All right, so today we're really diving into something different. We're going to be hearing from Darren Gee.
Okay.
This guy, he's a former inmate from the UK, and he's got some stories. We're going to be talking about, well, it gets kind of heavy, actually. Unsolved murders.
Oh.
The pressure to stay loyal to your people.
Oh, I see.
And honestly, some stuff that even made him question his own beliefs, you know?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, it's intense. And full disclosure, Darren Gee, he was involved in some serious stuff. So his perspective, you know, it's coming from that world.
Right.
We're not here to tell you what to think about him, just to kind of, I don't know, listen in.
Yeah.
It's like a conversation you wouldn't normally hear, you know, and it can be a little, well, uncomfortable at times. But I think it says a lot about, I don't know, human nature when things get rough. Absolutely.
One of the things that really gets to D is the whole thing with unsolved murders in Liverpool. Like, he's really fired up about it, especially when it comes to young guys getting killed.
Yeah, I bet.
And he keeps coming back to this code of silence thing. He sees it as a huge problem. Like, it's stopping people from getting justice, you know?
It's like that stop snitching mentality, right?
Exactly. It's like this unspoken rule, and he thinks people are just too scared to speak up, even when it means, well, a killer gets away with it.
Yeah, and you can see how that would be so frustrating for him, especially if he's seen it firsthand.
Oh, definitely he has. And it's heartbreaking because he gives these real examples, you know, like young Cox, I think her name was Alice Cox, just 19 years old, shot dead. Nobody's talking.
And then there's this other case, young Sam. He's convinced people know what happened, but they won't say anything.
Yeah. It's like this loyalty thing again, right?
Right. And you know, it's going to be tough. Like, what would make you break that code? What would make you risk it all to do what's right? Makes you think.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation. Absolutely.
You know, it's almost like this impossible choice, you know, loyalty or truth. And no matter which side you choose, there's these heavy consequences. And it's funny because he even brings up this woman who, like, stood up to someone in power, went viral, the whole deal.
Oh, right, right.
And his take is kind of cynical. He thinks she was more into the fame than, like, what might happen because she spoke out, you know?
Which, I don't know, makes you think about his own experiences with trust and betrayal. It's like this constant battle between doing what's right and staying loyal, even when it's hard.
Yeah, and especially in that world, like, those choices aren't theoretical, you know? It's life or death.
Exactly. And he doesn't hold back even about stuff that's really, like, disturbing. For example, he talks about this time when he met a transgender inmate, and you can tell it really messed with his head.
Wow.
Like, he describes this encounter, right? And it's almost like, I don't know, you can hear it in his voice, you know, the shock.
Yeah.
He even says he felt, like, uncomfortable, even scared, because it was just so different from anything he'd experienced before.
Right.
It's like this whole other side of prison life that, I don't know, we don't really think about that much, you know?
And it's really important to remember that even in prison, where there's already so much hardship, like you said, lack of freedom, on top of that, you have these groups that are even more marginalized.
Right.
Transgender inmates, they really face an uphill battle. You know, they have to deal with discrimination, limited health care, and oftentimes a much higher risk of violence.
Yeah.
So as harsh as Gee's reaction might sound, it does reflect the reality of their situation.
Yeah, it's like his whole world is getting flipped upside down, you know? Like, he talks about how this inmate seemed to, like, switch between being, like, one gender and then another. And that really freaked him out, you know? And it plays into all these stereotypes about transgender people that are just, well, they're just not true.
It's true, and we really need to challenge those stereotypes. You
Yeah.
know? Because they're harmful. I mean, to say that being transgender is about being unstable or two-faced, that's just not fair.
Right.
And it just creates more fear and misunderstanding We need to do better than that.
So how do we, I don't know, how do we balance this? Like, how do we recognize that it's okay to feel uncomfortable sometimes, but also, like, be empathetic and understanding, especially towards people who are already dealing with so much?
Well, I think it starts with recognizing that discomfort often comes from not knowing, from being unfamiliar with something.
Right.
And in Guy's case, it's coming from a place of limited exposure and, let's be real, some societal biases that run pretty deep.
Yeah.
But it's an opportunity, right, to learn, to understand the complexities of gender identity, and honestly, to see the resilience of these individuals who are navigating such a tough system.
It's about, like, opening our minds a little bit, you know?
Exactly.
And maybe, just maybe, if we're willing to listen to these stories, even the tough ones, we can start to break down some of those walls and create a world that's a little more, I don't know, humane,
Absolutely.
more just, both inside and outside of prison.
For sure.
But you know what? Let's circle back to this whole code of silence thing for a minute, because it's not just about protecting people who've done bad things, right? It's
Yeah.
about, like, navigating a whole system where loyalty is everything, even if it means, like, compromising your own sense of what's right.
Exactly. And what's fascinating is that this code, it plays out differently depending on where you stand within the prison hierarchy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, for someone like G, who was already deep in that life, loyalty to his crew, his brothers, that probably came before anything else, even the law, even basic morality.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he even compares it to that story we talked about earlier, the woman who, like, went viral, remember?
Yeah.
Like, he's implying that she was more interested in the attention than the potential consequences of speaking out, which makes you think about his own experiences with trust and betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
It's this constant push and pull, between doing the right thing and being loyal to the people you rely on.
Absolutely. And in an environment like prison, where the stakes are so high,
Yeah.
every single decision, every interaction is loaded with risk. It forces you to question everything and everyone.
Man, so I gotta ask, in a world where staying silent is like gold and loyalty is everything, how do you find the courage to speak up?
Right.
How do you do what you think is right, even when it means putting yourself in danger?
That's the million-dollar question. And unfortunately, there's no simple answer. But I think a good starting point is trying to understand why this code exists in the first place.
Okay.
What are the historical and social factors that keep it going?
Right.
And maybe, just maybe, if we understand those things, we can start to break it down from the inside out.
It's about addressing the root causes, not just the symptoms, right?
Exactly.
So if you zoom out a little bit, what does Darren Guy's experience tell us about justice, about loyalty, about making really difficult choices when things are tough? Like, what does it say about us as humans when we're pushed to the edge?
It's a harsh reminder that the lines between right and wrong, loyalty, betrayal, it's all blurry, especially in a place like prison.
Yeah.
It forces us to really look at ourselves, our own biases, our capacity for both good and bad. And it makes us ask, what would I do if I were in that situation?
Wait.
Tough questions.
Yeah, they are tough questions. It's easy to get lost in all that darkness, right? Like PG's story, there's just so much violence, betrayal, this constant fight to survive.
Yeah.
But there's also this, I don't know, Shrek there, this resilience. Like, he's determined to find something good, even in the worst possible situation.
Absolutely. And that's what makes his story so powerful. It's about the human spirit, Even when you're locked up, stripped of your freedom, there's still this ability to grow, to look inward, to question everything you thought you knew.
And he really wrestles with some heavy stuff, Like, his whole idea of justice, right and wrong, especially when it comes to that code of silence, that loyalty he feels towards other inmates. It's like he's battling with himself, trying to make sense of a world that just feels so messed up.
And that's where real change comes from, isn't it? That willingness to ask those tough questions, to challenge your own beliefs, even when it's painful. I think Guy's journey, even though it's extreme, it teaches us that sometimes we grow the most in the darkest places, when we're forced to confront the hard truths.
Yeah, it's like looking in a mirror, right? Sometimes you don't like what you see, but you gotta face it. So as we kind of wrap up this deep dive into Darren Guy's world, what would you say is, like, the most important thing for people to take away from his story? What do you want them to remember?
I'd say it's about understanding, not judging. Guy's perspective, it might make us uncomfortable, but it forces us to see a side of life that we don't usually get to see. It reminds us that everyone has their own story, shaped by things we can't even imagine. And maybe, just maybe, if we listen to those stories, really listen, with open hearts and minds, we can start to close the gap between us.
It's powerful message. And it goes way beyond prison walls, you know? So to everyone listening, the next time you come across something that challenges your beliefs, remember Darren Gee, remember the weight of silence, the pull of loyalty, and the power of empathy to shed light on even the darkest parts of humanity.
All right, so today we're going deep undercover into the world of international organized crime. And,
Buckle up.
yeah, it's high stakes, high profile players. We're talking about a potential criminal empire teetering on the brink, all because of these whispers of betrayal and one man's potential deal with the devil.
I think that's what makes this so fascinating. We're not talking about just some small-time crook, right? This is Daniel Kinahan.
Oh, right, yeah.
A name that's synonymous with a vast network of illegal activities.
Right.
Someone who, up until recently, seemed untouchable.
Yeah, and that's where our source comes in, a YouTube commentator known as Ryan M.A., and I know what you're thinking, right, YouTube, but hold on, this isn't your average, commentator. Ryan M.A. seems to have genuine insight into this shadowy world, and he's piecing together this really captivating and honestly kind of unnerving narrative.
It's wild. What he's suggesting is that Daniel Kinahan might actually be cooperating with international authorities.
Wow.
Turning informant on his own organization.
Really?
And it's not like we're talking about some low-level enforcer flipping on his crew, right? We're talking about someone who was potentially at the very top.
Right, the top of the food chain.
Yeah, of a global criminal syndicate.
Wow. So for those who maybe aren't as familiar, like, who is Daniel Kinahan? What are we talking about here?
So we're talking about a guy who allegedly climbed the ranks of organized crime,
Right.
became this major player in international drug trafficking, money laundering, you name it.
Right.
His name was whispered in connection with it.
So this powerful figure, but then things start to take a turn. He ends up in the crosshairs of law enforcement, right? Facing this U.S. warrant and mounting pressure from, like, all these different international agencies.
And that, I think, is where it gets really interesting, because what Ryan M.A. suggests is that this pressure might have forced Kinahan's hand,
Oh, interesting.
leading him to make a deal.
Oh.
A deal to give information.
In exchange.
Yeah, in exchange for leniency.
Oh, I see.
And it's a classic tactic, right? You see this in law enforcement all the time to try to dismantle large criminal organizations. Target the head, apply the pressure, offer a way out.
Right.
Classic.
So what kind of information are we talking about here that Kinahan could even provide?
I mean, we're talking about years of meticulously built connections, operations that span continents, the kind of intel that could bring down...
Like dominoes?
Yeah, an entire criminal empire.
Wow.
It'd be crazy.
So how does Ryan M.A. make this connection between Kinahan and all of this?
So he points out this series of raids and arrests, specifically targeting properties and individuals linked to Kinahan's network.
Okay.
And they're all happening with this level of precision that suggests there's got to be some inside knowledge.
Somebody's talking.
Somebody's talking. And what's fascinating is how Ryan M.A. ties this back into a pattern he'd noticed before, which is wherever Kinahan traveled, major boxing events, these alleged criminal activities seem to follow. Dubai, then Saudi Arabia. It's like he's leaving a trail.
Interesting.
Intentional or not, right.
Yeah.
But it's there.
So those locations are now being targeted.
Exactly. It's almost like someone took a map, right?
Right.
Highlighted the key spots and handed it right over to the authorities.
Wow. So if this is a calculated takedown, like with Kinahan's cooperation, what does that say about his motivations? Why do that? Did he just feel like he had no other choice?
I mean, was he backed into a corner, like the walls are closing in?
Nowhere else to go.
Had to turn on his own organization.
Yeah, and what would even drive someone to make that choice? I mean, you're talking about betraying the very people that you built this empire with, putting their lives at risk, potentially. I mean, we're talking about a world where loyalty is paramount. Betrayal, I mean, that's usually met with some pretty swift and brutal retribution.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fascinating psychological puzzle trying to, unravel the mindset of someone like Kinahan. Did he see this as his only option for survival? A calculated risk? Trying to salvage something from this wreckage?
Yeah, because it's got to be pretty bad if this is the choice, right?
Right.
To give up everything you've worked for.
Right. Or was this, like Ryan M.A. suggests, like a deeper game, a preemptive strike to try to control the narrative?
Yeah.
Maybe hoping to, like, lessen the blowback that's coming his way.
Interesting. So playing both sides.
Maybe. Who knows? And this is where things get really interesting, because we're talking about a world where information is currency, right?
Right.
And the most valuable kind often comes at a steep price: trust, loyalty,
Yeah,
even lives.
for sure.
So if Kinahan is cooperating,
Yeah.
it's not just his own fate hanging in the balance,
Oh, no.
but everyone connected to him.
It's like that scene in The Wire, where the walls are closing in on Stringer Bell.
Oh, yeah.
1 minute you're calling the shots, the next, your whole operation is being dismantled.
Like a house of cards.
Yeah.
It's just totally.
Just completely falling apart.
Yeah, and this is where I think Ryan May's analysis is so smart.
Okay.
Because he's saying someone like Kinahan, who has built his empire on calculated risks, on strategy, he wouldn't just crumble under pressure.
Sure. Yeah.
He would have a contingency plan.
So even facing those U.S. charges,
Oh, absolutely.
he might have seen cooperation as a strategic move.
Yeah,
That's a big gamble.
it is. It is a bold play. To understand why, I think we got to delve a bit deeper into the world of international law enforcement, right?
Okay.
Because it's not just one agency going after this guy.
Right.
They're talking about multiple countries, each one with their own laws, their own agendas.
Oh, wow. So it's like a global game of chess
It really is.
with Kinahan stuck in the middle.
Exactly. And in that game, information is king.
Right. Yeah.
So by offering valuable intel, Kinahan could be playing these agencies against each other,
Oh, wow.
trying to secure himself a better outcome.
So like a reduced sentence, maybe?
Yeah. Maybe immunity for some crimes.
Wow.
Maybe even protection
Some curves.
from the people who want revenge.
That's high stakes,
High stakes, high reward.
but also risky. Right.
Mm.
I mean, what if the authorities don't hold up their end of the bargain? What if his old crew finds out?
Oh, it's incredibly risky.
Yeah.
But again, this is a man who built his empire on risk.
Right.
Ryan M.A. points out there have been cases
Yeah.
where these notorious criminals, they managed to strike deals,
Yeah.
disappear into witness protection,
Wow.
live out their days quietly.
So it's possible.
It's possible.
It's not unheard of.
And the success really comes down to how good the information is. The more damaging,
Right.
the more leverage you have. And in Kinahan's case, we're talking about potentially unraveling this entire network, right? Financial flows, the key players, everything.
Just this treasure trove of data.
Oh, yeah. Years of meticulously guarded secrets.
Years and years.
And that's why Ryan M.A. thinks this is just the beginning.
Oh, wow.
If Kinahan's cooperating, we're going to see more raids,
Yeah.
more arrests, more crazy revelations as they follow these breadcrumbs.
Like, if you come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they're coming for his entire world.
Everything. But I also think it's interesting to think about the ripple effect, right?
Yeah.
Imagine the paranoia within Kinahan's old network.
Oh, yeah.
Every phone call.
Every text. You don't know who to trust.
Right, who's the rat?
Right.
And that's the real power of an informant like this. It's not just the immediate damage, it's the long-term destabilization that can cripple these networks.
It's like, that moment in a heist movie where the crew, they think they're home free.
Right, they're about to get away with it.
And bam,
Right.
SWAT team bursts in.
Right.
But in this case, the guy who left the door open, it's the supposed mastermind.
It's wild. If Kinahan is really playing this long game,
Yeah.
it's a level of cold calculation that's hard to even imagine.
And we can't forget what's at stake here.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just about money or power. We're talking about people's lives. I mean, if even half of what Ryan M.A. is saying is true,
Yeah.
there are people out there who would see Kinahan's cooperation as a death sentence.
Oh, absolutely. In that world, betrayal is a very dangerous game.
Oh, yeah.
And there are no guarantees, not even for the informant.
Right. So it's like a game of cat and mouse,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't know who's who
Exactly.
and who's going to make the next move.
Right. It could be anyone.
And this is where I have to ask, and maybe this is like the true crime fan in me talking, but if Kinahan did make this decision, who does he even talk to about that? Who's advising him?
Right. Who's the consigliere in this whole thing?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a good question. You could imagine, the lawyers, the fixers, maybe even family members who are in the loop.
That's right.
But the reality is we'll probably never know, right? Those conversations are happening in the shadows.
Deep, deep in the shadows. So how does that change those relationships? If you've built your whole life on secrecy and then, potentially betrayal, can you ever really trust anyone again?
It's a good point. Ryan M.A. talks about this, how even if Kinahan survives all of this, right? Even if he escapes the worst of it, he's always going to be looking over his shoulder,
Living in fear.
right? who's coming for him next.
Man, to have all that, all the power, the wealth,
Yeah.
but to live in constant fear, that's almost Shakespearean.
It really is. And I think it speaks to a bigger point about power.
Okay.
How fragile it can be, how easily it can all crumble.
Yeah.
And Kinahan's story, if true, it's a reminder that no one above the law or the consequences.
Well, there you have it. Our deep dive into the world of international organized crime, alleged betrayals, and the potential collapse of an empire.
It's a story with more twists and turns than we can even keep track of.
And it's not over yet.
Not even close. But one thing's for sure, the world of global crime might never be the same.
And to anyone listening who thinks they've got it all figured out, remember, sometimes the truth is a lot stranger than fiction. Until next time, stay informed, stay curious, and we'll catch you on the next deep dive.
You guys wanted a deep dive on life after prison, and wow, the YouTube video with Darren Gee you sent is intense. He really doesn't hold back.
Yeah, no, he definitely lays it all out there.
And it's really got me thinking about what it's actually like to try to re-enter society after being locked up, It's something we don't hear about a lot from the inside, firsthand.
Yeah, exactly. You only get these glimpses.
Yeah.
And they're often pretty sanitized. You know, they're not always...
Yeah. Oh, totally. Cleaned up for public consumption.
Right.
But this is raw. This is real deal.
Exactly.
One of the things that really got to me right off the bat was when Darren said the hardest part of his sentence wasn't even being behind bars. It was the aftermath, being out on parole. That was way worse for him.
Yeah, that's something you hear a lot, actually. And it makes sense when you think about the huge psychological adjustment it takes to go from prison, where everything is scheduled, controlled.
Totally regimented.
Yeah, to suddenly being thrown back into the world where you've got choices, temptations.
And responsibilities, too.
Exactly. And it's not like you get a handbook, And on top of that, you've got parole officers breathing down your neck, the constant fear that one slip-up lands you right back inside.
It's like this pressure cooker situation.
Yeah.
And Darren talked about that pressure, about constantly being tested, feeling provoked, but not being able to react the way he might have before,
Right. There's this whole, repressing your old self thing going on.
It just sounded, I don't know, almost soul-crushing.
And we can't forget the lack of support for people coming out of prison. Trying to find housing with a record is tough enough, let alone a job. And then you add these internal struggles into the mix. It's no wonder reintegration is such a struggle for so many.
And another thing that kind of blew my mind was how much the world changed while Darren was inside for those 12 years. 12 years, that's huge GE.
Yeah, talk about culture shock, right?
Seriously. I mean, he was even talking about just, figuring out smartphones and Wi-Fi, things we don't even think twice about.
Oh, totally.
I can't imagine trying to catch up on a decade's worth of tech, let alone everything else.
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about with cultural lag, right?
Yeah.
It's that disconnect you get when someone's been isolated from society, whether it's prison or even just, living off the grid for a while.
Yeah, for sure.
All those little changes add up.
Totally. So it's they come back and it's not just a different place, but it's a whole different world almost.
Exactly. And then imagine trying to rebuild your life with that feeling on top of the stigma of having a record.
Yeah.
It's a lot, more than just catching up.
You can really hear it in Darren's voice, he's been out for 8 years, but there's still this sense of not being totally settled.
Right.
And it really hits home that prison isn't a pause button. It's, I don't know, the impact of it just keeps going.
Oh, absolutely. The ripple effect is huge.
Later in the video, he talks about this run-in he had with this woman, Danielle Lowe.
Okay, yeah.
And it really got me thinking about how, relationships and past experiences can be these huge obstacles when you're trying to make a fresh start.
For sure. That social and emotional baggage doesn't just disappear, right?
Definitely not. And he's upfront that he's sharing his side, but you can tell there's this whole history, family stuff, bad blood, going way back.
Deep-seated stuff.
Yeah, and it's in that context that this incident happens. He says she almost hit him with her car.
Okay, so you've got this situation where, just understanding the backstory is crucial, right?
Yeah.
Because everything's loaded with all this past tension.
For sure.
We only have his perspective, but it shows how past actions can really follow you, even if you're trying to move forward.
It's he can't escape his past, even if he wanted to.
Absolutely. And it can make even the smallest interaction feel so much more loaded.
Exactly. If someone already sees you a certain way, it's hard to change that perception.
Oh, it's incredibly hard, and it can feel like you're constantly fighting an uphill battle.
And that's what happens with Danielle Lowe, at least according to Darren. He says she went to the cops and made up this whole story to get him in trouble, like to violate his parole.
Wow. So, again, we're seeing how his past is used against him, even if it's, potentially untrue.
Right. It's his word against hers, but because of his history.
It's immediately weighted differently.
Exactly. Though he does say he has video that he recorded the encounter on his phone because he was worried something like this might happen.
So he was aware of that power imbalance from the get-go, huh? But even with proof,
That might not be enough.
right, yeah, it's
Yeah.
a difficult situation.
It's like, even if you try to do the right thing, the past can still come back to haunt you. And it makes you wonder, how much does your word even count for when you've got that kind of baggage?
That's the heart of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trust, rebuilding that is so fragile, takes so much time and effort.
And this is where Darren's whole thing about snitching and street code comes into play.
Oh, right.
It's like he's constantly trying to figure out who's legit, who he can trust.
Because in that world, trust can be a liability.
Totally. And it's almost like he's operating under a totally different system of justice.
Well, that's legal cynicism, right? Where certain communities have this ingrained distrust of the legal system.
Yeah, like they've been let down so many times that they've got their own code.
Exactly, and it can create this cycle of, silence and mistrust.
Wow. It's a lot to unpack. And that's what really got me. It wasn't like he was glorifying that street life or anything.
Right.
If anything, he made it sound terrifying. Like all that paranoia, looking over your shoulder, never knowing who to trust.
It's a survival mechanism, yeah. But, man, it comes at a price.
Mm.
Always on edge, questioning everyone. It wears you down.
No kidding. And it really makes you think, how do we actually break that cycle? We've talked about how hard it is to come back from prison, the psychological impact, the lack of support, all that past baggage. And Darren's story, it just brings it all together, You can't help but feel for the guy.
Totally. And it underscores the need for a different approach, right? We can't just throw people back into society after years inside and expect them to thrive. They need practical help, sure, housing, jobs, but also that mental health support to help rebuilding those connections.
It's like he's trying to build a new life, but he's still carrying all that weight from the old one. It makes you wonder, what's our responsibility, right, as a society, to make that transition smoother, to actually give people a real second chance?
That's the question, isn't it? It's about shifting our whole mindset, not just punishment, but rehabilitation, reintegration, seeing the humanity in people who messed up, investing in their success, not just for them, but for everyone.
Wow. This deep dive into Darren Gee's story, it's really been eye-opening. So much to think about. The challenges, the systemic issues, the weight of the past really makes you appreciate how much work we still have to do. Thanks for joining me on this one, folks. I hope it gave you as much to chew on as it gave me. All right, so, today we're diving into something a little different, kind of unexpected. We're going deep, really deep, with a former gangster from Liverpool, this guy Darren Gee. And no, we're not glorifying crime here or anything like that.
Right, of course not.
Yeah, no, this is about, finding those unexpected nuggets of wisdom, right? And trust me, this guy, he's on YouTube on this channel called Scouse Sit Off, and let me tell you, he drops some serious truth bombs about addiction, family, deep stuff about personal growth. And it really makes you think.
What's so fascinating is, he's not running from his past, not at all, but he's also incredibly honest about where he's at now, and he's clearly chosen to really confront some seriously difficult, challenging stuff head on, which is, I don't know, kind of admirable in a way.
Yeah, and he's seen a lot, right? Done a lot.
Yeah.
And now he's just laying it all out there. And one of the things that really struck me, jumped out at me, was how he talks about stress, pressure. He's a big believer in facing those challenges, head on, not just trying to bury them or numb them, which, let's be real, we've all been tempted to do at some point, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so easy to fall into those avoidance traps. It's like our default setting sometimes.
Oh.
I think Gee's experience, though, it really, it highlights that. It throws it into sharp relief.
Yeah, and he doesn't sugarcoat it either. He's like, the only way you start coming away from your substances when you start loving yourself again. And I don't know, maybe you've heard that before, but coming from him, it just hits different.
It's powerful because it cuts right to the chase. Addiction often comes from this place of really deep down low self-worth.
Oh, interesting.
And it's using those substances to try to, I don't know, cope, paper over those really difficult emotions, try to numb the pain
Yeah.
of just not feeling good enough.
Yeah, it's not even well, and it's not even about just quitting the drugs, the alcohol, whatever it is. It's
Yeah.
about, like you said, addressing that need for self-love. It's
Mm.
kind of beautiful in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Seeing that brotherly love. But it gets really, really fast.
Yeah.
Because, gee, he doesn't shy away from tough love either. He talks about how, addicts, they can feel unloved even when their families, everyone around them is like desperate to help.
Right.
And it really makes you think about that line between support and enabling,
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, but it's true. Families, they can get so caught up in trying to protect their loved one, trying to protect them from hitting that rock bottom, that they actually end up cushioning the fall. And that just, it just prolongs the whole cycle.
Totally. You think you're building a safety net, but they just keep falling further and further.
Exactly.
Gee, he's a big advocate for setting boundaries, even if it seems harsh, even if it feels harsh in the moment.
It's about, I think, empowering the individual, right?
Uh,
Giving them the power to actually take responsibility for their own choices, their own recovery. It's like saying, look, I love you, but I can't let your addiction control my life too.
Right.
It's tough. Setting those boundaries, it's incredibly difficult, but it can be that thing that pushes them, that allows them to finally choose themselves.
It's true. It's so easy to listen to someone like Darren Gee, right? With his past, with everything he's been through, and think, well, that's his story. But the thing is, this stuff, it's universal, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Addiction, self-love, family dynamics. It's like we all deal with this, even if it looks different in our own lives.
100%. And I think what makes his story so powerful, so compelling, is that he's speaking from this place of, of lived experience. There's a realness and authenticity to what he's saying that just you don't always get.
You can tell he's not reading from a script. He's been in the trenches personally with his brother, and he's come out the other side.
And that it gives his words this weight, this depth that you can't ignore. He gets it. He understands the pull, the allure of addiction, but he also understands how grueling, how agonizing that journey to recovery is. And he's honest about both.
What about his approach, like with his brother? What really resonated with you? Is there anything, I don't know, you would have done differently, or maybe something you wish more people understood about these situations, about navigating these really tricky waters?
I think what really struck me was that recognition that he couldn't force his brother to change. Couldn't guilt him into it, shame him into it, love him into it.
Right.
All he could do was be there, offer that support, create a space where his brother felt safe enough to face his own demons,
Yeah.
And I think that's huge. It's a lesson, a powerful lesson for anyone who's ever loved someone who's struggled with addiction.
It's that saying, right? You can lead a horse to water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they have to make that choice. But how we show up, how we as loved ones show up during that process, that's what matters. That can make all the difference. And it's not easy. It's about offering support without enabling. It's about holding them accountable, but with love, with compassion. It's a delicate dance, for sure.
It's about, like you said, meeting them where they're at, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's about recognizing that they have the power, the agency to make their own choices, even when those choices, even when they've been, hurtful or harmful.
It's tough, but it's true. So we're getting to the end of this deep dive, and I gotta say, this one really got me thinking. It's not every day you get these kind of life lessons from, well, a former gangster on YouTube.
It's funny how that happens, though, how sometimes that wisdom, those insights, they come from the most unexpected places.
Right. Like you'd never think, no, it's like you said, the only way you start coming away from your substances is when you start loving yourself again.
Man, that's a message I think we could all use a little more of these days.
100%. It's foundational, isn't it? That self-love. It's like the bedrock for everything else. It's when we can accept ourselves, have compassion for ourselves, That's where the real healing, the growth, the positive change, that's where it all begins. That's a good place to leave it, I think. So, to everyone listening, as you go about your day, maybe this deep dive will spark a thought or two. Think about it. What unexpected sources of wisdom have you come across in your life? And how can you take that message of self-love, that idea of facing your challenges head on? How can you bring that into your own journey? You might be surprised by what you find.
All right, so buckle up, because today we're going deep, deep into the world of gang life,
Oh, yeah.
but with a twist.
Okay.
We're talking about Darren Gee, former leader of the infamous Strand Gang out of Liverpool.
Right, right.
And this isn't your typical crime story.
Okay.
We're going way deeper using Gee's own words, and we have the YouTube transcript right here to explore how someone living in that world, a life completely surrounded by violence, how does that change your idea of things like loyalty, respect, family?
Well, it's so interesting because even after years of, basically living by a completely different code than most of us, these reflections, I think they give us this really unique window into like these universal human needs, like that need to belong, wanting respect, how hard it is to actually break free from your past.
You really hit it on the head, because even for people like me, right, who can't even imagine, even beginning to imagine that life, his story, like, it just makes you think, well, what are the codes that I live by? What are the things that shape the choices that I make?
Absolutely.
Okay, so like right out of the gate, Gee talks about carrying a knife as a teenager.
Yeah.
Like it was, I don't know, like carrying your keys.
Right.
Just totally normal.
Just totally normal.
Part of life.
Part of life growing up.
And that's what I think is so fascinating about this.
Oh, yeah.
How violence just becomes completely normalized in certain environments.
Yeah.
And think about it. If you grow up and, violence is all around you, you're seeing used to solve problems, to assert dominance.
Like it's the answer. It starts to feel, well, inevitable, doesn't it?
Like there's that famous quote, what is it? Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent.
Yeah, yeah.
But in Gee's world, it's almost like it was the first refuge, not the last.
Right.
And he even says, like, he draws this straight line between being a victim of violence himself, and he was stabbed twice as a kid.
Oh, wow.
He says, once you've been wounded with a bladed article, it becomes more purposeful for you to wound someone else.
Wow.
It's kind of chilling when you think about it.
It really gets to the heart of that cycle of violence, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Where trauma, it's not just something that you go through. It becomes like part of how you see the entire world.
It's your worldview.
Yeah, and psychologists even have a name for it. Reactive aggression.
Respond to a threat with an even bigger threat, and it just keeps escalating.
And isn't that really what feeds directly into that whole victim mentality?
Oh, absolutely. He talks about that a lot. He says these young people, they feel this intense pressure to retaliate so that they don't appear weak. I mean, imagine everyone around you sees violence as strength, so you have to prove yourself.
Right.
It's such a powerful thing, and unfortunately very, very common.
He doesn't sugarcoat it at all either.
No.
Some of the language he uses is, it's raw.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to hear it.
Sure.
He says the minute he runs out and deals with it or retaliates, he doesn't feel like a victim anymore.
Right.
I mean, from a psychological point of view, what's going on there? Why is that feeling of agency?
Why is that so closely tied to aggression?
That is such a good question.
Yeah.
And it gets to the core of what we're talking about.
Right.
Remember, in these environments, showing vulnerability, that's weakness.
Oh, for sure.
So acting out violently, it becomes a way to regain control, regain power.
Right. Like it or not, it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, it's a coping mechanism.
But we have to understand that, right? If we want to actually break the cycle.
We do.
And it makes you think about, you always hear about giving young people a voice.
Yeah.
But what if it's not about just having a voice,
Yeah.
but feeling like you've got the power to actually use it?
Right.
Because with G, violence wasn't one option of many.
Right.
It was oftentimes the only option.
The only way to be heard.
Exactly.
And that's exactly it, isn't it? If violence is the only language that you're ever taught,
Right.
how can you even imagine other ways to communicate,
Right.
to solve a conflict, to stand up for yourself?
It limits your choices before you even know there are choices.
Exactly.
But okay, so then it gets even more complex.
Okay.
Because he makes this really interesting distinction between what he calls earned respect and then fear-based respect.
Okay.
And he says, and you can just hear it in his voice, he says, the respect that you take turns to hate.
Wow. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
He's talking about how unstable that kind of respect is. You can force people to submit, you can scare them into doing what you want, but that only lasts so long.
Because it's totally built on fear.
Exactly.
Not actual genuine respect.
Yeah. Not real admiration. Exactly.
So how does that then play into this idea of earned respect? Because he clearly thinks that's important.
Yeah.
But the way he went about getting it, well, let's just say there was room for improvement.
Right. Well, and this is where it gets tricky.
For sure.
For G, earning respect, it was about proving yourself through action.
Right.
Through never backing down, through loyalty, through doing absolutely whatever it took to protect the people you cared about.
Right.
Now, of course, in his world, that often meant violence.
Yeah.
But I think there's a deeper principle here.
Okay.
One that we see even outside of, gang life.
You mean like the idea that respect has to be earned?
Yes, exactly.
That it's not just given to you?
It's a two-way street, It's about integrity, it's about being consistent, and most importantly, making sure your actions and your words, they match up.
And what I find so fascinating is that here's G, someone who lived by this code of violence for so long.
Right.
And it seems like he's starting to question that.
It just seemed that way.
He's questioning that very code.
Yeah.
It really makes you wonder, is that what he's looking for now? Like a new way to earn respect,
Yeah.
a different code to live by.
It's a really good question. And I think, he actually says something in this interview. He says, I'm starting to realize what can offend people and I'm trying to address it, which kind of suggests that he's thinking about this stuff, right?
It does.
Like he wants to change. And that's kind of hopeful, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, because if even someone like who has lived a life, so deeply rooted in violence, if even he can start to question things.
Yeah.
It gives you hope that change is possible, that people can change.
Absolutely. It reminds us that people are complicated.
For sure.
They're not just one thing.
Right.
And that even someone, labeled a gang leader can still grow and change.
But going back to this whole idea of earned respect for a minute.
Okay.
It comes up again when he talks about his family, and especially his older brother.
Right.
And it's almost like it's kind of funny in a dark way.
Okay.
He talks about how his older brother would always side with his friends.
Oh, wow.
Even when G and his other brother were obviously in the wrong.
So it's like, even when it came to family.
Oh, yeah, like loyalty to a fault,
Right. And I think that's such a great example of how loyalty, which we think of as a good thing.
Right, of course.
It can get really complicated. Like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, where do you draw the line?
Right. When does loyalty to one person
Or one group.
one idea blind you to everything else?
Like in the case of D's brother,
Yeah.
it sounds like he was so loyal to his friends, to that bond that they had,
Yeah.
that he completely missed the bigger picture.
Right. Like he couldn't even see what his brothers needed.
Exactly.
That's tough, and we all face that, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Like those competing loyalties, trying to figure out what's more important.
It's that pull, that constant pull.
Yeah, and it makes you think about the messages we get about loyalty, right? Like
Yeah.
from our families growing up,
Totally.
our cultures, the things we see on TV. Like sometimes those messages are pretty messed up.
They really are.
We're told to never question, that disagreeing is like betrayal.
Yeah, like blind loyalty, that's what they call it.
Right, but to me, real loyalty, it requires you to think for yourself.
Yeah.
To see the good and the bad and to still make a choice.
And maybe more importantly, being able to see when someone's using that loyalty against you.
Oh, 100%.
To control you, to manipulate you.
Absolutely. And that takes us right back to the respect that you take.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't last. It's built on fear, and it always ends badly.
Resentment, even hatred.
Yeah, and that's why we need to build environments where respect is something you earn, not something you can just demand or take from someone.
A place where people feel safe to speak up.
Yes.
To disagree, to actually be vulnerable, without being afraid.
Absolutely, because if there's one thing we can learn from Guy's story,
Yeah.
it's that violence, even when you think it's the only way, it never really solves anything.
It just doesn't, it's a symptom of a much bigger problem.
Exactly, a breakdown in communication, empathy, all those things.
So if we want to show young people, especially those who feel like violence is their only choice.
Yeah.
If we want to show them that there are other ways to earn respect, to find that sense of belonging, where do we even start?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It really is.
And there's no easy answer, I don't think.
Right.
But I think it starts with understanding, understanding why, understanding the psychology behind it, and then showing them that there are other ways to tell their stories.
It's like changing the narrative, right?
Exactly.
Changing the narrative. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
But like, how do we actually do that? I mean, you're talking about young people who have only ever known violence,
Right.
environments where it's so ingrained, it's like, I don't know, it's in the water.
Right. Well, we have to start creating spaces,
Okay.
places where they don't feel like they have to use their fists to be heard,
To be seen, yeah.
to be seen, to be respected.
Yeah, like actual support systems.
Right. Exactly. Give them the tools to deal with conflict in a healthy way.
Show them what's possible.
Show them, yeah, exactly. Like, you can be strong and empathetic.
Right.
You can stand up for yourself without putting someone else down.
It's funny because even he talks about how,
Right.
earned respect can actually be because love.
Yeah.
And when I first heard him say that, I thought, wow, okay, I mean,
It's kind of amazing, right?
this is coming from a guy who,
Right.
spent his life in this incredibly violent world.
Living by a completely different code.
Yeah, and yet here he is talking about love.
I think it shows you how much we all crave that connection.
Yeah.
That feeling of belonging, something real.
That goes deeper than
Deeper than fear, deeper than power, exactly.
yeah, and it makes you think about all those headlines.
Right.
Those stories we always hear about gang violence.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy to just dismiss these people, to label them,
Yeah, write them off.
But Guy's story, I don't know, it's like a reminder that there's always more to the story
There is. There's always more than meets the eye.
that meets the eye. Yeah, like these are real people
They are.
with real emotions, real struggles.
And that's the key, right? Because, look, I'm not condoning violence,
Of course not.
but if we can understand what drives it,
Yeah.
what those deeper needs are, maybe then we can start to actually address the problem.
So instead of just asking, how could someone do this?
Yeah.
We start asking, well, what can we do to stop it from happening?
What can we do exactly?
What kind of world are we creating,
It's about changing our whole perspective, right?
Yeah, like a 180-degree turn.
Less about punishment, more about understanding.
Compassion over judgment.
Exactly. It's not an easy road.
No, definitely not.
But it's a road worth taking.
It is, and it's a powerful message.
Yeah,
And honestly, I think it's something we could all use a little more of,
for sure.
no matter who you are, where you come from.
Absolutely.
So as we kind of wrap up this deep dive into Darren Guy's world, it leaves you thinking,
Yeah.
if earned respect can really become love,
Mm-hmm.
even in the most unexpected places,
Mm-hmm.
what can we do in our own lives
Right.
to start building a world where love actually has a chance?
Where violence isn't the answer.
And violence isn't the answer. Exactly. It's something to think about.
It is.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how sometimes you get this nagging feeling and it's like you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg with a certain news story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today's topic is definitely one of those. We're talking about the Youth Secure Unit System.
Okay.
We're going deep on this, but specifically focusing on one person's experience, their observations as shared in this YouTube video excerpt we found.
And that's a really critical point to start with, right? This is just one perspective, one slice of a much, much larger, and let's be honest, a very complex system.
Totally. It's like we hear about these facilities, right? These secure units, but it's usually when something bad happens,
Right.
So it's like, what about the day-to-day realities for the young people who are actually living in those places?
Yeah.
Our source today, he claims to pull back the curtain on that. And honestly, some of what he describes is, well, it's intense, especially when it comes to transparency, or should I say the lack of it.
Yeah, it's what I find so fascinating is how this source, he keeps coming back to this idea, and it's like the inner workings of this whole youth care system, it's almost like it's intentionally obscured.
Right.
He uses this phrase, and I'm quoting here, everything to do with kids flies under the radar. Almost like these systems operate with this crazy level of secrecy that makes it almost impossible to really monitor what's actually happening inside.
Yeah, and it's like he actually argues that all these laws and regulations, while they're well-intentioned, he's saying that they might actually be part of the problem.
Oh, interesting.
Because it's like they create this false sense of security, right? It's like we assume that everything is fine because there are rules.
Right.
But without transparency, how can we be sure those rules are even being followed?
Exactly.
And more importantly, what does that say about who these systems are really designed to protect?
It raises really uncomfortable questions about the power dynamics at play and about accountability, right? If it's this hard for people on the outside, even family members, to get a clear picture of what's going on, Are these systems truly accountable to anyone? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's a little unsettling, right? Like you start to wonder if it's that hard to get information, what else might be going on that we don't know about?
Exactly.
And that leads us to the source's account of what he claims is happening to these kids, especially when it comes to like physical restraint techniques.
Yeah.
And it's rough.
Yeah, it's not just the claims themselves, right? But it's the language that he uses. It really paints this vivid and honestly disturbing picture.
Right.
He uses phrases like picked up off his, then thrown around like a plazy bag, marched into the corner, twist you up. I mean, these aren't like, clinical terms from a textbook.
Right.
It's raw, it's visceral, and it really speaks to a potential level of force being used that's concerning, to say the least.
It's tough to hear, absolutely. And he even goes so far as to suggest that some staff, I don't know, maybe even looking for opportunities to use force, like they're looking for an excuse. I don't know.
That's a heavy accusation.
It is, it is.
And it's one that we have to be careful not to oversimplify, It's critical to remember that this is one person's experience. But it does raise a super important question. Even if those examples of force that he describes, even if those were considered justified, by some internal metric, what is that doing to a young person psychologically and emotionally?
Yeah.
Especially when you consider the fact that a lot of these kids are coming from backgrounds where violence or instability was already the norm.
And that's where his argument about emotional well-being really hit me. He talks about this 14-year-old kid who was denied a phone call to his family.
Oh, wow.
And he's not just saying this as like a one-off incident,
Right.
He's saying this to illustrate a larger pattern of what he sees as like systemic emotional neglect.
And I think that's a crucial distinction, right? He's not just talking about, oh, this staff member was mean to this kid.
Right.
He's suggesting a systemic failure to, meet the basic emotional needs of these young people, which honestly can be just as damaging as any physical harm.
Right. Because you put yourself in those shoes,
Okay.
right? You're young. You're in a stressful, unfamiliar environment. You're probably scared. I mean, I would be. And all you want is to connect with somebody, somebody who cares.
Absolutely, yeah.
And to be met with indifference or even worse, hostility, during what's probably already a traumatic experience. I mean, that's going to leave a mark,
Sure.
And he touches on this briefly, but he mentions a documentary, I think it was about a mental hospital, where they were keeping these young girls isolated. And they could only talk to people through, like, shatterproof glass.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's drawing a parallel. Like, this is bigger than just one facility. It's indicative of a much larger problem within these systems as a whole.
Right. And again, we have to be super careful about making broad generalizations based on just, a few anecdotes. But it does make you wonder, right? Like, if these examples of potential mistreatment, both physical and emotional, are as common as he says they are, then what does that say about the systems themselves?
And this is where it gets even more, complicated.
Yeah.
Because he starts talking about how this, potential for mistreatment, both physical and emotional, it can actually make the very problems these secure units are trying to fix, even worse. It's like he's describing this cycle of mistreatment.
Yeah, and this idea of a cycle, it's so important to understanding his perspective. He's basically saying that so many of these kids, they're coming from these backgrounds where they've already experienced major trauma, right? Abuse, neglect, all of the things that might have even led them to being in the system in the first place.
Right.
And then he's suggesting that they're put into this whole other environment where those same patterns of trauma, it's they're being repeated or even reinforced.
Right. So instead of breaking the cycle, it's like he says the system is perpetuating it. Those were his words.
Exactly. And it really makes you think if a young person has only ever experienced violence or crazy instability as a way of controlling them, and then they experience those things again, but this time it's in the system that's supposed to be helping them, I mean, what message does that send?
Yeah, for sure.
How are they supposed to learn to trust or to heal or to even imagine a different way of living,
It's a bleak picture, I'm not going to lie. And he really drives his point home when he tells this personal anecdote. It's intense.
Yeah.
He talks about when he was incarcerated and he just felt so hopeless and unheard that he resorted to self-harm just to try and get anyone to notice him and what he needed.
Oh, wow. That's heavy.
It's really heartbreaking, honestly. And it's even worse when he describes how he says the guards reacted. It wasn't with concern or compassion. It's like he's saying they were just like indifferent.
Wow.
It's like even when he was at his most vulnerable, the system still failed him.
And you know what I find really insightful? It's how he compares his own reaction, right? Having already been through so much in the system, to how someone younger or more vulnerable might act in that same situation.
Right.
He's basically saying that someone who hasn't become numb to that level of harshness, they might totally fall apart in that situation.
Yeah, it's like he's saying the system itself, the way it is now, it might actually be making these behaviors worse, not better.
Right.
And that is scary.
It's terrifying. And it makes us really examine, what are we expecting from these types of places, you know?
Right.
Are they just there to punish, to control these kids, to just warehouse them? Or are they really about rehabilitation, about healing, about actually giving them a real chance to grow and change?
Right. Because if we're being honest, if the goal is to actually rehabilitate these kids, shouldn't we be coming at this whole thing from a totally different perspective?
100%.
Shouldn't compassion and understanding be the priority instead of just punishment and control all the time?
Absolutely. And I think that's what makes his story and what makes his whole perspective so important, you know?
Yeah.
It makes us really look at how disconnected things are between what these systems are saying they're doing and what's actually happening to these kids every day.
It's like we can't just sit back and be like, oh, the system will fix itself.
Yeah.
We have to actually, as a society, we have to demand better.
Yeah.
You know? We have to advocate for these kids who don't really have a voice.
And that starts by actually listening to the people who have experienced it firsthand, like the source that we're talking about today. His experience, while it's his own, should really be a wake-up call for all of us.
So to do what? What can we actually do? Where do we even begin with something this big? I know, it feels kind of overwhelming, you know? How do we even begin to untangle something this big, this ingrained?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, that's for sure. But I think the first thing is we have to realize that this isn't just going to fix itself. We can't just hope for the best. We have to be willing as a society to talk about this stuff, even if it's hard.
Yeah.
We have to be willing to shine a light on the fact that this is happening, and we have to demand better for these kids.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about, right? Demanding they're more transparent, holding them accountable, the total change in how they do things. But how? How do we make them do that? Who's actually in charge of making those changes?
Well, and I think this is important. It's not about blaming people. It's about realizing that we all have a part to play here. You know, we can start by educating ourselves about this stuff, actually listening to the people who have been through it and supporting those groups that are already doing the work.
So it's we need to make sure that the people who have experienced this, their voices are heard, right?
Exactly.
Our source, this guy we're talking about, I mean, his story was his experience, but it just shows that there are these big systemic problems that we can't just ignore.
And we have to do more than just acknowledge it, right? We need to be contacting our elected officials, these policymakers, anybody who has the power to actually change things.
And not just when something bad happens, right?
Right.
It's we have to try to prevent this from happening in the first place.
Exactly.
Investing in things for these communities, mental health resources, giving these kids a chance to get a good education, stuff that might keep them from ending up in these places to begin with.
That's exactly it. It's about being proactive, not reactive. If we really want to stop this cycle of mistreatment, we've got to start thinking about the well-being of these kids way before they ever even come close to one of these facilities.
It's about creating a world where it doesn't matter where you came from or what your situation is. Every young person feels seen, heard, valued.
Supported.
Right.
Yes. Exactly. Recognizing how much they're worth and creating systems that show that, systems that would rather see them heal and grow than punish and control.
So as we kind of wrap up this deep dive here, what's the one thing you really hope our listeners take away from all of this?
Honestly, I hope they come away from this realizing this is urgent and we all have to be a part of it. This isn't somebody else's problem to fix. It's on all of us. We can't just sit back and hope it gets better. We got to stay informed, stay engaged, and just keep fighting for a future where every kid, every single one has a chance to actually thrive.
Because at the end of the day, these aren't statistics or numbers on a piece of paper. You know, We're talking about real lives.
Yeah.
Kids with futures. And I think, if nothing else, that's what this guy's story, it reminds us of. It's he's calling on every single one of us to do something.
It's a call to listen, to learn, to act, and in the end, to build a world that is actually worthy of these young people and all they can be.
That's a great place to leave it.
All right. right, so today we're really diving into a tough one, this whole thing about the purpose of prison. Like, is it really about rehabilitation, or are we kidding ourselves?
It's a question people have been grappling with for, well, probably as long as prisons have been around, right?
Exactly. And we've got a really interesting perspective to dig into today.
Yeah, Darren Gee's story.
Yeah, he's a former prisoner himself, and he does not hold back on what he thinks needs to change.
And that's what makes his story so powerful. He's
Yeah.
been there, experienced it firsthand. So when he talks about the need for reform, you know it's coming from a place of deep understanding.
Right, so let's start with, like, who is Darren Gee? Why should we listen to this guy?
So Gee spent years navigating the prison system, saw it all, lived it. It wasn't theoretical for him, it was his reality.
And he's very clear, it sounds like, that he doesn't think it's working the way it should.
Oh, he's definitely got strong opinions about that. He really paints this picture of prison as like this pressure cooker. You've got all these different personalities, different offenses all thrown together.
And that can't be good for anyone, right? I mean, talk about a recipe for, I don't know, making things worse instead of better.
Exactly. He uses this analogy of a prison wing being like a house, but like a jam-packed house with 30 people all crammed in.
Okay, I get it. And not just any 30 people, right?
Right. People convicted of all sorts of crimes, from petty theft to, much more serious stuff. He argues that kind of environment, especially for someone who's young and impressionable,
Yeah, someone just starting out in the system.
it can be really detrimental. He even says it's like leading a mouse to the lions.
Wow. Okay, so not exactly a recipe for rehabilitation then. So what does he think we should be doing differently?
Well, he's got some pretty radical ideas, and one of the big ones is this concept of categorizing prisons by the type of crime committed instead of just by risk level.
So instead of like low, medium, high security, you'd have a prison for, say, drug offenders, another one for violent offenders, and so on.
Exactly.
I can see how that could be controversial. On the surface, it seems kind of counterintuitive. Like, aren't we already labeling people enough in the criminal justice system?
That's a valid concern for sure. And we'll definitely get into the potential drawbacks and challenges of his idea, but let's stick with the potential benefits for now.
Okay, so walk me through his reasoning here. What's the upside, in his view?
So, G believes that by separating inmates by the types of crimes they committed, it could actually minimize some of the negative influences that can run rampant in prison, especially for those who are younger and more vulnerable.
Okay, so instead of a young first-time offender being thrown into a mix with hardened criminals, they'd be grouped with others who committed similar offenses.
Right, and the idea is that it would allow for more targeted rehabilitation programs, too.
That makes sense. Could you elaborate on that a bit? What do you mean by more targeted programs?
Well, take drug offenders, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a prison specifically for them, the focus of the rehabilitation programs could be on things like addiction recovery, job training, really addressing the root causes that might have led them to drug-related crimes in the first place.
So it's about tailoring the rehabilitation to the specific needs and challenges faced by that particular group of offenders, rather than this one-size-fits-all approach. It's interesting, though, Gee's ideas about prison reform, they don't come from some, like, academic theory or anything. He's drawing a direct line between his own childhood, his own experiences, and how he ended up in the system in the first place.
Right, he talks about this really traumatic event where his brother actually set fire to their house when they were kids.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the fire itself, right? That's obviously a huge deal, but then social services got involved.
Which, as you can imagine, just added another layer of complexity to an already difficult situation.
Totally. And it ultimately led to G and his brother being separated from their family and put into the care system.
And this is where things take another turn, because the place Gee was sent to, Lanky Treehouse, it doesn't sound like it was a particularly supportive or nurturing environment.
He really doesn't sugarcoat it. He talks about the challenges he faced there, and you can almost hear this unspoken question. Like, did the system that was supposed to be helping him actually do more harm than good?
This is a question that hangs over a lot of these stories, right?
Yeah.
Especially when we're talking about the experiences of young people within the care system. And in B's case, it's even more complicated because his brother ended up in a secure unit, which suggests things escalated pretty seriously for him as well.
It's heartbreaking, really, because you can't help but wonder if they'd had different support systems in place, could things have gone differently for them?
It's that what if that's so frustrating. And it brings us to this bigger issue that G talks about a lot, the school-to-prison pipeline. Maybe we should unpack that a bit for our listeners who aren't familiar with the term.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those phrases that gets thrown around a lot, but it's important to really understand what it means.
Basically, it refers to the ways in which certain groups of young people, often from disadvantaged backgrounds, are pushed towards the criminal justice system instead of being given the support they need to succeed.
So it's like this system that's almost designed to funnel them toward prison rather than away from it.
That's a harsh way to put it, but yeah, that's the gist of the criticism. And G, having lived it, he's definitely on board with that critique. He talks about how kids who don't fit the traditional mold, the ones who get labeled as naughty or troublemakers,
The ones who don't always follow the rules, maybe they learn a little differently.
right, they often end up shunted aside, almost like the system's just giving up on them. And instead of getting support, maybe in the form of counseling or alternative education programs, they end up in what G calls behavior problem schools.
Which, let's be honest, doesn't exactly sound like a recipe for success either.
No, and that's Guy's point. He argues that these schools, which are often seen as a last resort, they can sometimes do more harm than good. Instead of addressing the root causes of a child's behavior issues, they can end up just exacerbating them, making those kids feel even more alienated, more like failures.
So these schools, instead of being an alternative to prison, can actually become another step on the path toward it.
Exactly. And it's not just about the schools themselves. It's about the lack of opportunities available to these young people once they leave the education system, even if they do manage to turn things around.
It's like they hit this wall of limited job prospects, societal stigma. The cards are stacked against them.
And that's the cycle that Guy is so desperate to break. Because without access to quality education, job training, some kind of positive support system, it's incredibly difficult for these young people to escape the pull of the criminal justice system.
And this is where it gets really interesting, I think, because Guy's not just like ranting about the problems. He actually offers solutions, like he really wants to see things change.
Yeah, and he goes straight to the source,
Mhm.
like he talks directly to parents. And it's powerful, man. He's like, look, I get it. School can be a drag, but trust me, life without an education, it's a whole other level of boring.
Especially when you're stuck in that cycle of unemployment, right? Like he knows what it's like to feel that lack of purpose, that lack of routine. And he's saying, don't let this happen to your kids.
And you can tell it's not just coming from some theoretical place. It's deeply personal for him. He even throws in some of that classic Darren Gee humor, trying to lighten the mood a bit. He's like, come on, people, stop chatting and listen up.
Yeah, he wants to shake people out of their complacency, make them really hear what he's saying, like this isn't just about some abstract problem out there. It has real consequences for real people. But if we circle back to his big idea, his solution, categorizing prisons by crime type, I mean, it's a start, but it feels like we're just scratching the surface here, right?
Oh, absolutely. Even if that specific idea was implemented perfectly, and let's be real, no system is perfect, it's not going to magically erase all the underlying issues that lead to crime in the first place.
Right, like we can't just build our way out of this problem, can we?
Nope. It's about so much more than just the physical structures of prisons. It's about addressing those root causes we keep coming back to, the poverty, the lack of opportunity, those systemic inequalities that are so deeply ingrained in our society.
And that can feel overwhelming, right? Like where do we even begin to tackle something that big, that complex? But then I think about Guy's story, and it reminds me that it has to start somewhere, right? Every individual story matters, every life that's impacted by these systems.
It creates a ripple effect, and it makes you question, like, what does justice really mean? If the system is actually perpetuating these cycles of crime instead of breaking them, can we really call it just?
It's a question we all need to be asking ourselves, and I think Guy's story is a powerful reminder of that. It's a reminder that we can't just turn a blind eye to these issues. So as you go about your day, think about this. What concrete steps can we take, not just as a society, but as individuals, to create a more rehabilitative approach to justice? How can we be part of the solution? Because it's not just about reforming the criminal justice system, it's about creating a more equitable and just society for everyone.
And that's something we all have a stake in.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. We'll see you next time. All right, so ready for this? We're diving headfirst into a world most of us only see on screen, the UK underworld. But forget the polished gangster flicks. Our source material is straight from a YouTube channel. We're talking about Darren Gee, ex-gangster, no stranger to the darker side of the law, and now he's got a story to tell. See, his brother Danny was recently arrested, and Darren decided to hit record. Now, before you think this is just another true crime news brief, hold on. Darren's account. It's raw, it's unfiltered, and it throws open the doors to family loyalty, the aftershocks of prison. Heck, even the ethics of true crime podcasts themselves. Let's set the scene. Darren tells us Danny was caught in a Wigan pub. Not exactly a daring escape, right? But here's the kicker. Apparently, Danny was grinning ear to ear when they slapped on the cuffs. Relieved, almost. Expert, help us out here. This guy's heading back to prison, probably not for the first time. Shouldn't there be fear, dread, not a smile?
You'd think, right. But the thing is, prison, even a short stint, it messes with you.
Yeah.
Upends your sense of normal, your routine, everything.
So you're saying for someone like Danny, in and out of the system, maybe prison feels more like home than the outside world. Like, back to the familiar.
It's a possibility we can't ignore. See, prison's flawed, sure, but it offers structure, a messed up kind of certainty. But out here, with all the choices, the temptations, it can be overwhelming when you're barely keeping your head above water.
And let's be real, ditching that life, it's not as easy as clipping a switch. Reoffending's a huge problem.
Absolutely. Addiction rears its ugly head. Support systems are shaky at best. And then there's the pull of your old crew. It's a tangled web, tough to escape.
Which brings us to the core of it all, the bond between these brothers. Darren doesn't mince words. He calls Danny out for putting loyalty to others above their own brotherhood. Uses the word sacrificed, and that's heavy stuff. So how common is this? Does prison shatter families even beyond the bars?
Unfortunately, yeah. Communication's limited, visits are strained, and the stigma follows you everywhere. Tough on any family. But when you throw a shared criminal past into the mix, whole other level of pressure.
Right, like who can you trust when everyone's walking that razor's edge? And that's where this story takes a turn. Darren starts pointing fingers at this other family, the L's. He's claiming they were flat out lying to get him sent back down. And then there's this lamb figure lurking in the background, like we're only seeing the tip of some iceberg power play. Okay, so we've got potential prison codes, family feuds brewing, this mysterious lamb. Expert, am I picking up some major conspiracy vibes?
Well, what's interesting is how this one event, Danny getting arrested, it's like a tremor, exposing all these fault lines in their world, these accusations from Darren. They show just how real the threat of betrayal is, the paranoia that eats away at you in that life.
Like even if you get out, the game never really stops playing you.
Precisely. And it makes you wonder, what really caused this rift between the brothers?
Yeah.
Was it just prison, or were there cracks there all along?
The way Darren spits out that word sacrificed, yeah, that tells me there's history there, resentment buried deep.
Agreed. And to unravel that, we need to rewind a bit before Danny's arrest to understand how they got here in the first place. It's like we're trying to solve a puzzle, but we've only got half the pieces, and the ones we do have, they're all soaked in this code of silence, this unspoken history.
Right, like trying to decipher a secret language. So how do we crack the code? What else does Darren let slip about their past?
He talks about their younger days, more reckless, more wild, mentions high-stakes robberies, the intense loyalty within their crew, almost like he's romanticizing it,
But then he throws in this line out of nowhere. We were invincible until we weren't. What's that about?
Exactly. It screams turning point, a fall from grace. And that's why I think getting a handle on the UK underworld, even just a glimpse, is crucial here.
You're right. I'm picturing some Hollywood gangster flick, but British gangs, they're a different breed, aren't they?
Completely. More insular, often tied to specific neighborhoods, their own pecking order, rivalries, and yeah, definitely their own set of rules.
And the consequences are way more serious.
Absolutely. Sentences for robbery, drug trafficking, way harsher than what you'd see in the U.S. for similar crimes. Longer stretches inside.
High risk, high reward. No wonder there's this constant pressure cooker of suspicion and loyalty tests.
Exactly. And remember, Darren and Danny, they weren't just low-level guys. Darren had a name, he'd climbed the ranks. That kind of reputation, it follows you behind bars.
Speaking of inside, Darren claims Danny went completely silent in prison. Wouldn't take his calls, ignored his letters. What's the deal with that?
Could be a few things. One, as tough as it sounds, it could be Danny's way of protecting Darren. Keep him in the dark, keep him safe.
Protect him how? I thought loyalty meant having each other's backs, not going radio silent.
True, but in their world, loyalty gets twisted. By not talking, Danny doesn't risk giving up info, even accidentally. Remember those slippery podcast rats Darren was ranting about?
Oh yeah, he went on a whole thing about that. Blame them for using ex-cons, exploiting their stories for profit.
But I gotta admit, I need more context here. Is he talking about specific podcasts, actual betrayals, or just a general distrust? It sounds like it's coming from a personal place. He mentions being approached by podcasters, promised a chance to tell his side of things, but then feeling used, his story twisted for clicks.
So it's not just about the ethics of true crime as a genre. It's about broken promises. The power imbalance between a podcaster and someone fresh out of prison, vulnerable.
Exactly. Darren's basically saying, these podcasters, they swoop in, get us to spill our guts, then they disappear.
Leaving him feeling burned, betrayed. And that's where the anger comes from.
And let's not forget, Darren's building a following online himself. These podcasts, they're competition. He's trying to own his narrative, take back his story.
Okay, so it's personal, it's professional, and it feeds right back into his distrust of the system.
And this is where things get really interesting, because Darren ties this whole podcast thing into his accusations against the L's.
You think he's implying that the L's use podcasts, or maybe the media in general, as part of their scheme against him?
He doesn't come right out and say it, but it's definitely a thread worth pulling. Did the L's plant information, knowing you'd get picked up, amplified? Did they use the public's obsession with true crime to their advantage?
Whoa. That takes the whole conspiracy theory vibe to a whole other level.
Right. We're not just talking family drama and prison codes anymore. We're talking information warfare, strategic manipulation.
And then there's the Lamb, this mysterious figure right at the heart of it all. Darren says the L's wanted him out of the picture because of his connection to this lamb. Who is this lamb, and what makes them so dangerous?
It's a huge question mark, isn't it? A person, a place, a symbol even? We don't know.
And why is Darren being so tight-lipped about it? Protecting them? Or is he playing his cards close to his chest, waiting for the right moment to reveal more?
These are the questions that keep me up at night, you know? But seriously, we have to remind ourselves, we're dealing with a very specific, very closed-off world.
We're seeing everything through Darren's eyes. His truth, as he sees it.
And that perspective, it's been shaped by years of living in the shadows, operating under this code of silence, always looking over his shoulder.
So how do we make sense of it all? The distrust, the anger, but also this protectiveness he shows, this flicker of hope when he talks about Danny. It's like he's stuck between two worlds, isn't it? The one he came from, where loyalty's everything, and this new one, where he's trying to control how people see him, maybe even find some redemption, you know?
Exactly. And that's what makes this story bigger than just Darren and Danny. It speaks to this bigger issue with the justice system.
You mean like how do you actually break free from that life, that way of thinking?
Right. We talk about reintegration, but what does that even mean for someone who's been immersed in that world, where trust can bite you in the back and violence is always simmering under the surface?
And then there's the media's role in all of this. Darren's anger towards those podcast rats, it's a good reminder that these stories, they have real-world consequences.
Absolutely. Our hunger for true crime, it affects real lives. It can give someone a platform, sure, but it can also exploit them, even put them in danger.
So what do we do? How do we enjoy these raw, real-life stories but still be ethical about it?
That's the million-dollar question.
Right.
For me, it comes down to being aware, remembering that these are actual people, and that us listening, it has an impact.
Like, we can't just be passive consumers. We have to think critically who benefits from this story being told, who's not being heard.
Exactly. And if something feels wrong, like someone's being taken advantage of, or there's a clear bias, we got to call it out, demand better.
Because ultimately, this isn't just about being entertained. It's about justice, about accountability, and the possibility of turning your life around.
Well said. And that brings us back to Danny. Despite everything, Darren ends his video on a hopeful note. He asks Danny to reach out.
He does. It's like, even after all the accusations, the feeling of betrayal, that brotherly bond is still there somewhere deep down.
Which makes you wonder, what will Danny choose? Will he reach out? Will he be welcomed back? Or is there just too much water under the bridge?
And if he does reach out, what then? What's waiting for him out here?
Those are questions we don't have the answers to. But they're worth thinking about, right? They force us to confront the complexities of family, of forgiveness, and how the past can hang over you.
It's like, even in the darkest corners of that world, the UK underworld, there's still this flicker of hope, this reminder that people can change, that second chances are possible. But it takes more than just wanting it, right?
Right. It takes real change in the system, support from the community, and being willing to see past the labels we slap on people like Darren and Danny.
So we're left with this question. What part do we play in creating a society that actually gives those second chances, that supports rehabilitation, not just locking people up?
That's a question I hope our listeners will keep wrestling with long after this episode is over. because it's a conversation that goes way beyond this YouTube channel, beyond this one story. It's about building a fairer, more compassionate society.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And on that note, we'll leave you with those questions to ponder. Until next time, keep digging for the truth, keep asking those tough questions, and thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
All right, so get ready because we're diving deep into the UK prison system today. Specifically, we're going to be looking at how different groups interact inside. And we've got some really intense firsthand stuff to unpack from this former inmate, Darren Gee.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about Guy is that he really provides this raw look at the social dynamics in prison, like a side most people never get to see.
Totally. And he does not hold back. Like, he talks about this whole system of taxing in prison, which is basically like protection money.
Yeah.
Right. But the really interesting thing is how he ties it to these power struggles within the prison. He mentions this Liverpudlian gangster, pretty notorious guy, David Tanner.
Okay, yeah.
And Tanner was allegedly paying for protection from Muslim gangs, like inside prison.
Wow.
Is that something you're surprised by at all?
It really highlights how much these gang affiliations matter, even, or maybe even especially in prison. You've got someone like Tanner who out in the world is a powerful figure, but in prison, even he feels like he has to pay for protection.
It's like the rules are totally different in there.
Absolutely.
So Guy gets moved from a less strict prison called Franklin to a much tougher one called Whitmore.
Okay.
And Whitmore has a way bigger Muslim population. But what's interesting is Guy talks about how the Scousers, the Liverpudlian inmates, were basically untouchable in Franklin. But in Whitmore, totally different story.
Yeah, and that's where it gets really fascinating because Guy talks about this thing that often happens in prisons, this idea of collective punishment, or stitching up, as they call it.
Interesting.
Basically, one person might be targeted for something their group supposedly did, even if they weren't involved.
Wow, so it's like you're not just an individual in there, you're representing your whole group.
Exactly. And that creates this really intense environment. It's not just about you surviving, it's about navigating these existing rivalries.
Right. So Guy's suggesting that for some of these guys, paying for protection, as crazy as it sounds, was a way to navigate those dangers. You've got hardened criminals looking for a way to feel safe, but then Guy gets really real and describes the violence at Whitmore. Like, he even compares the difference in fear between someone coming at you with one blade versus multiple blades.
It's intense.
It's terrifying, and it makes you think about what it does to someone to live with that every single day.
Yeah, the mental toll is huge. I mean, imagine the constant fear, the knowledge that something could happen at any moment. And it's not just the physical stuff, it's the threat, the lack of control. It wears a person down.
Makes you wonder how anyone copes in that kind of environment.
Well, Guy talks about finding some peace in his faith and relying on his past to stay resilient. I mean, it's remarkable. Even in that environment, he finds ways to hold on to some hope.
Yeah, talk about resilience. That's incredible. But then he brings up this whole other aspect of the UK prison system, the difference between private and public prisons.
Right.
And this is where things get even more interesting. Like, he describes a huge difference between the two. Private prisons, he almost makes them sound.
He uses the word comfortable. Right.
He does.
And this is where things get tricky because we have to ask, what is prison for? Is it about punishment, rehabilitation, or both?
Right, comfortable. It's a strange word to think about in the context of prison. What was it about the private prisons that stood out to him?
Well, he talks about the difference in the living conditions. Like, private prisons, at least in his experience, had more amenities. He even describes them as luxuries, better food, cleaner facilities, more recreation. It challenges our perceptions of prison.
And he seems to think that this difference is actually a bad thing for certain inmates, especially younger ones, which I've never really considered before. What's his reasoning there?
So he's saying that when young offenders start out in these relatively comfortable private prisons, they might not be prepared for what the system is actually like.
Oh,
They
interesting.
get used to a certain standard, and then when or if they're transferred to a public prison later on.
It's a huge shock.
Exactly. He describes it as being completely unprepared for the harsh reality of a public prison, the violence, the lack of resources. He even goes so far as to say it could hurt their rehabilitation. Like, the system is setting them up to fail. At least that's Guy's perspective.
Wow. That's a powerful statement. It
Yeah.
really makes you question the purpose of these different environments. Like, if the goal is rehabilitation, should there be such a huge difference?
Right. And this goes back to the whole debate around prison privatization. On the one hand, you have people who say private companies can run prisons cheaper and maybe even better.
Which I guess, based on Guy's experience, makes sense.
But then there are people who are against making money from the justice system. They worry about cutting corners, neglecting inmates' needs, and focusing on punishment instead of rehabilitation. And it gets even more complicated when you consider those long-term consequences Guy's talking about.
Good point. Does having a softer environment early on make it harder for someone to adapt to harsher conditions later, or even to come back to society when they're released?
It's a question that's tough to answer for sure, but it's a question worth asking. And that's where I think Guy's experience is so important. He isn't just talking about theories, he's talking about what he saw.
And he doesn't shy away from the tough stuff. Like, his take on personal responsibility is pretty blunt. He basically says, if you can't even handle the luxury of a private prison, you should stop committing crimes.
It is a bold statement.
It makes you wonder, is it really as simple as just choosing not to break the law? But then you factor in everything Guy's brought up.
Right, the power dynamics, the violence, those differences between private and public prisons, it's complex.
Makes you think twice about whether it's that simple. Are there bigger things at play here? Things that lead to people ending up in the system in the first place?
Exactly. Are there social or economic factors that make those choices more complicated? It's something to think about.
It's a lot to unpack. I feel like Guy's story goes from being this really interesting anecdote to this launching point for thinking about bigger issues like criminal justice and our roles in all of it. What do you think?
I agree. It's not just about individual stories. It's about using those stories to examine the system itself.
You're right. It's not just about individual stories. It's about using those stories to examine the system itself. We've been looking at these private versus public prisons, but I'm curious, in the UK, is there a big difference in the rates of people going back to prison? Recidivism between the two systems.
That's a really important question, and researchers are trying to figure that out. It's tough because so many things can cause someone to reoffend. But some studies are showing that, at least for certain groups of people or types of crimes, there might be a difference in those rates.
That's really interesting. It kind of suggests that the environment itself might play a part in whether someone can turn their life around or not.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we want prisons to be, just punishment or a chance to change. And if it's the latter, then the system has to create an environment that actually supports that.
It's a lot to think about. You mentioned earlier this informal economy in prisons, like the taxing system. That's in public prisons. But what about private prisons? Does that same stuff go on there? Does Guy say anything about that?
That's a great question. And honestly, G doesn't really get into the level of detail about the private prisons. He's mostly focused on the different living conditions and the overall vibe. But it's a valid point. If we're comparing private and public prisons, we need to know if those same power structures exist in both.
Right. It's like opening up a whole other can of worms just when we thought we were getting somewhere.
Exactly.
Which honestly is kind of fascinating, shows how much we still don't know. But for someone listening who maybe hasn't thought much about prison life, what would you say is the big takeaway from Guy's story?
That's a good question. I think what Guy's story shows us is that the prison system especially is so much more complicated than we realize. It's easy to make it black and white. But Guy's experience, with all its ups and downs, challenges us to look closer, to remember that people are living and working in these places, and to really ask ourselves some tough questions about why we punish, how people change, and what kind of world we're trying to build.
It's a call to action, right? It's not enough to just know about these things. We have to actually do something, even if it's hard, even if it means questioning what we believe. And on that note, I think we'll wrap up this deep dive. Thanks for being with us, and a huge thank you to you, the listener, for suggesting this topic. We hope you found it eye-opening, maybe even a little bit uncomfortable, but in a good way. Keep asking those tough questions, and we'll see you next time. It does make you think, when we think about those different types of prisons, private versus public, it makes you wonder about the rates of people going back in.
Recidivism.
Yeah, exactly. Recidivism. Like, is there a big difference between the two systems in the UK?
That's a huge question, and researchers are really digging into that.
It's tricky, right?
Yeah.
So many things can lead someone to reoffend. But there is some research showing that there might be a difference, at least for certain groups or types of crimes. It's still early, though.
But it's interesting, right? It suggests that maybe the actual environment plays a role in whether someone can turn their life around.
For sure. And it goes back to that core question. What are we trying to do with prisons? Are they just for punishment, or are they supposed to offer a chance to actually change? And if that's the case, then the system needs to be set up in a way that makes that kind of change possible. Totally. It's something to really think about. Earlier we were talking about this kind of informal economy that exists inside prisons, like the whole thing with the taxing and protection. That happens in public prisons. But what about in those private ones? Do those same systems and power structures exist there too? Did G talk about that at all?
That's a really interesting question. And honestly, G doesn't go into too much detail about that side of things in private prisons. He mostly focuses on the differences in living conditions and just the general feel of the two types of prisons. But it's a valid point for sure. If we're comparing the two, we have to consider if those same power structures are present in both.
Oh, it's true. It's like we uncover one thing and 10 more questions pop up.
Exactly. It's complicated stuff.
It really is. But for someone listening who maybe hasn't spent much time thinking about life inside prison, what would you say is like the biggest takeaway from Guy's story?
That's a good question to end on. I think what Guy's story really shows us is that the prison system especially is just way more complicated than we often think about. It's really easy to oversimplify things, but his experiences with all the different sides of it really challenges us to dig a little deeper, to remember that there are real people living and working in these places, and to ask ourselves some tough questions about why we punish, if and how people can change, or what kind of world we want to live in.
It's a call to action. It's not enough to just know about this stuff. We have to actually do something, even if it's hard, even if it means being critical of our own beliefs. And on that note, I think we'll wrap up this deep dive for today. As always, thank you for being with us, and a huge thank you to you, the listener, for this really thought-provoking request. We hope you found this deep dive insightful, maybe a little challenging. And until next time, keep those questions coming, and we'll keep on digging.
Ever get that feeling like you're being watched? Not like full-on paranoid, but just this weird sense that maybe, just maybe, someone's got their eye on you.
It's kind of like that feeling you get when you're walking past a security camera.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably nothing, but still. Well, today we're diving deep into the world of police surveillance. And guys, it's way closer to home than you might think.
Oh, absolutely.
We're talking about the kind of stuff that often flies under the radar.
The stuff you don't see on TV.
Exactly. We've got an awesome source for this deep dive, by the way. A YouTube video featuring Darren Guy.
Former gang member.
Right. Former gang member termed like this insightful observer of how law enforcement actually operates.
And what's wild is he's giving us this whole insider perspective on how they build cases against organized crime. And it's not always as flashy as you might think.
No, not at all. It's not all like high-speed chases and stakeouts, though I'm sure there's some of that too.
Oh, I'm sure. But a lot of it's way more subtle. Like way more about piecing together a puzzle, one tiny detail at a time.
And it all starts with what the police call a house of interest.
House of interest. Okay, sounds ominous already.
Right. So imagine you're living in a neighborhood, right?
Okay.
And every so often there's a police raid.
Happens, yeah.
One day it's your neighbor down the street, busted for some weed. Another day it's a house a few doors down. Maybe they found some stolen goods. Seems kind of random, doesn't it?
Yeah, like they're just shaking things up a bit.
Exactly. But what G reveals is that this seemingly random activity, it's all meticulously planned.
Oh, yeah. These raids, often for relatively minor offenses, are all about zeroing in on one specific house, the house of interest.
Okay, hold on. Let's unpack this whole house of interest thing a bit. What's the strategy here? Are they trying to spook their main target?
It's more calculated than that. It's about establishing a legal reason to enter that location, to get eyes inside, and potentially plant some surveillance equipment.
Oh, wow. So we're talking like listening devices, hidden cameras, that kind of thing.
You got it. Remember those probes G talks about?
Right. It's like something straight out of a spy thriller, except it's happening right next door.
Makes you wonder what your neighbors are really up to, right?
Right. Makes you want to invest in some soundproofing, maybe. But seriously, though, these probes are fascinating.
Tell me more. Tell me more. What makes them so effective? Well, you know how you might picture a listening device constantly recording, like capturing every little sound?
Yeah, that's what I'd think.
Well, the ones G describes, they're different. They lie dormant until they're triggered by noise.
Whoa. So they're like sound activated.
Precisely.
So like if it's quiet, they're off. But the minute someone starts talking,
boom, They're recording, they're only capturing the juicy stuff.
Wow. That's kind of brilliant, actually, when you think about it.
Right. It's all about efficiency.
It's like, why waste time listening to silence when you can just zero in on the action?
Exactly. And that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about patience. Law enforcement, they're often playing the long game here.
Oh, yeah.
They might be willing to forego an immediate arrest, like on a minor charge, if it means gathering enough intel to take down a whole network later on.
I see. So it's like sacrificing a pawn to capture the king kind of thing.
Exactly. Sacrifice upon to capture the king.
Wow. That's a chilling way to put it, but it really makes you think. And it's not just about listening devices, right? G also talks about this police database and how every interaction, even something as small as getting stopped and searched, gets logged.
Oh, absolutely. This database, it's like a giant web.
Okay.
Every encounter, no matter how small, adds a new thread to that web.
Okay.
A minor drug possession charge, getting named in relation to a shooting, even just being in a car with someone who gets pulled over, it all gets entered into the system. Seriously.
Wow.
And each entry, it contributes to what G calls your score.
A score. So they're like keeping tabs on everyone, giving them a rating based on their interactions with the law.
In a way, yeah. This score helps them prioritize their targets. It shifts the focus from individual offenses to long-term patterns of behavior.
Ah, okay, I see.
So someone who's been stopped and searched multiple times, their name keeps popping up in connection with various incidents. Even if they haven't been charged with anything serious, they start to move up the ranks, so to speak.
That's kind of unsettling to think about. Like, even if you're not a hardened criminal or whatever, even if you've just had a few run-ins with the law, you're still part of this system, this data web that's being woven.
You're on the radar.
It makes you wonder, where's the line between, like, keeping tabs on people and outright surveillance,
It's a slippery slope, for sure.
It is. And speaking of slippery slopes, G doesn't just talk about this database. He also mentions this, like, top 10 lists, right? The most watched individuals in Liverpool at any given time.
Yeah, the top 10 list.
And it doesn't sound good. He says something like no one in the top 10 survives. Like, once you're on that list, you're doomed. It does sound kind of dire, yeah. But is it really like that? Are these top 10 individuals just like pawns in some bigger game, just destined to get taken down?
Well, it's not quite that simple, but G's point does highlight something important. These investigations, they take a lot of resources.
Yeah, I bet.
Law enforcement agencies, especially those dealing with organized crime, they have to prioritize. They're going to focus on the groups they see as the most problematic, the ones causing the most harm.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's like a strategic decision then. Like they're, focusing on the heads of the Hydra?
That's a great way to put it.
But then what? You cut off those heads, but then Guy talks about this cycle where one group gets taken down, another one just pops up in its place.
It's the classic cut off one head, two more grow back scenario.
Ugh, frustrating, right.
And it really gets to the heart of why it's so difficult to combat organized crime.
Totally.
Is it just about catching the bad guys and shutting down networks? Or do you have to look at the bigger picture, the social and economic factors that lead people to join these groups in the first place?
Because if you're just constantly taking out the top players,
there's always someone waiting to fill that void.
Exactly. And that's a question for all of us to think about, really. How much emphasis should be on surveillance and taking people down versus preventing people from going down that path to begin with?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It really is. Man, this deep dive into Darren Guy's perspective has been, it's been pretty eye-opening.
Right.
It's so easy to think of police surveillance as something that's like just in the movies, but his story,
it makes it real.
It does. It really brings it home. It highlights those almost invisible ways our lives are intersecting with law enforcement. Like even those small, seemingly insignificant encounters, they matter.
They all add up. They paint a picture.
And in a world where we're leaving this massive digital trail,
it's definitely something to think about.
It really is. So next time you see a police car down the street, just, ask yourself, routine patrol? Or is it part of a much bigger picture? Just food for thought. This has been a fascinating look at the hidden world of surveillance and how it impacts all of us. Until next time, stay curious and stay informed. All right, diving in today, and let's be real, we're wading into some heavy stuff. We're talking about life inside prison, and I don't mean the Hollywood version.
Right. We're going beyond the stereotypes, beyond the statistics even.
Exactly. We've got well, it's a pretty intense firsthand account to work with today.
Yeah, this isn't some theoretical debate. We're talking about real lived experience, and that's what makes this so compelling.
It really gets under your skin. You know, the source material we're digging into today, it features this guy, Darren Gee.
Former long-termer, yeah.
Spent years on the inside, and he doesn't hold back. Like, when he talks about this young guy facing an 11-year sentence, Gee's like, look, 11 years, that's not a timeout. You don't just gut it out and walk away.
He makes it very clear. That length of sentence, it changes everything.
Mhm.
You're not just doing time, he says.
It's like you're forced to adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. You become part of this whole other ecosystem with its own rules, its own pecking order.
It's its own world. And gee, he lays it out there. He talks about ending up on a wing with all these guys, been in there for years. He's the new guy, and every move he makes, they're watching, they're sizing him up.
Talk about pressure.
Intense. He even says people are digging up information on you, trying to figure out where you fit in, who you're connected to.
It's about survival,
That-
right? You got to know who to trust, who to steer clear of. And sometimes, he says, guys try to game the system. He calls it noding.
Node.
Yeah, like trying to manipulate situations, play people off each other. But it often backfires, he says.
Makes you wonder, what's the mental toll of living under that kind of pressure, constantly looking over your shoulder?
And that actually leads into another point G makes about the mental health crisis in prisons. He says it's like this forced contagiousness.
Wow.
That's his term. Like, he compares it to back in the day when hospitals were overflowing. They'd send mental health patients to institutions that weren't equipped to handle them.
And he's saying prisons are dealing with the same thing now.
That's his argument. You get guys battling their own demons, surrounded by others who are struggling. He paints this stark picture. Somebody blasting a TV all night, another guy making chicken noises.
It's like sensory overload on top of everything else. And it makes you think, how can anyone heal in that environment?
Right. If anything, it seems like it would exacerbate existing problems. And that actually feeds into another issue G talks about, the rise of synthetic drugs, like spice.
And he connects that directly to the mental health crisis.
He does. He argues that when they cracked down on traditional drugs, it created this void. Guys were still desperate to escape, to numb the pain, but now they turned to spice because it wouldn't show up on drug tests.
So they're trying to avoid getting into more trouble?
Exactly. They're trying to game the system again, but with even more dangerous substances. And it highlights this vicious cycle. The system tries to eliminate one problem.
But it creates another.
Exactly. And G's point is that all of this, the mental health crisis, the drugs, the violence, it's not happening in a vacuum.
Yeah.
He argues that prisons, the way they're structured now, they're actually creating killers, he says.
It's a strong statement.
It is, but he backs it up by pointing to the rise in youth violence. He's saying these guys get out and they bring that trauma, that anger, that violence back into their communities.
So instead of rehabilitation, it's almost like
Like a factory of despair.
yeah, and that's a scary thought. And that's what's so disturbing. It's like, what happens when those who are shaped by that environment, by that violence, what happens when they get out?
Right. It's not like they just magically leave it all behind.
No, and Guy seems to be saying that this is playing a huge role in what we're seeing with youth violence, and he gets into this whole thing about how the media covers it and how that affects our perception.
Yeah, he's really critical of what he sees as this disconnect between the national news and what's actually happening on the ground,
He says it's all about national statistics, national trends.
which can be misleading, he argues,
Yeah.
because it doesn't capture the reality for people living in these communities
Hmm.
where violence is a daily occurrence.
He uses this phrase, out of touch.
And he's not just talking about the media, right?
No, he's talking about people in power. The ones who are making decisions about these communities, but they're not living with the consequences.
And because of that, he argues, you end up with these surface-level solutions that don't address the root causes.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, right?
Exactly. And this is where Guy's perspective gets really interesting. He starts talking about this culture of aggression, this idea that we glorify fighters over lovers, as he puts it.
Like might makes right.
Yeah. And he says it starts young. And it's not just kids, it's the adults, too. We're setting the example.
He even calls out parents, right?
Oh, yeah. He's basically saying we're teaching kids to respond to conflict with aggression instead of teaching them how to communicate, how to resolve things peacefully.
And he says something like, we're raising a generation that's...
Quick to anger and slow to understand. That's how he puts it.
And it's like, when you hear him say it, you can't help but wonder, are we part of the problem?
It's a tough question. But I think that's what makes Guy's story so important. He's forcing us to confront these uncomfortable truths. And it's not about pointing fingers. It's about taking a hard look at ourselves, at the choices we're making as individuals, as a society.
He's saying we can't just keep doing things the way we've always done them and expect different results.
Right. We have to be willing to change.
It's about, like, fundamentally changing how we see this whole issue, you know?
Yeah, instead of this us versus them mentality.
Right, like we're all connected somehow.
Exactly. And G makes this connection between, like, poverty, lack of opportunity, exposure to violence from a young age, and then this system that, let's be honest, doesn't exactly have the best track record when it comes to rehabilitation.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack.
It is. And I think G would say that's the point, you know? We have to be willing to look at this from all angles, even the uncomfortable ones.
And to really listen to the people who are actually living these experiences, right?
Absolutely. The ones whose voices are so often marginalized. And I think that's one of the things that makes this deep dive so important.
It's given us a lot to think about, that's for sure.
It has. It's challenged some of our assumptions, pushed us to confront some hard truths.
Yeah, I mean, there's no easy answers here. But maybe that's okay. Maybe the first step is just asking the right questions.
And being willing to listen to the answers, even when they make us uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, this is about creating a society that's safer, more just, more equitable for everyone. And that starts with each and every one of us.
Well said. Well, that's about all the time we have for today. But this conversation, it doesn't end here. We hope you'll keep digging into these issues, keep asking those tough questions, and most importantly, keep listening to the voices of those who are most impacted.
Thanks for joining us. Ever wonder what it'd be like, you know, living right next door to, like, one of the most legendary football stadiums in the world?
Mm-hmm.
We're diving into that, the life of Darren Guy.
Okay.
He's a resident of Anfield,
Right.
home to Liverpool Football Club.
Yeah. Big, big club.
And for anyone who might not know
Right.
Liverpool FC, they're a pretty big deal
Huge.
in the world of football.
Yeah.
Like massive global fan base.
Absolutely.
Tons of history, you know, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, yeah.
But Darren's story, it's not just about, like, cheering on the Reds from his window.
Right.
It's more about how a place can kind of, like, get woven into someone's life,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and all the unexpected stuff that comes with that. So we're working with the transcript today. It's from this YouTube channel, Scout Sit-Off.
Okay.
But trust me, the way he describes things,
Yeah.
it's super vivid. Like, you're right there.
Oh, I see.
Like, he talks about his flat,
Yeah.
and you can practically hear the crowd, like, right from his bedroom window.
Wow.
I mean, that's got to be something else, right?
Yeah, that's wild. It really gets at that place identity thing, you know? Like how a location, especially one that's such a huge part of a community's identity, like Anfield,
Right.
it becomes more than just a place to live. It's like part of you.
Yeah, I get that.
It shapes how you see things, how you experience the world.
It's like some people, like music lovers, dream of living above, like some legendary jazz club, right? Just soaking up the vibes, the history. But in this case, it's Anfield, right? With that electric atmosphere.
Exactly. And what's really interesting is Darren actually experienced that firsthand growing up, right?
Right.
So that early connection, I bet it just makes that pull even stronger.
Right.
That's not just about being a fan, it's about being home, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And you can really feel that when he talks about moving back to Anfield and finding this flat overlooking the grounds.
It's kind of wild how a place can, like, have that much pull on you, you know?
Sure.
It's not just, like, bricks and mortar or whatever.
Right.
It's memories, emotions, like a whole identity wrapped up in one spot.
Absolutely.
But, you know, even though Darren's obviously, like, really connected to Anfield,
Yeah.
it's not all sunshine and, you know, celebrating goals and stuff.
Right.
Like, his story takes kind of a dark turn when he starts talking about threats
Really?
and, like, people trying to intimidate him.
Wow. See, that's where you get into this whole territoriality thing.
Yeah.
And it's not just about like someone literally saying, this is my space, you know?
Warrior.
It's deeper than that. It's like primal almost,
Right.
especially in places with these like strong collective identities,
Yeah.
like sports
Like I
or
said-
even music, you know? think about those diehard fans.
Totally.
They get super protective over their bands, their genres.
Sure, for sure.
It's like they draw these invisible lines, you know?
Yeah, totally.
And Darren actually calls these people, the ones who seem to want him out, he calls them rats.
Rats.
Yeah, and he talks about finding dumbbells left at his door. Yeah, his windows being smashed.
That's awful.
It's like this sense of ownership. Even if it's totally messed up, it can get ugly.
Yeah.
Like, there's actually research on this, how territorial behavior plays out in cities.
Really?
Yeah, it often happens over resources like parking spots or
Yeah.
even access to, like, parks and stuff.
Makes sense.
But it can also be about these, like, feelings of belonging, you know?
Yeah.
Identity, like we were saying before.
It's just really unsettling because it clashes so much with, like, the image of football, you know?
Totally.
Like joy, celebration, community.
Exactly. And it shows how even in groups, even when things seem positive,
Right.
there can be these darker currents underneath,
Yeah.
like power struggles, people being excluded, you know?
Yeah.
It reminds me of that research on fan violence.
Oh, right.
It often comes from this need to protect something,
Yeah.
like their team or their band, even their neighborhood.
It's like they think they own it.
Exactly. And they have to keep it pure.
Wow, that's intense.
It is. And Darren's experience really shows how complex it can be.
Definitely.
It's this crazy contrast. On one hand, the joy of being so close to Anfield.
Right, like a dream come true almost.
Exactly. But then on the other hand, this constant fear.
Yeah, like he has to protect himself in his own home.
And that's where it gets really interesting psychologically.
How so?
Because how do you deal with that tension, that clash between passion and fear?
And he actually talks about like developing these almost like routines, you know,
Right.
to try and feel safe.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a normal reaction when you're dealing with stress like that.
He says he even like changed his whole gym routine because he was worried about being followed.
Wow.
And then like at night, he had this whole system for barricading his door.
Really?
Yeah, even boiling a kettle or something.
It's like, wow, we adapt, you know?
Right.
Even in crazy situations, we find a way to cope.
Yeah, so.
But it makes you wonder about the cost of it all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that constant worry, the fear, it's got to wear on you.
For sure. But even with all that, he keeps going, you know?
Yeah.
Like with his online stuff, it's like he's almost challenging these people.
There's a real strength in that, though, you know?
Yeah.
Like refusing to be controlled by fear.
Totally.
But it's a tough line to walk, right? Trying to live a normal life when all this is going on.
Absolutely. And that's what makes Darren's story so powerful. You know?
Yeah, it really makes you think.
It reminds you that behind these famous landmarks, behind the excitement, people are dealing with real stuff.
Yeah, we see the stadium, we hear the crowds, but we don't always see the individual lives playing out around it.
Exactly. So yeah, next time you see Anfield, you know, or hear that song, You'll Never Walk Alone.
Powerful song.
Think of Darren's story.
It reminds you there's always more to the story, you know?
Definitely. So much more. Okay, so today we're diving into a world we don't often get a glimpse into.
Prison life, yeah.
Okay.
More specifically, we're going to be exploring the use of steroids behind bars,
Right.
and we're going to be doing it all through the lens of this former inmate, Darren Gee.
Yeah.
We've got his story captured in a YouTube video transcript,
Wow.
which is pretty cool. It's a different source for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're right. This is like raw, firsthand experience, not
Love
just
it.
statistics.
Exactly.
Hearing someone describe their reality, especially in a place like prison,
Right.
can really change how we understand an issue.
Totally. It's one thing to know, like, okay, steroids exist in prisons, but
Yeah.
to hear someone describe it, it just hits differently.
Absolutely.
So Darren was in HMP Lancaster Farms, and right off the bat, he talks about this pressure to use steroids.
Right.
Like, it's almost like the air you breathe in there.
Yes, and that's a crucial point. Before we
Yeah.
even get into like Darren's personal experience,
Okay.
we need to understand the prison environment.
Yeah.
It can be a very tough, even dangerous place.
Right.
And physical strength becomes a form of currency.
Right. It's not even just about vanity at that point. It's about survival in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in that high pressure setting where your safety, your status
Right.
can be linked to how physically imposing you are,
Yeah.
the idea of using something like steroids
Right.
to level the playing field or even gain an advantage
Right.
becomes, you know, Understandable.
It makes a lot of sense in that context.
Yeah.
And Darren actually describes seeing guys who are absolutely huge, like
Wow.
1920 stone, which for our listener is like roughly 260 to 280 pounds.
Wow.
It really paints this picture of how important size and strength are in that world.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is how Darren, despite initially being opposed to steroids,
Okay.
gets drawn into this culture.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a classic story, almost like peer pressure, but with way higher stakes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Way higher.
He talks about this guy, Tommy Gildo,
Okay.
who basically warned him off steroids years before.
Wow.
It seems like it was actually like solid advice at the time that he really took to heart,
Right.
at least for a while.
Yeah, it shows the impact a single person's words can have, especially when you're younger.
Mm.
But it also highlights how powerful the forces at play in prison are.
Right.
That even with this kind of warning, it can be so easy to be swayed.
It makes you wonder if someone's already like on edge, maybe even scared.
Right? Yeah,
How much harder is it to resist that kind of pressure?
absolutely.
Because Darren does eventually give in, right?
Right.
He talks about this other inmate, Pat Moe,
Okay.
almost convincing him to try steroids,
Okay.
making it seem casual, like sharing a cigarette or something.
And that casual attitude is really concerning.
Totally. Yeah.
He even talks about splitting the doses to make them last longer,
Really?
which indicates a level of planning,
Wow.
perhaps even a system of distribution within the prison.
Wow, I didn't even think about it like that. It's
Yeah.
not just like a few guys doing this on the sly. It feels more ingrained in the culture, like you said before.
Precisely. And this normalization of steroid use
Right.
is a big part of what makes it so dangerous,
Yeah,
especially for someone new to that environment.
totally. And the thing is, Darren has a really intense reaction to the steroids.
Right.
It's not just about like getting bigger.
Right.
It's like his whole system gets thrown out of whack.
Oh, wow.
He talks about this like overwhelming libido,
Right.
even comparing himself to a Viagra.
Wow. It's a pretty vivid description.
Yeah.
And it highlights a crucial point. You know,
Right.
steroid use isn't just about muscle growth.
Right.
It has profound effects on your hormones.
Right.
And in Darren's case,
Yeah.
it sounds like his testosterone levels were sent into overdrive.
That makes sense because he even talks about needing to lock off and abuse myself, which I'm guessing means,
Right.
well, let's just say it sounds like the steroids were making it hard for him to control his impulses.
Exactly. And that's a really important point for our listener.
Right.
Steroids can have a huge impact on your mood and your behavior.
Okay.
We're talking about increased aggression,
Yeah.
impulsivity, even paranoia in some cases.
So it's not just a physical risk.
Right.
It's a mental and emotional one, too.
Absolutely. And for someone in an environment like prison,
Right.
where tensions are already high
Yeah.
and violence is always a possibility,
Right.
these kinds of side effects can be incredibly dangerous.
It's like adding fuel to the fire.
Exactly.
And for Darren, it sounds like this is where the reality of what he's doing really hits him. He even says he felt like he'd end up life off, which I learned means getting a life sentence
Why?
if he stayed on steroids.
That's a really powerful realization.
Yeah.
And it seems like that fear that he was putting his entire future at risk
Right.
was enough to make him stop using.
It's almost like he needed that wake-up call.
Yeah.
That stark reminder of the consequences.
Right?
And what's interesting is that he never goes back.
Right.
You'd think, with the pressure in that environment,
Right, yeah.
he'd be tempted again, but he just shuts it down.
It does suggest a certain inner strength, a willingness to walk away from something,
Right.
even when it's all around you.
Yeah.
But it's also important to note that not everyone has that kind of resilience.
That's very true. Yeah.
For some, the pressure and the perceived benefits
Right.
outweigh the risks.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say, like, just walk away.
Right.
But we're not living in that world with those pressures.
Exactly.
But what I found really interesting was how Darren doesn't just drop the topic.
Okay.
He goes on this whole rant about how people who use steroids are weak and cheaters.
And that's where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
It's not just about the physical dangers of steroids anymore.
Right.
It's about what they represent.
Like he's judging their character at that point,
Precisely.
not even just their actions.
And for Darren, it seems to come down to this idea of authenticity,
Okay.
of earning your strength and your physique
Yeah.
through hard work and dedication,
Right.
not shortcuts.
Right.
He sees steroids as a betrayal of that,
Right.
a sign of weakness and a lack of willpower.
Which is kind of ironic considering he used them himself.
Exactly.
Even if it was just for a short time.
It is, and it speaks to the complex relationship people have with steroids.
Yeah.
It's not always black and white.
Yeah.
There can be a lot of guilt, shame,
Right.
even self-loathing associated with using them,
Right.
which is part of what makes Darren's story so compelling.
And it takes another turn.
Yeah.
He goes on this whole tangent about testosterone.
Okay.
He's talking about how men are given a certain amount
Yeah.
and how they waste it throughout their
It's
lives.
a very creative interpretation of testosterone and its role.
Yeah.
But it speaks to the fascination, almost an obsession,
Right.
that surrounds testosterone,
Yeah.
particularly among men.
Right.
It's often seen as the source of masculinity, of drive, of vitality. And in a way, Darren seems to be suggesting that steroid use is an attempt to recapture that,
Okay.
to regain something that's been lost or squandered.
It's like we've got this power inside us, this testosterone, but instead of like using it wisely,
Yeah.
we just let it slip away.
Right.
And then we turn to things like steroids to try to get it back.
It's a fascinating perspective.
Yeah.
And it touches on something I think really interesting
Okay.
about the way we view masculinity and strength.
Okay.
It's almost as if he's suggesting that men should be these like
Right.
superhuman figures capable of controlling and harnessing their
Right.
testosterone
Right.
with like perfect discipline.
Which, let's be honest, is a pretty unrealistic expectation.
Exactly. And it highlights the pressure
Yeah.
that many men feel to live up to these idealized notions
Right.
of strength and masculinity,
Right.
which can be incredibly damaging.
It's like that pressure cooker environment inside prison,
Exactly.
where those expectations are like magnified even further.
Precisely. It's a perfect storm.
Yeah.
You have this hyper-masculine environment
Right.
combined with easy access to steroids.
Right.
And this underlying pressure to be the biggest, strongest version of yourself.
Yeah.
It's no wonder that someone like Darren,
Right.
even with his reservations, gets caught up in it.
It really makes you think about the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
If steroid use is this prevalent in a place where it's supposedly like banned
Right.
and tightly controlled,
Yeah.
what does that tell us about the outside world?
It raises some serious questions.
Oh, yeah.
It suggests that simply banning substances or trying to control them through force isn't enough.
Right.
We need to understand the underlying reasons why people use them.
Right.
The pressures they're facing, the
Yeah.
messages they're receiving about what it means to be strong and successful.
So it's not just about stopping people from using steroids.
Right.
It's about changing the culture that makes them feel like they need to in the first place.
Exactly.
Wow. This has been
Quite a journey. We went from a YouTube video about one guy's experience
yeah.
to this whole conversation about masculinity and societal pressures.
Right.
It really shows you the power of a deep dive, huh?
Absolutely. And it reminds us that even in the most unexpected places,
Yeah.
we can find insights that challenge our assumptions
Right.
and make us see the world in a new light.
So to our listener,
We leave you with this. What pressures do you face in your own life?
and how do you navigate those pressures in a way that feels true to you? Food for thought.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
Okay, so we're really diving deep this time.
Yeah, this one's
This one's pretty wild.
intense.
Yeah, you guys have been asking us to take a look at this interview on YouTube with Darren Gee.
Yeah, Scout Sit-Off channel, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
I mean, talk about resilience.
this is a whole other.
This is next level.
So for people who haven't had a chance to watch it yet, Gee's basically talking about like right out of the gate after getting out of prison, he's targeted multiple times.
And what gets me is just how matter-of-fact he is about it, you know? Like, it's just another Tuesday for this guy, which is wild when you think about what he's describing.
Yeah, I mean, just moving around the corner wasn't enough. So whatever this conflict was, it ran deep.
Deep and wide. I mean, that tells you just how entrenched these rivalries were. Relocation wasn't an option for this guy.
And then there's the petrol bomb attack. I mean,
Oh, God.
can you imagine?
Just trying to exist in your own home.
You're just trying to live your life and someone's lobbing a firebomb at your apartment.
Talk about terrifying.
It's the stuff of nightmares. But here's where it gets really fascinating, how G reacts.
Right, because most people would be understandably
Oh, yeah.
terrified,
Lovely.
frozen even. But gee, he goes strategic,
Right.
and he uses what he has on hand, a 7.5 kilogram dumbbell.
A dumbbell.
A dumbbell to defend himself.
You know, I never would have thought of that in a million years.
Speaks to a different level of awareness and preparedness, though, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And then he shouts, "Here comes the bus." So what? Pure genius.
Genius. Talk about thinking on your feet. That's some next level distraction right there.
So is that instinct or is that calculated thinking in the heat of the moment?
Probably a bit of both, right? But at the core of it, I think G understands something vital, the power of psychology in a conflict.
Right.
He knows that a well-timed bluff, a moment of doubt and confusion, can be just as effective as any weapon.
It's like he's playing 3D chess and everyone else is stuck on checkers.
Exactly.
It's a shame he even had to think this way, but you got to hand it to him. The guy's resourceful.
Absolutely.
And it's not over yet. He talks about how the harassment and the threats, they followed him even after he moved.
Which again reinforces this idea that it wasn't just some surface level beef, right? This was deep rooted. It transcended geography. They were relentless.
So what do you do when you're facing that kind of relentless pressure? I mean, it's like nowhere is safe.
It makes you wonder what lengths you'd go to feel safe again. Right. How far would you go to protect yourself and the people you care about?
It's a chilling thought for sure. And it gets even heavier as we go deeper into a story.
Oh, absolutely. We're just scratching the surface here.
And it wasn't just about, like, being physically ready for something, right? He's got these coffee jars filled with nuts and bolts ready to go, like projectiles.
Oh, yeah. He was turning everyday objects into tools of survival.
It's like that saying, hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Except in his case, the worst was a very real and present danger.
Yeah. And this is where it gets even more interesting for me. What struck you about the way he talks about the police after the attack?
It's huge, right? Because it gives us this whole other layer of the situation. This is someone who's been targeted, threatened, but he's hesitant to go to the authorities.
Yeah, it's almost like he doesn't trust that the system will protect him.
Right, and he even says it kind of straight up. You know, if it were him caught with petrol bombs and gloves, it'd be a different story.
It's like he sees this double standard or this system that he just doesn't fit into.
You got it. There's this sense of disillusionment, right? Like the usual ways of seeking justice, they don't apply here.
So what do? You're stuck. Yeah. It's like he feels forced to become his own defense system.
Totally. And that is a heavy weight to carry, constantly assessing risks, making impossible choices.
And living with those consequences.
Yeah, but even with all his awareness, all his preparation, there's a limit. He ends up leaving Liverpool for Birmingham, left to fight another day, he calls it.
That's a powerful statement.
It really is. It speaks to the toll all this takes on a person. You know, even someone as prepared as G reaches a breaking point.
So sometimes the best move is to just disengage.
Exactly. It's not about giving up. It's about choosing yourself. Choosing to live to fight another day.
It's recognizing that staying in that environment would just crush you in the end.
And it wasn't a choice he took lightly either. He talks about the people he had to leave behind, what it might mean for them if he stayed.
It adds another layer to this whole thing, doesn't it? He's not just thinking about himself. He's thinking about everyone around him.
It's the weight of those choices, you know? Heavy stuff.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, how much weight can one person carry before they break? You know?
It's a powerful thought, right? And it kind of makes you realize that survival isn't always about fighting tooth and nail. Sometimes it's about knowing when to step back, changing the game entirely.
So if we had to break it all down, what are the biggest takeaways from G's experience? What can we learn from all of this?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Right.
For me, it's got to be that heightened awareness G's cultivated. Like, he was always a step ahead, always assessing risks, adapting to whatever came his way.
Constantly scanning the environment for threats.
Exactly. Situational awareness, being present, observant, trusting your gut, you know? It's more than just knowing where you are. It's about understanding the potential dangers and being ready to react.
And not just react, but react effectively.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the resourcefulness here.
Oh, yeah.
Who knew a dumbbell and a well-timed shout could be so effective?
Right. Talk about thinking outside the box. It shows that we can use whatever's around us to our advantage. We don't need fancy gadgets or weapons, just a bit of creativity and quick thinking.
And the mental aspect of it all.
Yeah.
He's facing some seriously intense situations, but he never seems to lose his cool. That mental fortitude is incredible.
That's a huge takeaway for sure. That mental resilience, the ability to manage fear, to make clear-headed decisions when everything's going crazy, is just as important as any physical skill.
So it's about tapping into that inner strength.
Yeah.
Finding that reserve of courage we all have inside.
Exactly. And not letting fear paralyze you.
So if you had to leave our listeners with one piece of advice based on everything we've learned from Guy's story, what would it be?
Stay curious, stay aware, and never underestimate your ability to adapt, to overcome. You might just surprise yourself with what you're capable of when you need to be.
That's a powerful message. It's a good reminder that life can throw some serious curveballs our way, but it's how we react, how we adapt, that really defines us.
And sometimes the most courageous and strategic move is knowing when to walk away. Live to fight another day. That in itself is a victory.
Wow. This deep dive has been intense, to say the least.
Definitely intense.
But incredibly insightful.
Absolutely.
Lots to think about, that's for sure. Thanks for joining me on this one. Until next time. Ever scroll through YouTube and stumble across someone with a past so wild you just get a click?
Oh, yeah, totally. Can't look away.
Today we're diving into the world of one such individual, Darren Gee.
Okay.
Now, this isn't your typical influencer story.
Right.
Our source material is an interview where Darren gets real, like really real, about his life, his time served, and how he's navigating this whole online content creation game.
Interesting.
So what's striking right off the bat is his, complete candidness.
Yeah, he does not hold back. It's refreshing in a way.
He doesn't shy away from the tough stuff at all.
Not even a little.
And in doing so, he presents this perspective you don't often encounter in the world of, perfectly curated online personas.
For sure. It's like the opposite of that.
Right. Forget the filters, man.
Exactly.
This is the raw, unvarnished truth.
Totally.
And that in itself seems to be a huge part of his draw.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's upfront about earning through live streams,
Okay.
platforms like TikTok, specifically through those viewer donations.
Those gifts.
Yeah, the gifts, exactly.
Right, right. Which is fascinating in and of itself.
Totally.
I mean, he doesn't just mention receiving these gifts.
Right.
He, breaks down how it all works, the whole mechanics of it.
Yeah.
He even calls out other creators he thinks are being, well, let's just say, less than honest about it all.
It's like this whole honesty is a brand thing,
Totally.
but taken to a whole other level.
100%.
He uses this analogy of asking for a bag of coal.
A bag of coal.
Yeah. A bag of coal. It's such a blunt, no-frills request.
Just straight to the point.
Yeah, this is the deal. Take it or leave it.
And that, as strange as it sounds, could really work.
Right.
There's something to be said for that kind of authenticity, especially online.
Totally. So is it resonating with viewers?
That's the question.
Well, Darren claims he pulls in a good amount from just a few hours of streaming.
Interesting.
And he contrasts his approach with others who might dangle these promises, like a shout-out.
Oh, sure.
In exchange for bigger gifts.
Right, right. Donate more, and I'll say your name.
Exactly. And Darren's like, nope, just the bag of coal.
So what's fascinating here is this paradox.
Okay.
He's calling out manipulation, but at the same time, he's incredibly open about his own methods.
Right. Even if they are a little, shall we say, rough around the edges.
Yeah, a little rough around the edges. So it makes you wonder, does this transparency build trust with his audience?
It's like he's flicked the script, calling out the game while playing it.
Exactly.
With a different rule book.
Right.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's dig a little deeper into those rules.
Okay.
Because this bag of coal honesty, it isn't just about donations.
Oh.
It bleeds into his whole view on finances.
Interesting. How so?
Well, this is where understanding his past, particularly his time incarcerated, becomes crucial.
Okay.
He talks about having this spend it all today mentality.
Spend it all today.
Yeah, and he directly connects it to the uncertainty he's faced in his life.
Wow.
Like if tomorrow isn't a guarantee, why save for a future that might not come?
That's heavy.
It is heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And it really gets at the core of the psychological impact incarceration can have on someone's relationship with money, planning, even the very idea of a future.
Absolutely. And, we talk about financial literacy, right?
Right.
Budgeting, investing, all that.
Yeah.
But what about the emotional side of it?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
After experiencing something as disruptive as incarceration,
Right.
how do you rebuild that trust?
That's his past isn't just backstory. It's this driving force
Exactly.
shaping his decisions today.
Right. 100%.
And it makes you wonder,
Right.
how does that resonate with his audience?
Because you have to imagine some of them are drawn to him because of that past.
Right. It's
this really complex dynamic. On the one hand, there's this parasocial relationship happening, right? Viewers get a window into this world they'd never normally see.
Sure.
But on the other hand, you have to think about the potential for exploitation.
That's the thing, right?
If they're drawn to his rawness, his past, does he then have an ethical responsibility.
To be careful about how he's, leveraging that.
Exactly.
Especially because, let's be real, he's profiting from it.
Right. And we've talked about the direct donations.
Gifts.
The gifts, yeah. But there's also the bigger picture of the creator economy itself.
It's true. The more viewers he gets, the more visibility he has.
And then come the sponsors, the whole 9 yards.
All those avenues open up.
Right. And that's where it gets really interesting from an economic standpoint. It goes way beyond just those individual donations. We're talking about a whole system, right, built around attention.
Engagement.
Exactly. And Darren, whether he meant to or not, has tapped into that. He's found a way to, I guess you could say, monetize his life story.
It's not as simple as just putting a price tag on it, though.
No, not at all. It's navigating this web of audience expectations, platform algorithms, and what we consider authentic online.
Which, let's be honest, is a whole other can of worms.
Totally.
Yeah.
And that's what makes his story so compelling and honestly a little unnerving.
It really is.
Because it forces us to confront these uncomfortable questions about online fame.
Right.
About profiting from hardship.
And the impact of our, what do they call it, digital footprint.
Yes. Our digital footprint.
It's a lot, man.
It really is.
And it's so tempting to want to put Darren in a box.
Yeah.
Exploited or empowered.
Totally.
But it's so much more nuanced than that.
It absolutely is.
He's both a product of the system and someone trying to, rewrite the rules.
And that's the paradox, isn't it?
Total.
He's calling out manipulation, but he's benefiting from that same system.
Which brings us back to you, dear listener.
Yes.
Because ultimately, you're the one who decides who to follow.
Right.
Who to support.
What you watch.
What kind of content you're into.
Exactly.
So what does Darren's story tell you about this whole creator economy?
Yeah. What do you think about his approach?
The bag of coal honesty. Does that make you more likely to engage with his stuff or less?
Because those are the questions we need to be asking ourselves.
They really are.
Because as our online and offline lives get more and more intertwined, the lines between entertainment,
exploitation,
and straight-up economic opportunity, they get blurred.
It's easy to get caught up in the numbers,
Oh, totally. The algorithms, the follower counts.
But it really comes down to human connection, doesn't it?
Get right down to it, yeah.
And Darren, love or hate him, he's tapped into something real.
He has. And it speaks to that need for authenticity.
100%.
We want those raw stories, something we can connect to.
Totally.
But then you have that flip side, right?
Where's the line?
Exactly. When does keeping it real become, too real?
Oversharing.
Yeah, or even when does transparency become a performance?
Whoa.
Right.
It's a trip.
It is. And then add in the money aspect, and it gets even trickier.
Because money always complicates things.
It really does. Like that spend it all today mentality he's got.
Yeah.
As much as it comes from his own experiences,
right.
It might also be feeding into this cycle of instability.
It's like no future. Why plan? Right.
Right. And that's where understanding the psychology of it all is so important.
Totally.
This isn't just about Darren Gee and his unique way of earning online.
Yeah, it's bigger than that.
It shows how past experiences, especially trauma, instability,
right,
how those things can mess with your whole view of money.
It's like we talk about financial literacy, but what about emotional literacy?
There you go. That's the key, right?
How do you break free from those patterns?
Exactly.
And Darren's willingness to talk about it all.
Yeah.
His anxieties, the bag of coal thing. It's like a window into this whole mindset.
100%. One we don't talk about enough.
We focus on the practical stuff.
Yeah, budgets, all that.
But so much of it is emotional.
Totally. Your past, what you believe about the future.
It makes you wonder how many people are dealing with the same anxieties.
Oh, I'm sure it's more common than we realize.
Right. But they don't have the platform to talk about it.
Or even the words to describe it.
Exactly. So where does this leave us? What's the takeaway from Darren Gee's world?
It's a lot, right?
It is. Raw honesty meets online hustle.
I think it comes down to this. The internet has given people like Darren a voice.
Yeah.
A way to share their story, make money they couldn't have imagined before.
For sure.
But it also creates this space where authenticity, exploitation, opportunity.
All blurred together.
Exactly.
It's a lot to process. More questions than answers.
Isn't it, though?
It is. But maybe that's the point.
Maybe.
Darren's story isn't meant to be easily solved or categorized.
Right.
It's a challenge to look at the creator economy, our own relationship with it.
100%.
and to see the human stories behind it all.
Well said.
It's easy to forget the internet's full of real people.
It's easy to get lost in the noise.
It is. So next time you're scrolling,
Yeah.
think about the stories on your screen, the motivations, the why.
It might surprise you.
It really might. And on that note, we'll catch you on the next deep dive.
So you want to dive into personal transformation and resilience.
Sounds right up our alley.
Well, get ready, because this interview with Darren Gee is, it's powerful stuff.
Yeah, no holding back.
He goes deep into addiction, run-ins with the law, even talks about facing threats.
Heavy stuff for sure.
But here's the thing that really struck me. He refuses to be defined by those experiences, you know?
It's almost like he uses that darkness as fuel.
Yeah.
It's like staring it down and using it to propel himself forward.
And you can really feel that, especially when he starts talking about this 10-year plan he created for his life.
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, he did that while he was still incarcerated.
Exactly. I mean, come on, crafting a 10-year plan under those circumstances, that's next-level determination.
Let's talk about making the most of a difficult situation.
It really makes you think about the power of choosing where you focus your energy, you know? Even when it feels like everything's stacked against you.
Absolutely. And the thing about this 10-year plan, it's not just some vague vision board.
Right.
He breaks it down into these really concrete steps. And he even talks about how getting his driver's license became this huge pivotal moment for him.
I remember that.
Like a symbol of freedom.
Yeah, it's that return to normalcy.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny because it reminds me of this thing I heard recently about how our brains get a hit of dopamine from achieving even the smallest of goals.
Oh, yeah, like those little victories.
Right. So every time Darren ticked something off that 10-year plan, his brain was basically throwing a mini celebration.
Love that.
And that creates this positive feedback loop that keeps pushing you forward even when things get tough.
It's like each one of those little wins builds on the one before.
Momentum, right?
Exactly. And that momentum, it's not just for him. It kind of spills over into other parts of his life, too, especially when he talks about his son, Quintus.
And that's where things get really interesting, right? I mean, being a parent, it's a whole other ballgame.
For sure.
And he's really open about the challenges of being the kind of father he wants to be.
Yeah, what struck me was how honest he was about the emotional toll it took.
Yeah.
Especially when he talks about not always being able to see his son.
Oh, yeah, particularly those times when it was because of conflicts with his former partner's friends.
Right.
That's got to be so tough to deal with.
Absolutely.
I mean, it would be easy to let the anger and resentment take over in that situation,
Forward.
but it seems like he made a conscious choice to step back, you
Right.
know, for his own well-being.
And for his sons, too.
Right.
And he even talks about how he kept sending financial support during those times when he couldn't see Quintus as much as he wanted.
That's huge.
Yeah, it really shows his dedication to being a father.
It does. It really makes you think, you know. It's one thing to talk about wanting to break the cycle, but it's a whole other thing to actually do it.
Right.
And that's what I found so inspiring about Darren's story. He's not just talking the talk, he's walking the walk.
You can really feel that.
He even says at one point, you've seen me skinny as you've seen me healthy, as you've seen me speaking articulate and correct. You've seen me in every shade and every stage of my progress.
Wow.
And it really struck me because it's like he's inviting us to see him, you know, flaws and all.
And to witness his evolution.
Exactly.
I think that vulnerability is what makes his story so powerful.
It's huge.
He owns every chapter.
Yeah, and it ties into something else. He talks about the importance of fixing himself first.
Right. Before things on the outside could fall into place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so easy to get caught up in wanting external circumstances to change. But a lot of times, the real transformation has to start from within.
Absolutely. It's about taking control of your own growth.
And for Darren, that included being really intentional about the kind of work he was willing to do.
Oh, yeah. He was very clear about that.
He wasn't interested in just any job. He even called them, jail jobs?
Yeah, he wanted something more meaningful, something that aligned with who he was now.
Totally. And that kind of leads us to what I thought was one of the most powerful takeaways from the whole interview.
Let's hear it.
Darren says, eventually, the things you want the most will come to you.
Man, that line gave me chills.
I know. Right.
It's such a powerful reminder that change takes time.
It's a mantra.
It really is.
For anyone who's ever felt lost or discouraged, you know, you can create a life that truly reflects who you want to be.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with a question.
All right, I like where this is going.
What small goal can you set for yourself today to kickstart that positive change in your own life? What shift in perspective, what step forward will bring you closer to the life you envision? Keep that question in mind as we sign off for today. All right, buckle up, because today we're diving into a side of the entertainment world you don't often see. We're talking about organized crime, but specifically how it's wormed its way into boxing and music in the UK.
Ooh, that's a recipe for trouble for sure.
Yay.
I'm intrigued. Where'd you find this out?
So it all started with this interview I was watching with Darren.
Okay.
Now, if you don't know, he's ex-gang, knows that world inside and out, and he did not hold back.
Yeah, that's the kind of insider perspective you can't really get from, like, news articles.
Exactly.
What kind of stuff was he saying?
Well, he was saying that organized crime has basically set up shop in boxing gyms and music studios.
Oh, wow.
They're not there for the music, though. What they're looking for is raw talent, that drive, that hunger to make it big. And they totally use it against these young people.
It's like the worst possible mentorship you could imagine. I mean, you hear about these kind of things, but coming from someone who is actually in that world, it's pretty chilling.
Yeah, and you can tell he's seen it firsthand. It's really calculated, too. He describes this whole system. They find these athletes, promising boxers, and basically use them as recruiters.
Oh, wow. Recruiters for
To bring in even more talent, more kids who are hungry for their shot.
So they're preying on that desperation.
Absolutely. He dangle the money, the fame, maybe even slip them some cash, make them feel like they're on the up and up. And then slowly those favors, they become obligations. It's textbook grooming, but it's like on an organized level.
And I bet it's even harder to say no when you feel like you're surrounded by it.
Yeah.
Did he talk about how they actually get these kids in? Like, what does it look like in practice?
He was saying that these boxing gyms, they basically become like social clubs for these guys.
Right.
They flash their cash around impressionable kids, make it look aspirational.
Normalizing that lifestyle.
Totally. When in reality, it's the furthest thing from it.
Yeah, it's a trap, basically, and a profitable one.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about boxing and music here.
Huge industries.
Industries where, like, a little bit of talent can mean a lot of money.
So much money.
So it makes sense why they'd be interested, but it's still awful.
Yeah.
So they get them in, they're flashing the cash. But, like, how do they keep them there? Like, how do they actually control these people once they're in?
Well, he talks about these training camps abroad.
Oh, okay.
And at first, they're pitched as this incredible opportunity, but then he really hints at the fact that it's a way to isolate them.
So you get them away from, like, their family, their support systems, their friends. Yeah.
Exactly, and embed them even deeper into this network.
It's so manipulative.
It is, and it's not just boxing either. He talks about gangsters using the same tactics in the music industry, especially in the UK drill scene.
Oh, really?
They control everything, who gets studio time, who collaborates, everything. He even compared it to some producers in America who used to, pit rival gangs against each other just to make money. Oh, wow. Using that rivalry.
It's like a twisted play, and these kids are the pawns.
Yeah, and history's repeating itself. You'd think people would learn.
You would.
So if it's this bad, why aren't people talking about it? Why aren't there more safeguards?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's something we are going to unpack, I promise you that. But before we do that, I do want to touch on one more thing.
Okay.
Gene mentions this guy, Alus, who ran a karate gym. I think it was in Toxteth.
Okay.
And he seemed to have a ton of respect for this guy.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Did you get that sense?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one. Because it seemed like he was contrasting Alus's gym with the ones, being used by these gangsters.
Right, yeah. He even called places like his, like Alus's gym, great positive hubs of energy. And he really emphasized, the importance of having good leadership in these spaces. I thought that was interesting.
It is interesting. It's like with these gyms, they can be really vulnerable spaces, especially for kids who are maybe looking for somewhere to belong,
Totally.
But if they have the right person in charge, they can be such a force for good in the community.
Mm-hmm.
It all comes down to who's running the show.
100%. It seems like more often than not, it's the people with bad intentions who have all the influence.
Yeah.
And one of the things that really struck me was how G was talking about how these kids, they're taught to fight differently on the streets than in the gym.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever heard him talk about that?
I think so, yeah.
It was like a really vivid analogy. It was like, imagine you learned about history by reading a textbook versus like actually living through it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's a completely different ballgame.
Oh, absolutely. It's one thing to learn the theory, but another to be out there when it's like real life, you know?
It's like they're thrown into this crazy world with no rule book, so who do they turn to? The ones who offer them some kind of plan, some structure.
Right, and that's how these groups, they hook them. They prey on that. It's that need for stability, even if it's a messed up kind of stability.
It's like they're filling a void, but with something that's ultimately going to hurt them.
Exactly.
It's pretty dark, but did G offer any solutions? Like, what can we actually do about this?
Well, he doesn't make it sound easy. He says it takes a lot to really fight organized crime. Like, it's got to be attacked from all sides.
Okay, so what are some of the things he suggests?
Well, for one, he's big on transparency, especially in the entertainment industry.
What do you mean?
Like shining a light on those backroom deals, you know, the contracts, the money, the connections that make this all possible.
So more investigative journalism, more people speaking out.
Exactly.
And I guess more pressure on, like, the authorities to actually hold these people accountable.
Exactly. It's about making it harder for them to hide, you know,
Yeah.
making it so the priority is protecting young talent instead of exploiting them.
Okay, that makes sense, but that's huge, right? Like systemically huge. What about on a smaller scale? What can communities do to keep young people safe?
Honestly, I think G really hit the nail on the head when he said education is key.
Education.
Not just telling kids to avoid bad influences. It's about, like, equipping them to spot the signs,
Right.
to actually understand what they're getting into.
Yeah, it's about empowering them to make their own choices,
Yes.
not just telling them what those choices should be.
Exactly. It's about critical thinking,
Yeah.
self-awareness. Give them the tools, you know.
So that they can see clearly what's going on.
Exactly.
What about the ones who are already caught up in it? I mean, how easy is it to really break free from something like that?
It can't be easy, but G had something to say about that too.
Yeah.
He talked about finding that one person, that one safe space, a teacher, a mentor, even a counselor, someone they can actually talk to without being judged.
That's so important, just knowing there's someone out there.
It is, and he really stressed that there's absolutely no shame in asking for help.
Because sometimes you need it, you know? You can't always do it all on your own.
Exactly, and G himself, I mean, he's proof that it's possible.
To get out of that world and actually build a good life,
Yeah.
he's living proof.
Exactly.
You know, you mentioned earlier that these groups are really good at adapting to, like, whatever the situation is.
Oh, they're always one step ahead. It's true.
And G touched on this new trend, how they're using social media now, especially with the music side of things.
Oh, absolutely. Social media, it's like their new favorite playground, unfortunately.
What do you mean?
They use it for everything, you know, scouting for new talent, promoting their artists, making that whole lifestyle seem glamorous when it's really not.
And they're reaching so many people.
So many, especially young people who are, you know, maybe looking for their big break or just want to be seen.
It's crazy how they've managed to use these platforms, you know?
It's
Platforms that are supposed to be about creativity, connecting with people.
Right. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
So what can you even do?
I think it goes back to education again.
Yeah.
This time, digital literacy.
Like how to be safe online, how to spot those red flags.
Exactly.
Because it's not enough to just tell kids to be careful anymore.
Right, because what happens online, it affects real life. You know, there are real consequences.
So how do we make sure that what we're teaching them, like, translates to this digital world?
It's on everyone, honestly. Parents, teachers, even the platforms themselves.
It's a joint effort.
It has to be.
Now, G didn't really get into the money side of things, did he?
Not really.
But I'm curious, like, how are they actually using boxing and music to make money? Is it as simple as, like, just taking advantage of these artists and athletes? Or is there, like, a bigger financial picture here?
There's always a bigger picture, isn't there?
Right.
It's organized crime, after all.
So it's more complicated than just exploitation.
I think so, yeah. Exploitation's definitely a part of it. But I think they're also using these industries for some pretty sophisticated financial stuff.
Like what?
Well, think about it. Boxing matches, concerts, merch sales.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cash flowing around.
Yeah.
And cash that can be used to fund other illegal stuff or launder money or just line their own pockets.
So they're in control of the talent and they're in control of where all the money goes.
Exactly. They could be using these businesses, the boxing, the music, all of it, as a front for money laundering.
Yeah.
Make it look legit when it's not.
Wow.
Or even illegal gambling, fixing matches.
Oh, wow.
It's all about the money.
That's another level.
It is.
Yeah.
And then there's the contracts.
The contracts, yeah.
Think about it. These young artists, these
Yeah.
athletes, they sign these contracts.
Right.
A lot of them probably don't even know what they're signing,
Yeah, no lawyer looking over their shoulder.
Exactly. So they could be signing away huge chunks of their earnings or agreeing to things that are totally unfair.
And they're stuck,
Yeah.
basically.
Basically, yeah.
Trapped in a system that's designed to benefit someone else. It's kind of heartbreaking when you think about all that potential being wasted.
It is. It all goes back to what we were saying before. Transparency is so important.
Yeah, shedding light on these practices so we can actually start to change things.
Exactly.
Okay, so back to these training camps for a sec.
Okay.
You were saying that they aren't always what they seem.
Yeah, on the surface, they seem amazing, right? You get to train with the best, travel the world. Who wouldn't want that? Right. But Geese seem to be implying that some of them are more about control than training.
Yeah, like separating these kids from anyone who might, help them see what's really going on.
It's classic, really. Get them away from their families, their friends, anyone who might question what's happening.
So they're more easily influenced, right? More likely to just go along with it.
Exactly. Imagine it. You're young. You got all these dreams. Suddenly you're flown to some other country.
Living the dream.
Yeah, but you're surrounded by people who all believe the same things, who all follow the same code.
A code that might not be so great.
Exactly.
It's like they're being brainwashed.
In a way, yeah.
So how do we protect young people from that?
Well, for one, education.
There's that word again.
It really is important. Athletes, their families, coaches, they need to know what to look for,
Like red flags.
Red flags, exactly.
What would even be like a red flag in this situation?
Well, for starters, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Right.
Like if they're pressuring you to make a decision quickly, if something feels off about them, trust your gut.
And don't be afraid to ask questions.
Lots of questions.
Mm.
And it's so important to keep those lines of communication open with family, friends, a supportive coach.
Yeah, so they have someone they can talk to if something feels wrong.
Absolutely. Because the more isolated they are, the more vulnerable they become.
This is all like really heavy stuff.
It is heavy, but it's important.
It's eye-opening, that's for sure.
It is. It really makes you think about what's going on behind the scenes.
And it's easy to feel, discouraged.
Oh, yeah.
But you're right, it is important to talk about it.
It is, because ignoring it won't make it go away.
And we can't just assume it's only happening over there in the UK.
Right. This kind of stuff, it can happen anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, and you said earlier, this isn't just an entertainment industry problem, it's a, societal one. What did you mean by that?
Well, you got to think about why these tactics even work in the first place, It's because we live in a world where success is all about money and fame.
Okay.
And young people, especially the ones who haven't had it easy, they're just bombarded with these images of make it big, get rich.
Right, but without seeing all the work that goes into it.
Exactly. And so these groups, they take advantage of that. They offer a shortcut, right? A way to skip all the hard work, all the struggle.
Yeah, but that shortcut, that's where it gets dangerous.
Exactly. Because that shortcut, it always comes with a price.
Yeah, you end up owing someone something.
And usually, it's more than you can afford to pay back.
So it's not enough to just go after these criminal groups. We have to change the way we think about success.
100%. We need a world where young people feel supported, where they can actually achieve their dreams without having to, sacrifice who they are.
Without being taken advantage of.
Exactly.
Well said. This has been a lot.
It has, yeah.
But eye-opening, for sure.
Really important stuff, though.
It is. So before we go, any last thoughts for people listening?
Don't underestimate yourself. You can make a difference, even if it's something small. Just talk to the young people in your life.
Yeah.
Educate yourself. Support the organizations that are trying to help. Every little bit counts.
That's a great place to leave it. We all have a part to play. Until next time, stay curious and stay informed.
Okay, so today we're going deep into something pretty disturbing, honestly, but really important, and that's online extremism.
Right.
And it's not about, sensationalizing hate or anything like that. It's about really trying to dissect it, to understand how it works.
Yeah.
And why it's so dangerous.
It's like it's kind of like studying a virus in a lab.
Okay.
You have to get in there and understand it before you can, actually fight it.
Yeah, That's a good point.
Right.
So the specimen we're putting under the microscope today
Okay.
is this YouTube rant. And warning to everyone listening, the language is really, really hateful.
Yeah.
Like, we won't be repeating the slurs directly, but
Yeah.
you need to know, like, it is bad.
Yeah.
So this guy, Darren, he's the one in the video.
Okay.
And he's just going off on women with the most vulgar language imaginable. Like, just reducing them to sexual objects.
It's really common, unfortunately.
Is it?
With this kind of extremism, you see this kind of objectification a lot,
Interesting.
where they try to deny women autonomy and respect and kind of put them in this lesser role.
So it's like they're trying to control the narrative, right?
Exactly. It's all about power and control.
Wow. And he doesn't stop there.
Yeah.
He goes after the LGBTQ community,
Right.
uses all these slurs, and then he moves on to immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Starts going on about this fear-mongering stuff, like they're all dangerous, the drug.
It's all about finding a scapegoat, right?
Right.
Someone to blame for society's problem.
And it's never that simple, is it?
Never. The world's way more complicated than that.
But what gets me is how he's trying to position himself.
Yeah.
Like, he's not the bad guy.
Right.
He's just telling the truth,
It's classic. They always frame themselves as the victim,
don't they?
the ones being silenced by the establishment or whatever.
So manipulative.
Totally. It's how they try to make people distrust authority and create this us versus them mentality.
And then people fall for it.
It's scary how effective it can be.
It is.
Yeah.
Because then it's like any nuance, any possibility of understanding just goes out the window.
Right. It all becomes black and white, good versus evil.
Exactly. Which is just not how the world works.
Nope. The world is much messier than that.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
much more complicated.
Right. But that's how this stuff takes root, by simplifying everything.
Makes you wonder who's really pulling the strings sometimes.
Right. Like, who benefits from all this division?
Yeah, it's like they want us at each other's throats.
Exactly. Distracted and fighting amongst ourselves.
So while we're all arguing about this stuff, they're probably, off doing whatever they want.
It's a classic tactic, divide and conquer.
So he's throwing out these awful terms, making these sweeping generalizations
Right.
about entire groups of people
Mm-hmm.
and acting like he's some kind of brave truth teller.
Mm.
But what makes this dangerous is what makes this stuff so dangerous.
Words have power, right?
Of course they do.
They can shape how we think, how we feel, even how we act.
Right.
And this kind of language, it just normalizes prejudice.
Meaning?
Like, it makes it okay to discriminate, even to be violent.
Just because of someone's race, religion, sexual orientation.
Exactly.
It's like it gives people permission to hate.
In a way, it does. And even if you don't fully buy into it,
Right.
that constant exposure to hate speech, it desensitizes you.
Like it becomes normal. Exactly. It is terrifying.
It is. It's like a slow drip of poison. You might not even realize it's happening.
Wow. That's a good way to put it.
But over time, it eats away at your empathy, your compassion, your ability to see other people's humanity.
That's heavy.
It is. It's the danger of this kind of rhetoric.
So how does this stuff spread?
Right.
Like, how does a video like this even get any traction online?
Well,
Is it just the algorithms doing their thing, or is there something more going on?
the algorithms definitely play a role,
Right.
but it's not as simple as just amplifying hate.
Oh, okay.
It's more about how those algorithms interact with our own psychology.
Okay. You're going to have to explain that.
Sure. It's like we as humans have this built-in desire for connection, right?
Totally. We're social creatures.
Exactly. And we want to feel like we belong.
Makes sense.
So these algorithms, they tap into that.
Interesting.
They learn what you're interested in and then show you more of it.
And that's not always a good thing.
Exactly.
Because if you're interested in, say, conspiracy theories,
Right.
you're going to see more and more of that until it's like all you see.
It's like you're going down a rabbit hole and the
It's just-
algorithm is leading the way.
It's like it's creating this whole worldview for you,
Exactly. And that's how you get these echo chambers online.
where everyone's just agreeing with each other and making each other more extreme.
Right. They reinforce each other's biases and shut out any dissenting voices.
So it's not even just the algorithms themselves. It's how they work with our own human need to belong,
Precisely. It's like they're exploiting our desire for connection.
which is kind of depressing when you think about it.
It is. It's like they're using our own instincts against us.
They make us more extreme, more divided.
And the scariest part is how this online world starts to bleed into the real world.
Oh, totally. Like
Yeah.
people taking these extreme beliefs and acting on them.
Exactly. These online spaces can become breeding grounds for real-world extremism.
Because they find other people who think like them, right?
Right. People who validate their beliefs no matter how extreme they are,
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more extreme you get, the more accepted you feel,
and the more likely you are to act on those beliefs.
which is terrifying.
It is. It's why we need to take this stuff seriously.
So where do we even start with something like this?
Well,
It feels so big, so overwhelming.
it's a huge challenge, no doubt. But I think education is key.
Like teaching people how to think critically about what they see online.
Exactly. Especially young people.
Yeah, they're the ones growing up with all this.
They are. So we need to give them the tools to navigate this digital world safely.
To spot misinformation and understand how manipulation works.
Right. To evaluate sources, to consider different perspectives.
And to engage in respectful dialogue, even when they disagree with someone.
Yeah, exactly. That's crucial.
It's like we need to teach them to be good digital citizens.
I like that. Good digital citizens.
Right, because it's not just about being online, it's about being a good person online.
Exactly. And that's something we could all benefit from.
Totally. I mean, think about how much crap we see online every day.
Right. It's overwhelming.
It is. And it's not just about hate speech either.
Right.
It's misinformation propaganda, all of it.
It's all designed to manipulate us in some way.
So we need to be more discerning about what we consume online.
Absolutely. More critical, more skeptical.
And more willing to speak up when we see something that's wrong.
Exactly.
But it's not just about individual responsibility, is it?
No, it's not.
The platforms themselves have to step up too.
They absolutely do. They have a responsibility to curb the spread of this stuff.
Which is tough, right?
Very tough, because you
Yeah.
have freedom of speech on one hand,
Right.
but on the other hand, these platforms are giving a megaphone to hate.
So how do you find that balance?
It's a constant struggle. But there are things they can do.
Like what?
Well, for one, they need better content moderation.
Like actually taking down the bad stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they need clear guidelines for what constitutes hate speech.
So everyone knows where the line is.
Right. And they need to be transparent about how they're enforcing those guidelines.
So it's not just happening in a black box.
Exactly. Transparency is key.
And they need to work on those algorithms.
Yes, that's a big word.
Like actually changing how they work so they're not creating these echo chambers.
Right, because right now it's like they're designed to divide us.
It was about engagement, right?
Exactly. They don't care what you're engaging with as long as you're engaging.
Which is a problem because hate gets clicks.
It does, unfortunately.
So we need to find a way to make empathy and understanding go viral.
Right. Imagine if compassion trended the way hate does.
That would be amazing.
It would change everything.
So it's not just about taking down the bad stuff, it's about promoting the good stuff too.
Exactly. It's about creating online spaces that are actually designed for connection and understanding.
Instead of division and hate.
Right. It's about building a better internet.
And a better world.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
Me too. It's a vision worth striving for.
It is. And it starts with us.
With all of us.
So for everyone listening,
Right.
think about this.
Yeah.
Have you ever encountered this kind of hate speech online?
Mm-hmm.
How did it make you feel?
Right.
How did you react?
Did it change how you saw the world?
Did it change how you saw other people?
These are important things to think about. It's easy to feel like, what can you even do? Right? Like it's this tidal wave of hate and you're just one person.
Yeah, it's easy to feel powerless.
But I like how you're talking about taking action.
Yeah.
About changing the actual structure of these platforms.
Mhm.
It gives me some hope, honestly.
Hope is good.
But it can't just be passive hope. We have to actually do something.
Okay, so we've talked about education.
Right.
We've talked about the platforms taking responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But what about us?
Exactly. It comes down to individual choices, too.
Like what we do when we see this stuff online.
Right. What are you willing to tolerate?
Yeah, like, do we just scroll past it?
Right.
Do we get angry but not say anything?
Or do you actually do something about it?
So what can we do?
Well, sometimes it's as simple as speaking up. Like
Okay.
if someone makes a prejudiced joke
Right,
or shares something that's clearly misinformation,
we call them out.
you can. Or even just gently correct them.
Okay.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
And if it's something really bad,
Right.
like hate speech,
And you report it.
to the platform.
Exactly.
So they can take it down.
Right, because they don't always know it's there.
Right. They're relying on us to flag it.
They are. And you can also support organizations that are fighting this stuff.
Like the ones trying to make the internet a safer place.
Exactly. Because they're doing really important work.
They are. So it's like we have to use our voices to make a difference.
Exactly, because silence only helps the haters.
And it's like what we were saying before about the algorithms, right? They amplify things.
They do.
So if we amplify empathy,
Right.
if we amplify understanding,
Yes.
then maybe that will start to drown out the hate.
It's possible. It's like we can use those same algorithms for good.
Instead of evil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We just need to be more intentional about what we amplify.
It all comes back to choice, doesn't it?
It really does. Every click, every share, every comment is a choice.
So choose wisely,
Choose wisely,
because we're all building this digital world together.
whether we realize it or not.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
So we didn't go on this deep dive to bum everyone out
Right.
or to say that the internet is a terrible place.
It's not all bad.
It's not. There's a lot of good out there, too,
Right. But we have to be aware of the bad stuff, too.
so we can fight it.
Exactly. Knowledge is power.
It really is,
Yeah.
even when it's uncomfortable.
Especially when it's uncomfortable.
So to everyone listening,
Yes.
think about what we talked about today.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the choices you're making online,
Right. Are you amplifying hate or are you amplifying hope?
because every little bit counts.
It really does.
So that's it for today's deep dive.
Thank you for having me.
It's great having you. And to everyone listening,
Stay curious.
stay informed.
And stay engaged.
We'll see you next time.
All right, diving in today, we're going to a place that's, well, kind of fascinating and kind of disturbing all at the same time. We're going to be picking apart a transcript, actually from a YouTube live stream. You know those Scouse sit-off videos?
Oh, yeah. I've seen those.
Yeah, so this one features a guy, Darren. Our mission, I guess you could say, is to really break down the language of online hate. You know, what makes it tick.
Yeah, and it's easy to think, oh, it's just trolls, whatever, but it's way more complicated than that,
Yeah.
right? Online hate speech is, unfortunately, a growing concern. And, well, figuring out how it works is important to actually doing something about it. It has real-world consequences.
Absolutely. This isn't just like words on a screen. They have power. They really tap into something deeper, psychologically, I think. So as we were going through this transcript, what really jumped out at you? What's the strategy behind the language?
Well, one of the first things you notice is this constant othering. G uses, like, all these derogatory terms,
Yeah.
dehumanizing labels. He calls people creatures, anyone who disagrees with him, basically.
Right.
It's an old tactic, creates that us versus them thing, makes it easier to justify the aggression. Think about, propaganda throughout history. It often uses this tactic to dehumanize entire groups of people.
It's primal almost, this need to create those groups in, groups out groups. And Xi doesn't hold back. He attacks how people look, their intelligence, really goes for the jugular.
Yeah, pushing buttons, for sure. Yeah. Triggering that insecurity, that anger. When you feel attacked personally, you're more likely to react emotionally,
Right.
not rationally. And that's when you're more likely to be swayed by this kind of message. He uses really personal insults, too, like, you look like a smackhead, designed to humiliate and get a reaction.
It's like he's trying to get that fight or flight response from
Yeah.
people. And then there's the casual violence in his language, threats. Even if he's trying to dress it up as dark humor, he'll talk about creatures of the night or joke about someone's father being like the dad of hell. It's scary.
It does unsettling. He's normalizing violence, even celebrating it. But it's all under this umbrella of entertainment, creating a sense of threat, a siege mentality. It resonates with people who feel like they're on the fringe of things, unheard.
Yeah, totally. And it's not just the aggression itself. It's almost like he's putting on a show. There are times when you feel like he's expecting, even wanting, a backlash, playing a character, this villain.
Yeah, that's where you get into that whole hate as entertainment thing. Figures like this, they thrive on controversy. Outrage means more clicks, more views, and eventually a bunch of followers who are really into it. And this is where platforms like YouTube, with their algorithms, come into play. It's all about engagement.
So he's like gaming the system, exploiting how these algorithms work, and they drive so much of what we see online.
Yeah, I mean, in a way. The more engagement his content gets, even if it's negative engagement, the more people see it. And that visibility, it becomes influence. And sometimes even profit, unfortunately. It's this bad cycle, that these platforms are trying to break, but it's tough.
It really makes you think how this one example, this guy, connects to these bigger systems. But one thing I thought was interesting, and maybe this is weird, is there's this like almost paranoid feeling in his rants too. He talks about being targeted by hateful people, makes himself the victim.
Classic tactic, really. Victim blaming. It's a way to not take responsibility and still feel righteous, even when you're the one doing the harm. By claiming he's the real victim, he can shut down anyone who disagrees with him and make it seem like he's the one being attacked.
Right, and it's really effective because people feel empathy, and it taps into a sense of injustice, like, hey, that's not fair.
Exactly. And it works even better online because information spreads so fast and the details and nuances get lost.
For sure. And it's not just about deflecting blame either. There's another thing about how he talks, and it's disturbing. The casual way he talks about women reduces them to sexual objects. What's the strategy there?
You know, it's not just about trying to be shocking or edgy. It's more than that. It's about power, really, the traditional kind. By making women into just sexual objects, he's putting himself in a position of control, of dominance. And for some guys watching this, hearing this kind of locker room talk, it makes them feel validated, like it's okay to talk this way.
Yeah, it's like he's creating a space where that kind of talk, the aggression, the misogyny, it's not just okay, it's celebrated.
Exactly. And that's a big part of understanding this specific type of online hate. It's often really rooted in misogyny, this need to keep those traditional gender roles in place. And a woman who doesn't fit in that box, who speaks up, who's independent, she's a threat, and she becomes a target.
So it's not even just about silencing women, it's about controlling them, keeping them in line.
Exactly. And that's why it's so dangerous, right? It makes it seem normal, not just the hateful language, but the attitudes behind it. And those attitudes, they lead to real-world consequences for women. Violence, discrimination, it's all connected.
Okay, so we've talked about the individual things he does, the name-calling, the attacks, the victim stuff, but when you zoom out, what's the bigger picture here? What's the impact of this kind of hate online?
You know, it's the question that keeps a lot of us up at night. Because it's not just online anymore, is it? It spills out into the real world. It changes how we see each other, makes it harder to feel empathy. And it creates this environment where violence, it just feels more acceptable, more normal.
And you mentioned earlier the whole algorithm thing, how they can actually make this stuff spread more. What can we even do about that?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's really tough. Platforms like YouTube, they're under a lot of pressure to do something, to control the content, stop the hate speech. But it's a losing battle sometimes.
Because for every account they shut down, 10 more pop up, right?
Exactly. And it's not even just about taking down the bad stuff. We have to figure out why people are drawn to it in the first place. It's the algorithms, sure, but it's also that need to belong, to connect with something, the feeling that nobody's listening. A lot of people feel that way.
So it's like a tech problem, A&D, a people problem, all mixed into one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we need a bunch of solutions to tackle it. It's not just on YouTube or any one platform. It's on educators, lawmakers, and just regular people, too. We all have a role to play in this.
So what can we do as individuals? I mean, what's our part in all of this?
That's where it gets interesting, because we aren't just sitting here watching this stuff happen. We have choices, and we have voices.
But it feels so huge, you know? Like one voice against all this noise.
That's exactly why it's important to speak up. Every time. When you see hate, when you hear it, say something. Silence just makes the problem worse, makes those people feel stronger.
So it's about paying attention to what we're watching, what we're reading, even how we're talking online, and thinking about the impact of our words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can make the internet a place where this kind of hate is harder to spread, where it's not so welcome. We need more dialogue, more understanding, more empathy, really.
Empathy, yeah. That feels like such a rare thing online these days.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's crucial. If we want to create a space online where everyone feels like they matter, like they belong, where everyone feels safe to be themselves.
We've been in some dark corners of the internet today, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But I keep coming back to what you said about having agency, about not being bystanders.
Right. We get to decide how we use this technology, how we process what we see online, and how we treat each other. Those are choices we make every day.
So how do we become smarter about what we're consuming online? How do we get better at spotting this stuff?
We start by being critical thinkers. Question what you see, question what you hear, and be honest with yourself about your own biases.
We all have them, right?
Of course, but we have to be aware of them so they don't stop us from seeing things clearly.
And be mindful of the words we use ourselves.
100%. Words are powerful,
Mm-hmm.
and they need to be chosen carefully, especially online. Things get taken out of context so easily.
So we need to build a culture of respect even when we don't agree on something.
Exactly. And never forget, there's always a real person on the other side of the screen.
This has been, well, it's been unsettling, but hopeful too. Unsettling because of the stuff we talked about, but hopeful because it reminds us that we have the power to change things.
I couldn't have said it better myself. We can make a difference.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, how it all connects. Like you have these individual people saying these awful things, but then it ties into these much bigger problems.
Right. Misogyny, people being afraid, that feeling like they don't belong anywhere, it all gets mixed up together.
Yeah. And that's what makes it all so complicated. It's not like you can just like delete a comment or ban an account and it's solved.
Nope. It goes much deeper. We have to get at the root of it all. Why are people so full of hate? Where's it coming from?
And that feels like a, I don't know, a huge EE thing to fix.
It is huge. But we can't just give up. It has to start with teaching people, helping them understand. We need more empathy in the world.
Empathy. It's like this, I don't know, rare gem or something.
Maybe it is. But it's so important. If we want the internet to be a place where people feel safe, where they can be themselves without being attacked, empathy is key.
Totally. We've seen some messed up stuff today, and it's easy to just want to log off and forget about it. But I keep thinking about what you said before about how we're not powerless.
Exactly. We're not just along for the ride. We have choices to make every time we log on.
So how do we start being smarter about what we're seeing online? Like, how do we get better at recognizing this hate speech?
We got to use our brains.
Yeah.
Don't just accept everything you see and hear. Ask questions and be really honest with yourself about your own biases.
Because we've all got them, right?
Everyone. But we have to know what they are so we can see past them, Make sure they're not making decisions for us.
And we got to be careful about the words we're using, too.
Absolutely. Words matter, maybe more than ever online. Things get twisted around so easily.
We need to be respectful, even when we're arguing about something.
Yeah, and remember, there's an actual person on the other end of that comment.
This deep dive, it's been, well, a little disturbing, but hopeful, too. Like, yeah, we saw the bad stuff, but it also felt good to talk about solutions,
Exactly. We can make things better.
Well, on that note, I think that's all the time we have for this deep dive.
Been great chatting with you.
Same here. And to everyone listening, we'll leave you with this. What will you do to make the internet a better, kinder place for everyone? Think about it. And until next time, keep learning, keep asking questions, and keep fighting for a better digital world.
All right, so we got a pretty intense piece to delve into for this deep dive.
Yeah, definitely intense.
It's a video featuring a guy named Darren.
Okay.
And just a heads up, this is not your typical, polished speaker or anything. This guy's been through it.
Right, sounds like it.
And he's not holding back on sharing his thoughts.
I like it. Lay it on us.
So right away, he jumps into this idea of the pressure on men to be providers, to be the ones who bring home the bacon.
Mm-hmm.
And he even goes so far as to say it's like horrendous to accept failure in that area.
Wow. Yeah, you can really feel the weight of that expectation in his words. Like it's just this heavy thing that men carry around.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder, how much of a man's self-worth gets tied up in his ability to provide financially.
Yeah. It's huge for him. Like those two things are inseparable. You know what I mean? And it's not even just about like literally putting food on the table, although obviously that's a big part of it.
Right, correct.
But it's more about this deeper idea of what it means to be a man, to be successful in the eyes of society.
It's like this fundamental measure of your worth as a man.
Exactly. And when a man can't meet those expectations, whether it's because of circumstances or, maybe even by choice, it can really mess with his head.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can see how that kind of pressure could lead someone down a dark path.
Yeah.
Make them feel like they have to prove themselves no matter what.
For sure.
And that's where this whole that life thing comes in.
That life.
Yeah, he keeps using that phrase, that life.
Yeah.
And it seems to be his way of referring to the criminal underworld, maybe even gangs.
Oh.
And he paints this really interesting picture of it because on the one hand, he talks about how alluring it can be.
Right, like seductive almost.
Exactly. But then he flips it and shows how destructive it is, especially for families.
Yeah, there's always that dark side, isn't there? The price you pay.
Always.
Yeah.
So how do you think he connects that life back to the roles men feel forced into? This pressure to be the provider.
Well, it's like that life becomes a way to achieve that, in a twisted way.
A shortcut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A shortcut to power, to respect, to being someone in a world where they feel like they're nothing. He talks about finding a sense of purpose in that world, a sense of belonging, which is something that a lot of men are searching for,
Especially if they haven't found it in more traditional ways.
Exactly. It's like this distorted sense of community and brotherhood.
But then, of course, he doesn't shy away from showing the devastating consequences of that life.
No, not at all.
The way it tears families apart, the violence, the trauma. It's like he's saying, yeah, you might find some temporary fulfillment, but at what cost?
Right. And it's not just your own life you're destroying either.
Exactly. And this is where it gets really interesting and I think really relevant for everyone listening.
Okay, I'm listening.
He starts talking about the victims of crime,
Yeah.
the people who get caught in the crossfire.
Right.
And he makes this comparison. He says that these victims are often just decent people going about their lives, while it's the bad, and get this, he calls them under Lord Biden citizens.
Under Lord Biden citizens. That's a new one.
Right. It's loaded language, for sure.
Definitely.
And it's not language we endorse, but we have to unpack it to understand his perspective.
Yeah. Absolutely. So what's he getting at with that phrase?
Well, I think it points to his perception of a social divide.
Like there are two sets of rules.
Exactly. He seems to see this clear separation between those who are playing by the rules, the decent folks, as he calls them,
Okay.
and those who are stuck in that life, who've chosen or maybe even been forced into a different path.
And the decent people are the ones who end up as collateral damage.
That's how it seems to be for him.
That's heavy.
It is. And it reveals a lot about how he sees the world and the choices people make.
And the choices they don't get to make sometimes.
Right. Exactly. But hold on to your hats because it gets even more intense.
Oh boy, I'm ready.
He goes on this whole rant about how none of us are truly free.
None of us. Come on now.
He's talking about surveillance restrictions, even feeling trapped by our own thoughts.
Whoa, that's deep.
It really is. And it makes you wonder, how much of this is influenced by his own experiences, maybe even his current situation.
Right, because we know he's been through some things.
Exactly. I said, what do we make of this whole freedom angle?
Well, it's interesting because he takes this very personal experience and he connects it to this broader societal anxiety that I think a lot of people are feeling these days.
Like a general sense of unease.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're not really in control even though we're told we are.
And he gets really specific, too.
Oh, yeah. How so?
He's talking about, needing permission to travel, and not being able to take out large sums of money without raising eyebrows.
Whoa, I see what you mean.
It's like, even if you have the means, there are still these invisible barriers in place.
Yeah, it's like you said, that sense of being constrained,
Yeah.
even when we're constantly told we have all these choices.
And it's not even just about those external restrictions.
Well,
He talks about how things like watching television,
okay.
it can kind of lock you into a certain way of thinking.
Oh, interesting.
It's almost like you're saying our entertainment choices, they can chip away at our freedom too.
He actually uses the term, what was it, the Matrix,
Oh, wow.
which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's getting pretty deep.
It is. It's that whole question, are we really making our own choices?
Or are we just playing out a script that's already been written for us?
Exactly. And speaking of scripts and choices, he goes on this whole tangent about Andrew Tate, that whole...
Oh, yeah, the whole alpha male guru thing.
Exactly. And let's just say Darren Gee is not a fan.
Yeah, not a fan. He straight up calls him a bellend,
A bellend. Okay, then.
which I'm pretty sure is not a compliment.
Definitely not.
So what's going on there? Why this sudden animosity towards Andrew Tate?
Well, it seems like to G, Tate represents everything he's pushing back against.
Like what?
Like this pre-packaged, almost artificial version of masculinity and success.
Interesting.
He even talks about how Tate is selling this image, like it's some kind of product.
Oh, I totally see that.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned Tate because I actually used to follow him online too.
Really?
Yeah. And for a while, I really bought into that whole image of success. The cars, the money, the lifestyle.
It's very appealing on a surface level.
It is. But lately, I've been thinking a lot about what really matters. Like what actually brings fulfillment.
It's easy to get caught up in those narratives, especially when they're presented with so much confidence and charisma.
For sure.
But what I find really interesting about Guy is how he contrasts that with his own approach.
How so?
Well, he talks about the hard work, the energy it takes to do what he does, which, from what I gather, involves a lot of engaging with people online.
So it's not just about projecting this image of success. It's about actually putting in the work.
Right. And it's interesting because even though he's critical of Tate's approach, he's still found a way to be successful in his own right.
It's like he's found a different way to express his masculinity,
Totally. He owns his story. He's vulnerable. He's not afraid to be emotional.
He's a real person.
Exactly. And you know what? In a way that feels a lot more authentic, a lot more human.
It makes you think, like if this kind of conversation, this way of looking at masculinity had been around when he was younger?
You mean if he'd had different examples to follow?
Exactly. Would he have made different choices?
That's the big question, isn't it? The one we can never really answer.
It's like he had to figure it all out on his own.
And it sounds like it was a bumpy ride.
For sure.
Uh,
But even now, he's still wrestling with these huge questions about freedom, about what it means to be a man in a world that often feels very, confining.
He's definitely still on that journey. And this video, it's like a glimpse into that journey.
A snapshot in time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's sharing it, putting it all out there, that's powerful.
Absolutely. So we've covered a lot of ground here, from the pressures of masculinity to this idea of freedom as maybe an illusion.
And everything in between.
Right. So as we wrap up, what's sticking with you from this deep dive?
It's that connection he makes between all these different things.
Oh, what specifically?
The way he ties together, like, the expectations on men, the allure of that life, and that desire for something more.
Something real.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It reminds us that people's choices, their paths, they're often shaped by so many factors.
Things we might not even be aware of.
Exactly. It's a good reminder to be a little more empathetic,
Absolutely. Because everyone's fighting a battle we know nothing about.
Well said.
This deep dive really gave us a lot to think about. And for everyone listening, the next time you find yourself making assumptions about someone's choices or their path, remember Darren G's story.
Remember, there's always more to the story than meets the eye.
Exactly. And a little understanding can go a long way. Until next time, keep asking questions, keep exploring, and keep those deep dives coming.
Ever get that feeling? You know that one, like you've stumbled onto a story and it's just got movie written all over it?
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
Well, get ready, because today we are diving deep, and I mean deep, into a story.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Lay it on me.
Love, betrayal, organized crime.
I think
We've
so.
got it all. And it's going to make even the wildest fiction seem tame.
All right, you've got my attention. Who's at the heart of this story?
We're heading straight into the UK underworld, my friend.
Always a good time.
The story of Darren Gee.
The name rings a bell. Headlines, right?
You got it. And his, shall we say, complicated relationship with a woman named Katie Tierney.
Complicated how? Give me the juicy details.
Well, Darren's got a past, no doubt about it. Ties to organized crime, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, so not your average Joe then.
Not even close. But here's the thing. He decides to share this really personal chapter of his life online.
Interesting. What's the angle? Why air it out for the whole world to see?
It's a good question. And it gets right to the heart of this world, Loyalty, treachery, power. It's all tangled up together.
A dangerous game.
You got that right. And we're getting this straight from the source, a YouTube video where Darren spills the tea, starts right at the very beginning, how he meets Katie Tierney.
All right, set the scene for me.
Picture this. Darren's in prison.
Oh, boy. Okay, so not exactly a meet cute in a cafe.
Not quite. Katie enters the picture as a voice on the phone.
Wow. Building a connection, maybe even falling in love through prison walls.
That's the thing about prison, right? It's like this pressure cooker. Emotions are amplified. Relationships, they burn hot and fast.
Absolutely. You're cut off from the outside world. So you cling to any connection you can find.
Exactly. And you start to project all these hopes and dreams onto this person, this voice on the other end of the line.
I can see how that could get messy.
Oh, it does. Because Darren, he starts talking about Katie like she's the one, you know, uses the L word and everything.
Love, huh? And what's Katie's side of this?
Well, that's where things get interesting. She starts pushing for marriage.
Pushing how?
And I'm not talking about a gentle nudge. This woman was on a mission. Darren says she even contacted the prison chaplain about arranging a wedding.
Whoa, without him even knowing.
Apparently. And that's when those alarm bells should be ringing, right? This urgency to lock things down.
It makes you wonder, was it really love? Or was there something else going on?
Right. Because remember, this is the world of organized crime we're talking about. Relationships. They're not always what they seem.
Often transactional. A means to an end.
Exactly. And you start to wonder who's playing who in this whole situation.
So was Darren suspicious? Did he pick up on any of this?
He admits he felt pressured, even bulldozed into it.
But he went through with it anyway.
He did, and you can kind of understand it. You're in this vulnerable position, starved for connection.
Looking for a lifeline. Someone to believe in.
Exactly. But it's like you said, those alarm bells, they're ringing. And it's only a matter of time before things start to unravel. It's like one of those moments, like in a movie or a TV show where everything seems almost too perfect.
Ah, you're talking about that calm before the storm.
Exactly. And you just know something's got to give.
And in this case, it sounds like something is the truth about Katie.
You got it. Because remember, Darren still got those whispers in his ear, people warning him about Katie, saying she's not who she seems.
It's like everyone knows something he doesn't.
Right. And that's got to eat at you, especially when you're already feeling unsure about things.
So how does Darren go from suspicion to actually uncovering the truth?
Well, according to him, it was like pieces of a puzzle slowly starting to fit together. Little things at first, inconsistencies in Katie's stories, that kind of thing.
And those little things start to add up.
Exactly. And then there's this whole other level to it, this whole other life she's living that he had no clue about.
The lavish lifestyle, the trips, the money,
Yeah.
it all pointed to something more than meets the eye.
Oh, yeah. And we're not talking about just a little extra spending money here. We're talking about a level of wealth that's, well, let's just say it raises some serious red flags.
Especially in that world where money often comes with strings attached.
Exactly. And those strings, they lead straight to the heart of organized crime.
So who was pulling those strings? We've danced around it enough. Let's hear it.
The name that sends chills down the spine of anyone who knows the UK underworld, Michael Ungi.
Ungi, that's a name that carries weight. A reputation that precedes him, to say the least.
For sure. And when you connect those dots, Katie's lifestyle, her sudden marriage to Darren, it all starts to look very, very different.
It's like that moment when the magician reveals how the trick is done. Suddenly, everything that seemed magical and mysterious is exposed for what it really is, a carefully constructed illusion.
And the illusion in this case, that's where things get really interesting and really messy.
Lay it on me. What exactly was the nature of Katie's alleged involvement with Ungi? What was she really up to while Darren was behind bars?
Well, if you believe Darren, and he's adamant about this, it was way more than just a casual fling.
Go on.
He claims she was deeply embedded in Ungi's world, acting as his, well, let's just say his right-hand woman, while he was also serving time.
Whoa. So we're not talking about just a bit of infidelity here. We're talking about potential criminal conspiracy.
You got it. And not just any criminal, we're talking about Michael Ungi. This is big league stuff.
High stakes, high risk, and potentially devastating consequences if you get caught.
And that's the thing, right? It's not just about the personal betrayal anymore. It's about the danger, the potential fallout from crossing someone like Ungi.
Because, let's be real, in that world, loyalty is everything. Betrayal. Well, let's just say it doesn't often end well.
And as if things weren't already complicated enough, there's another layer to this story, another twist that really throws a wrench into the works.
Oh, don't leave me hanging.
Well, remember how we talked about those whispers, those warnings that Darren was getting about Katie?
Yeah, the people trying to tip him off, plant those seeds of doubt.
Well, it turns out those whispers might have been more than just gossip. They might have been strategically placed, designed to manipulate the situation, to pit Darren against Ungi.
Okay, now this is getting really interesting. Who are these whisperers? And what was their end game?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Were they genuinely concerned for Darren? Or were they playing a deeper game, trying to use him as a pawn in some larger power struggle within the criminal underworld?
A classic case of keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Exactly. And in this world, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between the two. It's one thing to hear those whispers, right? To suspect something's off.
Sure, suspicion is one thing.
But then to actually confront the truth, to come face to face with it.
That's a whole other beast entirely.
And Darren, well, he doesn't shy away from that confrontation, not one bit.
He's driven by a lot of things at this point.
Yeah.
Anger, heartbreak.
Oh, absolutely. And this need, this burning need to expose what's really been going on.
To regain control in a situation where he felt completely powerless.
Exactly. And he's not just content to sit back and lick his wounds. He takes action.
And this is where things escalate, isn't it? This is where that need for control, it becomes almost obsessive.
You got it. It's like he's on a mission and nothing's going to stop him.
Yeah. So what does he do? How does he go about exposing the truth?
He talks about this incident, right? Tracking Katie down to a house, actually watching her through a window.
Hold on, he went there in person.
Oh, yeah. He's not messing around. Even records it with his phone.
Whoa. Talk about putting yourself in a risky situation. What was he hoping to find?
Validation, maybe? Proof of what he already suspected.
And what does he see? Does he get that confirmation he's looking for?
He claims Katie was with other women, that there were drugs involved, the whole 9 yards.
And Ungi. Was there any sign of him?
Darren says she was on the phone with him right then and there.
Wow. So he's got them dead to rights, at least in his mind.
Exactly. But here's the thing, and this is what makes this whole story so compelling. Those actions, they have consequences.
Oh, absolutely. We're not just talking about personal fallout here. This is organized crime we're dealing with. The stakes are high.
And the lines between right and wrong, they get blurry, you know.
It's easy to judge from the outside looking in. But when you're caught up in that world, when you feel like you've been betrayed, wronged,
Sometimes you act first and think later. And in Darren's case, those actions, they send shockwaves through that whole underworld.
he's breaking the code, exposing secrets that were meant to stay buried.
And in doing so, he's putting a target on his own back.
Because, let's be real, in that world, silence is golden. And loose lips, well, they tend to sink ships.
This whole story, it's a wild ride, that's for sure. But it's also a cautionary tale.
About the dangers of getting involved in a world where the rules are different, where loyalty is a commodity, and betrayal can cost you everything.
It makes you think, doesn't it, about the choices we make, the lines we're willing to cross, and the consequences that follow.
Because sometimes the truth, as they say, is stranger and far more dangerous than fiction.
And in this case, that truth has the power to shake the very foundations of the UK underworld.
Leaving us to wonder who will crack first and what price will they pay for their secrets.
It's a story that will stay with you long after the credits roll. A reminder that even in the darkest corners of the world, the human heart, with all its complexities and contradictions, continues to beat. Until next time, keep it locked right here, and we'll be back soon with another deep dive into a world that's just waiting to be explored.
Okay, so are you ready for a wild one?
Always.
Today we're diving deep into a story. It's about family, loyalty, and some serious real estate drama. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Sounds intriguing.
This is the story of Darren Gee.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Yeah, a former Liverpool hard man, and his younger brother, Ian.
Okay.
You might remember Darren from our previous deep dive into the underworld.
Right.
Yeah, this time we're peeling back the layers. We're going to uncover a tale of, like, trust, betrayal, and those complicated ties that bind families, you know.
Especially when big money is involved.
Especially when, yeah, large sums of money are involved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a classic story, really. Full of twists and turns. We'll be unpacking an interview Darren did. It was on the Scouse Sit-Off YouTube channel, so we're getting, like, his firsthand account of how things went down.
And let me tell you, he does not hold back.
I bet.
Oh, no. Darren, he starts by setting the scene, right? He's headed to jail.
Okay.
And he needs someone he can trust to, like, manage his affairs.
Right. Makes sense.
Enter Ian, his younger brother. So far, so good, right?
Seems straightforward enough.
Well, it's about to get interesting. Because Darren doesn't just hand over some spare change. He entrusts Ian with his cafe, cash flow. And, get this, something he calls graft phones.
Graft phones. Now, graft phones might not mean much to you.
Oh, me?
And me neither. But based on the context, we're talking burner phones or something.
Okay.
Likely used for business dealings that Darren wanted to keep under the radar. And that detail right there, it speaks volumes. Darren's not just handing over the keys to, like, a legitimate business. There's an underlying layer of risk and possibly even illegal activity.
Right. It makes you wonder what Darren was really involved in, but also the level of trust he had in Ian at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's huge. He's basically saying, here's my world, brother, take care of it. Little did he know.
Oh, boy.
But before we jump ahead, let's talk about a stroke of luck, or maybe it's fate. Because while Darren's in jail, Anfield Stadium.
That's in the Liverpool Football Club home turf.
Yeah. For those of you who aren't familiar, it undergoes a major redevelopment project.
Okay.
Big changes happening.
Right.
Yeah. And wouldn't you know it, Darren's Cafe, it's smack dab in the middle of the compulsory purchase zone. Now, this means the government basically forces Darren to sell the property to make way for the redevelopment.
Wow. Okay.
And it's not a bad deal for him.
Oh, yeah. How much are we talking?
That initial 50 grand he invested in the cafe, the government buys him out for a cool 190,000 pounds.
That's a hefty chunk of change.
Right. But here's the kicker. The money doesn't go directly to Darren. It goes to the guy holding the purse strings, Ian.
Uh-oh.
And that's where this story takes a turn from simple brotherly duty to something much more complex.
Right. Because what does Ian do? Does he sit on the cash? Wait for Darren to get out?
I think we already know the answer to that.
Not a chance. He sees an opportunity and boy, does he run with it. Ian starts investing that money, specifically in property. His first purchase, flats above an old off-license and shop on Domingo Grove.
Interesting.
It's a savvy move, really. He's taking advantage of the real estate boom in the area. But hold on, because this is just the tip of the iceberg.
It's about to get interesting, isn't it? I can feel it.
No, it definitely does. From Domingo Grove, Ian sets his sights on Robson Street, snatching up 2 shops right next to a place called Lucky Fur, some sort of mini market, from what I gather. He merges the 2 shops, transforms them into another off-license, and get this, doesn't even bother stocking it.
Wait, what? Why go through all that trouble if you're not going to sell anything? That doesn't
Right.
make any sense.
That's what's so clever about it. See, the real money wasn't in selling crisps and fizzy drinks.
I see where you're going with this.
It was upstairs. He converts the space above the shop into 6 separate flats.
Ugh.
And then, in a move that screams business acumen, sells the entire block, shops and flats, to a chain called Kelly's Wines. Have you heard of them?
Kelly's Wines.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they've got a few locations around here.
Exactly. Local off-licenses popping up everywhere. And that's how that 190 grand from the cafe sale mushroomed into serious cash. Ian went from caretaker to real estate mogul in the blink of an eye.
Wow, so he's like a property tycoon now.
Mm-hmm.
From cafe owner to real estate mogul, that's quite the transformation.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
But he doesn't stop there, does he?
Not even close. Ian's got momentum now, and he's not afraid to use it. He goes on to start not just 1, but 2 more businesses.
Okay, now I'm really impressed. So we've got property. What else does he get into?
So he starts a company called M&J Maintenance.
M&J Maintenance.
Yeah, focusing on home improvements and construction.
Oh, okay. A natural fit, really, given his property ventures.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then there's Tight Security,
Tech security.
a security firm.
So tapping into, like, the family business a little bit.
In a way, yeah. It makes sense given Darren's background, although it seems Ian preferred to keep things more above board in that world.
Right, yeah. And remember Darren saying Ian was smashing it?
Mhm.
We're not talking about some small-time operations here. These were legitimate, thriving businesses.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which begs the question, what happened? Because it sounds like things took a bit of a nosedive at some point.
They did. And this is where this story takes another fascinating turn.
Okay.
Darren mentions a conflict with these 2 guys, Pancake Spiff,
Pancake Spiff.
yeah, and Mark Stiles.
Apparently they were also involved in the security business.
Right.
And weren't too happy about Ian's success. It's like the saying goes, the higher you climb.
The further you fall.
Well, something like that. Maybe more like the more people try to pull you down.
Yeah, jealousy rears its ugly head.
Yeah.
So what did they do? Try to muscle in on Ian's territory?
In a way, yeah. Darren says they went around to Ian's clients and basically blackmailed them into dropping his security contracts
Oh, wow.
and signing up with them instead.
Wow. That's ruthless.
Yeah?
And effective, it sounds like. Darren says they destroyed his security business.
Yeah.
But something about that seems strange to me. If Ian built up a solid client base, how easy was it for these guys to just come in and dismantle everything?
You've hit on a crucial point. It makes you wonder if Ian's business was as squeaky clean as it seemed. Maybe there were vulnerabilities, shady dealings under the surface, something Spiff and Stiles were able to exploit.
A chink in the armor.
Precisely. This blackmail, was it purely intimidation? Or were Spiff and Stiles playing hardball, exposing something that was already there?
Right.
We don't know for sure, but it definitely adds a layer of intrigue.
Yeah, it does make you think.
Yeah.
So we've got Ian starting with a cafe and some mysterious graph phones, building a mini empire while Darren's behind bars. But what's going through Darren's mind this whole time? I mean, he is the one who handed over the reins. He must be expecting a nice welcome home present, right?
Yeah, that's where the story shifts from business and ambition to something much more personal.
Okay.
The unspoken expectations within families, the weight of loyalty, and what happens when those things collide with money.
And as we'll see, sometimes those collisions can be messy. It's that whole blood is thicker than water thing, right? You just assume family's going to have your back, especially in situations like this.
Absolutely. There's that inherent trust, that unspoken agreement that you're in it together.
Right.
But as we'll see with Darren and Ian, those agreements aren't always so clear-cut, especially when you throw a whole lot of money into the mix.
So Darren's expecting like a good chunk of change waiting for him, enough to get back on his feet. maybe even start investing himself.
Mm.
Did he ever say what he had in mind?
He did, yeah. He tells Ian he needs a lump sum when he gets out.
Okay.
And a year before his release, he starts pressing for details.
Makes sense.
Even warning Ian about the complications of having money tied up in property.
Oh, okay. So he's thinking ahead.
Yeah, he's thinking ahead, making sure there's some cash readily available.
Smart move. He's not asking for the moon.
Yeah.
Just his fair share.
You're right.
So what's Ian's response?
At first, he seems completely on board.
Okay.
He reassures Darren the money will be ready, even going so far as to say he's talking to the bank, getting things sorted, a classic case of, don't worry, big brother, I've got this.
Right, right.
But as the months tick by, those promises, they start to ring a little hollow.
Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. What happens? Does the money dry up?
It's worse than that. Instead of a lump sum, Darren starts getting these increasingly smaller payouts.
Oh, no.
50 grand at first, then it drops to 5 grand a month, then 3, then back up to 4. It's erratic. Almost like Ian's doling out an allowance. Not a share of a fortune that was built, let's not forget, on Darren's initial assets.
That's just low. And you mentioned earlier how this story gets really personal. I remember Darren talking about their mother. That really stuck with me.
That's the detail that really drives home the sense of betrayal. Here's Ian, living large, multiple houses, fancy cars, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
And meanwhile, their own mother is stuck in a rundown house. Can't even afford to fix her windows.
Wow. You'd think he'd at least take care of his own mother. That's just cold. So how does Ian justify all of this? What reason does he give for keeping Darren in the dark and holding on to the lion's share of the wealth?
Well, according to Darren, Ian eventually drops this bombshell. I took 9 years for you.
9 years. What's that supposed to mean?
He's referring to a shooting that was meant for Darren,
Yeah.
related to someone named Craig Barr.
Okay.
Ian was caught in the crossfire, got injured.
So he's claiming he deserves all that money because of something that happened almost a decade ago. Come on, that's a stretch.
It is a wild justification, but remember, we're only getting one side of the story.
Right. Of course.
We don't know what was going through Ian's mind all those years, how he processed the trauma of that shooting, the guilt, maybe even resentment. In his mind, those injuries, that act of being caught in the crossfire, it might be inseparable from the business dealings, from the money itself.
That's a good point. It's like their versions of reality have completely diverged. What was Darren's reaction when Ian hit him with that justification?
He was devastated. This wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the violation of trust, the feeling that his own brother had chosen wealth over family. Darren ultimately makes the difficult decision to cut ties with Ian and the entire family, really.
Wow.
He says he's better off without them. That money changed them into something he no longer recognizes.
That's heartbreaking. It makes you wonder, does money really change people that drastically? Or does it just amplify who they already were?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And unfortunately, there's no easy answer. But what we can take away from Darren and Ian's story is that family dynamics are complex, especially when large sums of money are involved. Those unspoken agreements, the expectations we have of each other, they can easily become blurred, leading to misunderstandings, resentment, and sometimes, as in this case, complete estrangement.
So it's a shame it had to end this way.
It really is.
But it's definitely a story that makes you think about your own relationships, your own values, and what you do if faced with a similar situation. Well, that was quite a deep dive.
It certainly was a tale of brotherhood, betrayal, and a whole lot of bricks and mortar.
It really makes you appreciate the importance of clear communication, especially with family, and the dangers of letting money come between loved ones. Thanks for joining us on this wild ride, and a special thanks to you for your insights. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Until next time.
All right, so today we're diving into a world that most of us only ever see in headlines, really, the world of gang culture. But we're getting it straight from someone who lived it.
Yeah, I'm talking about Darren Gee,
Exactly, Darren Gee.
former gang member.
Yeah, and he's got this YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
And he does not hold back.
No, he lays it all out there.
It's raw, it's unfiltered, and it's, I think, a side of things that that we don't often get to see.
What really struck me about Gee's story is, it goes beyond stereotypes. He's not just talking about violence, the crime. It's the human element,
Absolutely. He talks about ambition, regret, that search for something better, something more.
Yeah.
And he does not sugarcoat it. Like, take, for example, when he talks about being rich, right? Like, At first, it's all about the material stuff, those status symbols.
Right. He wants the flashy car, the R4.
The R32, yeah. He even talks about, like, taking a loss on some of these cars
Really?
just to have them parked outside his mom's house.
Wow.
I mean, it's like we've all
Rad.
had those moments, haven't we?
Yeah. I think, yeah, absolutely. We've all been, at some point craved those I've made it possessions.
Totally. But here's the thing, right? His whole definition of rich completely changes after prison.
It's a complete 180. I mean, imagine coming from a place where those material possessions, that was everything.
Right.
And then to realize that true wealth lies somewhere completely different.
It's powerful. And it's really, it's almost like a gut punch when he talks about finding true wealth and family. It is. That kind of realization, especially, considering his past,
Yeah.
just makes you stop and think, what are we really chasing after? And what are we willing to sacrifice for it?
Absolutely. It's a question his story really makes us ask ourselves,
Yeah.
What do we value? What kind of legacy are we building? And I think for someone like G, who came from a world where loyalty often meant putting the gang above family, that shift is huge.
Absolutely. And speaking of loyalty, he tells this really intense story about a young man, Wes Porter.
Okay.
And it really gets at the dark side of it all. So Guy's in court, right, for another case. And he sees these young guys, and they're from rival gangs.
Okay.
And just being in that courtroom, he says, it kind of lays bare just how deeply intertwined, like the legal system, prison life, all of it is.
It all kind of converges in that space.
Exactly. So he starts looking into this Wes Porter's case, and he finds out that this young guy is facing a long, long sentence, essentially for being loyal to the older gang members.
And this is where you really see those power dynamics at play. You've got these older gang members, and often, let's be honest, they're master manipulators. They prey on these young people. They dangle this promise of protection, of belonging.
Right, like a sense of family almost.
Yeah, but in reality, they're using them as pawns in their own game.
Yeah, and GC's right through it too. Like, he straight up calls them rats.
Wow.
For exploiting this kid's loyalty.
It's a harsh assessment, but it's real. It's the reality that he's witnessed. And it's a stark reminder that this blind loyalty, especially in these situations, can be absolutely devastating. And what I find crucial here is that he doesn't just condemn these older gang members, but he uses them as a cautionary tale. Think critically, question those motives, especially when someone claims to have your best interest at heart.
It's something we can all learn from, right?
Absolutely.
Like having the courage to question, to think for ourselves.
Yeah.
Instead of just blindly following.
Absolutely. And this is where the conversation takes even a deeper turn, I think. He doesn't just talk about these individual choices within gang culture. He zooms out and looks at the larger forces at play. He starts talking about the cycle of violence and how it traps generation after generation.
It's like we hear that phrase, cycle of violence, but he makes it feel so real, so present.
He does. And I think it's because he's speaking from a place of such deep regret. He acknowledges his own role in that cycle. He doesn't shy away from the weight of his actions, the pain that he inflicted.
And that's what makes his message resonate so strongly. He paints this really vivid picture of what it's like to grow up surrounded by violence.
Yeah.
How it just seeps into everything.
It becomes all-encompassing.
Yeah, he talks about young people growing up in neighborhoods where fear is a constant, where opportunities feel more like a mirage than reality.
And that's the heart of it.
Yeah.
The systemic inequalities, the poverty, the lack of resources, they all create this kind of fertile ground for this cycle to take root.
Yeah.
And he's challenging us to look at the bigger picture here. How are we as a society complicit in creating these environments where gangs can thrive?
He uses this analogy, right? He
Yeah.
compares the situation in some of these communities to a hostel.
Yeah.
And he's not talking about some cool, trendy backpacker hostel. He's talking about a place of last resort, desperation. He even says he'd rather be in jail.
It's a powerful statement.
It's heavy.
It really underscores that sense of being trapped, the lack of hope that permeates these environments. And it highlights how urgently we need to address the root causes of these issues. We can't just keep locking people up. We need to create those viable alternatives, those support systems to offer real pathways out.
It's like you can't arrest your way out of a problem that's rooted in poverty and lack of opportunity.
Exactly, exactly. And that's where G's message, I think, goes beyond the specific context of gang culture. It becomes about personal responsibility, yeah, but it's also a call to action for all of us to invest in these communities, create opportunities, break down those barriers.
He's challenging us to confront some uncomfortable truths,
For sure.
because it's easy to get caught up in our own lives
Mhm.
and just kind of turn a blind eye.
Yeah, it's that whole out of sight, out of mind mentality.
Exactly. But his story really reminds us that these issues, they affect all of us, whether we realize it or not.
They do. Those ripple effects of poverty, of violence, of despair, they spread far beyond those communities.
It's like that saying, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We can't just isolate these issues and pretend that they don't have a bearing on on society as a whole.
And that's where I think that message of hope comes in, because he's living proof that change is possible, that these cycles can be broken. But it's going to take more than just individual willpower. It takes a collective shift in mindset, a willingness to acknowledge these systemic factors and work towards dismantling them.
It's like he's not saying it's going to be easy. He knows. He's been there,
Yeah.
right? He knows the weight of those choices.
Absolutely.
But he's also seen the other side. He's seen the power of family, of purpose, of finding something beyond the gang.
And that's what he's trying to share, that hope. And that's
Yeah.
what's so compelling about him, right? He doesn't try to paint a rosy picture, but he also doesn't let you just wallow in despair.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's living proof that change is possible.
Yeah,
But it takes more than just one person, right? It takes a whole community
absolutely.
working together to make a real difference.
Yeah, and you can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
You know, there's this underlying sadness
Oh, absolutely.
throughout the whole thing, right? Like
Yep.
he's angry,
Mm-hmm.
but there's this deep sadness for the lives lost, for the potential wasted.
Yeah, like a heaviness.
It's like he carries that with him, and it's what fuels him
I think so, yeah.
to try to steer others away from that path.
To break the cycle.
Exactly. It's like it really hits you that these aren't just stories.
Right.
These are real lives.
It's not just headlines.
Yeah, these are real people
Yeah.
caught in incredibly complex situations.
And it's easy to just sit back and judge, isn't it? To point fingers.
It is. It is.
But I think he challenges us to do more than that, to look beyond the surface and to see the humanity in these situations.
Empathize.
Yeah.
To try to understand.
But listen, really listen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to realize that these issues, they don't exist in a vacuum. They touch every corner of society, whether we acknowledge them or not.
So true. So as we kind of wrap up this deep dive, I'm left with this feeling of what can we do? Like his story is this powerful call to action, but it also makes you realize just how huge these problems really are.
Yeah, and I think that's the point, isn't it? He's not offering us easy answers here. It's about opening our eyes to the complexity,
Right.
to make us think critically about our roles,
As individuals, as a society.
Exactly, and to ask ourselves some tough questions. What can we do, each of us, to create a different kind of future?
To break those cycles.
Yeah, to leave things better than we found them.
Because the choices we make now, the things we do or don't do, they have a ripple effect.
They really do.
And that's something to think about, isn't it? What
Yes.
kind of legacy are we leaving behind?
That's a powerful question. And are we brave enough to face that? Really? That's where the real work begins.
And that's where it starts. All right, diving into UK gang culture today. And we've got a really unique perspective to unpack. It's this YouTube interview with Darren, former gangster from Liverpool.
And what makes this deep dive so interesting is, it's not some polished documentary or some carefully crafted narrative.
Right.
This is raw, unfiltered,
Yeah.
straight from Guy himself.
Mm.
Doesn't shy away from controversy.
Not at all, no. In fact, he comes out swinging with some pretty serious allegations,
Oh, yeah.
specifically about boxing gyms in Liverpool.
Yeah, and he names them.
He does.
Rotunda ABC, Dave Matthews Gym.
Right.
He says they're not just about boxing.
Okay.
They're fronts for criminal organizations.
Wow.
Even accuses them of being used for recruitment and money laundering.
It's wild. And it even goes a step further. He directly implicates MTK Global,
Right. Yeah.
which is a major boxing management company,
Huge. Yeah.
alleging they've funneled money into these gyms to recruit young people.
It's, when you think about organized crime in boxing,
Yeah.
sadly, it's not a news story.
Right.
It's a global issue, long history.
Absolutely.
But what's striking about Guy's commentary is the directness.
Yeah.
He's saying this is today.
This is now.
This is happening now. And it's become more insidious because it's under the guise of legitimate businesses.
Right. And this all gets even more concerning when we consider his own experiences.
Yeah.
I mean, his time in prison.
Right.
His account is honestly really unsettling.
Yeah, it's a stark reminder of what prison can do to a person,
Yeah.
especially young people.
And he talks about, he recounts this experience of developing attractions to men while he was incarcerated.
Right, and then there's the story about the prison nurse.
Jane Jackson.
Yeah, who he claims to have had a sexual relationship with.
He uses the word groomed.
Yeah, very heavy.
It is. It raises so many questions about what goes on.
Behind those walls.
The power dynamics,
Yeah.
especially between inmates and staff.
You know, it's important to remember we're hearing Guy's side.
Of course.
We don't have Jane Jackson's account.
Right.
But still, it highlights that vulnerability
Absolutely.
and how people can be taken advantage of.
And that vulnerability seems to be kind of a thread throughout everything he talks about,
Definitely.
especially when he starts talking about Scousers.
Right, which is what he calls people from Liverpool, right?
Mm.
And he does not hold back about his own people.
No.
He criticizes this, what he sees as this group mentality,
Okay.
lack of individual courage,
Uh-huh.
always relying on others for validation.
He's especially tough on the fighting community.
Oh, yeah. He does not like them.
Calls them all talk.
All show, no go.
More focused on how they look
Mm.
than, actual toughness.
Yeah, and he sees this reliance on others, this need for support as weakness.
Interesting.
And I think it comes from his own struggles,
Okay.
trying to reconcile his past with who he is now.
Almost like he's trying to redefine what it means to be strong.
Yeah, and that's what makes his take on the fighting community so interesting.
Yeah.
He's drawing this distinction
Okay.
between those who fight with a team.
Right.
With, like, emotional backup.
Yeah.
And those who face their battles alone.
Alone.
He says the true warriors are the ones who can navigate that tunnel of darkness
Right?
without needing anyone to pull them out.
So it's not just about, physical strength then. It's more about
It's mental.
resilience.
Exactly. Emotional fortitude.
Yeah.
Being able to face your demons without relying on anyone.
And he contrasts that with formal training, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Like he's saying gyms can't prepare you for the real world.
Yeah, he's like, you can learn technique, discipline, all that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't compare to the chaos of a real fight.
He uses this analogy.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
It was something like, it's like pitting a disciplined technician
Right.
against a brawler who will, and I quote, put his finger up your ass to win.
It's crude, but you get the point.
It's brutal.
Real violence is ugly.
Yeah.
It's not a movie. It's about survival.
And you can hear that in his voice,
Oh, totally. He's lived it.
Like these aren't just hypothetical situations to him.
He's talking about his own experiences, yeah.
He even says the most significant battles he's faced haven't been on the streets.
It's been in here.
It's the internal stuff.
The darkest moments.
That's powerful, man.
It really is. And it speaks to just how deeply violence can impact a person.
Yeah.
The scars you can't see.
You can tell he's still grappling with it all.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely wrestling with a lot.
Like, how do you reconcile that past,
Right.
find meaning, purpose after a life like that?
It's a question a lot of ex-offenders face, right?
I imagine so.
How do you reconcile who you were with who you are now?
Right. And how does society fit into that?
Exactly. Because you're trying to build a new life, but you're carrying all this baggage.
And people don't forget.
No, they don't. And they
Yeah.
don't always make it easy to move on.
It's like, is it even possible to escape that? That's the question, isn't it? Can you ever really outrun who you used to be?
It's tough. And honestly, G doesn't make it any easier with some of the things he says.
Yeah, like his comments about lifters.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
It's rough.
Using those slurs, it's really disappointing. And it just shows that even when you're trying to move away from violence, those prejudices can stick around.
It's like growth isn't always a straight line.
One step forward, two steps back sometimes.
Yeah,
But we have to recognize that, right? People are complicated.
absolutely.
It doesn't excuse it, but it adds another layer to his story.
And it brings us to this bigger question of how does society handle this?
Right. How do we support rehabilitation while acknowledging the harm that's been done?
It seems like such a tightrope to walk.
It is, because we need to create ways for people to turn their lives around.
Yeah,
Give them a chance to be part of the community again.
but at the same time.
But we can't forget the victims.
Right. And we can't ignore the things that lead to this life in the first place.
Exactly. We have to talk about the poverty, the lack of opportunities.
It's all connected.
It's all part of the bigger picture. Look, this isn't just about Darren Guy, right?
No.
His story, as messed up as it can be, it reflects something bigger about society.
Definitely. And I think that's what makes this deep dive so important.
It gets you thinking.
It does. It makes you question your assumptions And I hope it reminds everyone listening that it's not about rushing to judgment. It's about understanding, even when it's difficult. All right, so get ready, because we are diving headfirst into the UK this time.
Oh, yeah.
To a place called the Grisdale Estate.
Okay. Sound a little rough.
It definitely, it's got a vibe.
Okay.
We're looking at a live stream
Okay.
from a guy named Darren. And the title alone kind of tells you what you're in for. Darren, I kept the Grisdale safe from nonces like Batman.
Wow. So, I mean, that right there already tells me a lot about this guy. This is not someone who's afraid to speak his mind, right?
Oh, no.
Like keeping the Grisdale safe from nonces like Batman. I mean,
What is a nonce?
so a nonce, I think in the UK, that's
Yeah.
like a pedophile, basically.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so we're dealing with some serious subject matter here.
Oh, yeah.
And he's comparing himself to Batman, like a vigilante.
So he's like a vigilante taking care of the estate.
Yeah, so he's kind of got that
Oh.
that persona going on already, and
Right.
he's very much like that through the whole live stream.
Okay.
So we're going to get into, obviously, content of it, but just to give you a little bit of background on Darren.
Yeah, please.
He's kind of this local figure in the Grisdale state.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a bit of a history. He's been in trouble with the law before, but he presents himself very much as a protector of the community.
So he's got that kind of like Robin Hood-esque
Yes, very much so.
kind of a vibe to him.
He's looking out for people that he feels like the system is not looking out for.
Interesting.
But the reason we're really digging into this live stream is because it's so much more than just about like keeping the peace in Grisdale.
Okay.
It's like this raw, unfiltered look at life on a housing estate
Mm-hmm.
in the UK today. And he's got opinions on everything.
I bet.
Like everything.
Like what?
Community dynamics,
Okay.
politics, immigration, like you name it.
Right.
He's got something to say about it.
Wow. So it's like a window into a very specific world
Absolutely.
that we might not otherwise get a glimpse of.
Yeah, and he doesn't hold back.
Okay.
Like, I'm telling you, some of the stuff he says
Is it shocking?
shocking,
Okay.
but it's also thought-provoking.
Right, because it's you're saying it's not just about like the shock value.
No.
There's actual substance.
He's got these insights and these observations that are
Ah.
really interesting to unpack. So, like, one of the things that really jumped out at me when I was watching this,
Yeah.
he starts talking about how Scousers,
Scousers?
for those who don't know, that's people from Liverpool.
Okay. Right.
So he starts talking about how Scousers will treat each other differently
Okay.
based on how much money they have.
Really?
He says, and I quote, "The sad thing is, a lot of Scousers with money don't want to help other Scousers."
Wow. That's a pretty strong statement.
It is, and it kind of sets the stage for this whole, like, theme of disillusionment that I think he's feeling.
Yeah, disillusionment with his own community.
Yeah, and it
Eh.
kind of makes you wonder, like,
Yeah.
what's going on there that's creating this sense of, like, division.
Right, like is it purely about money or is it something deeper? Is it about like a loss of shared values or something?
I think it's a bit of both, honestly.
Yeah.
And what's so interesting is that he contrasts this with how he sees Scousers welcoming immigrant families.
Oh, interesting.
Like, he almost suggests that there's more compassion for people coming in from outside
Wow.
than there is for people who are already part of the community but might be struggling.
So it's like a weird kind of inversion of what you might expect.
Exactly. And
Yes.
I think that's what makes Darren's perspective so valuable here.
Yeah.
Because he's not afraid to point out these uncomfortable truths. And it really makes you question, like,
Right.
what are our own biases?
Yeah.
Who are we willing to help and who are we not?
Exactly. And I think that's something that we all need to ask ourselves, you know?
Absolutely.
It's easy to kind of like turn a blind eye to these things.
Yeah.
But when someone puts it out there so bluntly like Darren does,
Right.
it's hard to ignore.
It's hard to ignore, and it really does make you think.
And, you know, it's not just about these personal observations. He actually gets into some pretty heavy political stuff, too.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot to say about the state of democracy in the UK.
Like, what kind of things does he bring up?
Well, he's really critical of the current system.
Okay.
Like, he feels like it's not really serving the needs of working class communities.
Yeah, I can see how someone in his position might feel that way.
Totally. Like, he even questions how democratic it really is when a party can get fewer votes overall but still end up with more seats in parliament.
Right. That's the whole thing with like first past the post systems versus proportional representation.
Exactly.
Yep.
And he sees that as a major disconnect between the people in power and the communities they're supposed to be representing.
It's like his voice, his vote, it doesn't feel like it counts as much.
Yeah, it's that feeling of being unheard, being ignored.
And that frustration kind of spills over into other areas too, right? Like his views on immigration.
Totally. Yeah, and that's one where I was really interested to hear what he had to say, because it would have been so easy for him to go down this whole us versus them kind of thing.
Right.
But he actually doesn't.
Really?
He tells this story about a family who moved to the Grisdale estate from another part of Liverpool.
Okay.
And they were treated with suspicion, like outsiders.
Wow. So even within the same city, there's that kind of...
Yeah, like this sense of, you're not one of us. And then he compares that to how foreign families who moved to the estate were welcomed with open arms.
Oh, wow. That's such an interesting contrast.
It really makes you think about our perceptions of who belongs and who doesn't.
It's like we're more willing to accept people who look or sound different from us, but we forget about those who might be struggling closer to home.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Darren's ability to connect these bigger issues back to personal stories is so effective.
Yeah, he's not just talking about abstract concepts. He's grounding it in real-life experiences.
Like, he talks about this kid, Thomas, who he kind of took under his wing.
Okay.
And you can just hear the affection in his voice when he talks about this kid.
So it's like a mentorship kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he saw something in Thomas, this potential,
Mm-hmm.
and he wanted to help him.
That's really cool.
It is. And he talks about how Thomas had a medical condition.
Yeah.
He had to use a colostomy bag,
Oh, wow.
and how that made him feel like an outsider.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
It's heartbreaking,
Yeah.
but it also shows this different side of Darren.
Yeah.
You know, this empathy, this understanding.
Totally. Like, he's been there. He gets it.
And I think that's what makes him such a compelling figure,
Yeah.
because he's not afraid to be vulnerable, to talk about his own struggles.
And that makes him more relatable, even if you don't agree with everything he says.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
when he talks about his own experiences with the criminal justice system.
Yeah, he doesn't shy away from that.
No, he owns up to his mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
talks about his regrets.
It's refreshing to hear that kind of honesty.
It is. And he uses those experiences to try to guide others,
Yeah.
particularly young people who might be headed down a similar path.
So he's trying to break the cycle.
Yeah. And one of the things he says to women involved with men who are caught up in criminal activity is, don't have kids with these fellas if they're not willing to change their lives.
Wow.
It's harsh, but
It's real.
it is. And you can tell it comes from a place of genuine concern for these women and their children.
Yeah, he's seen the impact firsthand.
Exactly. He's like, think about the kids. They're the ones who end up paying the price.
And what's remarkable is that he doesn't exempt himself from this call for responsibility.
Right. He holds himself accountable too.
Like, he talks about his own relationship with his parents, his regrets.
He does.
Yeah.
It's raw and honest.
You don't hear that every day.
No, you really don't.
Yeah.
It's like he's laying it all out there.
And it makes you wonder, like, what led him to this point in his life. you
Now,
know?
what shaped his worldview?
Exactly. It's like a combination of personal experiences and these larger social forces.
And he's trying to make sense of it all, just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
It's really something else.
Yeah, it makes you realize there's always more to the story, right?
Always. And I think that's what's so important about listening to voices like Darren's.
Totally. Even if you don't agree with everything he says,
Right.
it challenges you to see the world from a different perspective.
Exactly. And to confront some of those uncomfortable truths.
Absolutely. Like, he doesn't sugarcoat anything.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
But even with all that, I mean, the guy's clearly been through a lot.
Yeah.
You still get this sense of hope from him.
Oh, yeah.
This belief in the power of community,
Mm-hmm.
and especially in the potential of the younger generation.
It's like he sees them as a source of hope.
He does. He talks about how sharp they are, how funny they are.
Right.
And he says this one line that really stuck with me. He says, these kids of the future, they just need someone to believe in them.
It's kind of inspiring in a way.
It is.
Uh,
And it made me think about how important it is to have those mentors, those positive influences in your life.
especially when you're growing up in a place like Grisdale.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, we started this deep dive talking about Darren Gee, this local figure who's trying to keep his estate safe.
Yeah.
But we ended up somewhere so much deeper.
It's like peeling back the layers of a really complex issue.
Exactly. We got into social dynamics, politics, immigration,
Personal responsibility.
redemption. It's a lot to unpack.
It really is. But I think that's the beauty of these deep dives, you know?
Totally.
We start with one story, one perspective, and it opens up all these other avenues for exploration, for understanding. It makes you realize how interconnected we all are.
Yeah. And how much we can learn from each other, even from people we might not expect.
Absolutely. And I think that's a good place to leave it, you know?
Yeah.
Just with that reminder to stay curious, to keep asking questions.
And to always be open to new perspectives.
Exactly.
Well said, my friend. Well said. Okay, so get ready, because today we're diving into the world of gangs.
Ooh.
But not the way you might think.
Okay.
We're not talking statistics or anything like that.
Right.
We're going straight to the source.
Okay.
A former gang member named Darren.
Okay.
And he's got some seriously eye-opening observations about how these groups actually work.
Yeah.
And here's the twist.
Yeah.
He's talking about fashion.
Really?
Yeah, fashion.
Wow, that's interesting. I never thought about it.
Like, who knew that what someone wears could tell you so much about gangs?
I mean, you don't usually connect those two things.
I
You think gangs, you think, crime, violence.
Right, exactly.
Not necessarily what they're wearing.
So we found this interview with Darren. It's on the Scouse Sit-Off channel. And he talks about how these young gang members,
Yeah.
it's like they have a uniform,
Yeah.
tracksuits, hoods up, masks on,
Thoroughly.
the works,
Wow.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
He's talking about scorching hot weather,
Oh, wow.
like sweltering heat,
That's crazy.
and they're still dressed like this.
I mean, that's gotta be uncomfortable.
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
But I guess that just goes to show you
Yeah.
how important that sense of belonging is,
It's gotta be.
especially in these tough environments.
Yeah, where these gangs pop up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you almost have to laugh,
Yeah.
right?
It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Like, you'd think at some point comfort would win out,
Totally.
but it doesn't, does it?
It doesn't.
So it really shows you how powerful that pull of identity is.
It does.
They're willing to suffer for it.
Yeah.
That's wild.
But it gets even more interesting because G points out this ironic twist.
Okay, what's that?
He says, by trying so hard to fit in, these kids, they actually end up losing themselves.
Really?
Yeah, like their individuality gets lost somewhere along the way.
That's a trip.
Right.
So it's like a paradox.
It really is.
You try to fit in, you lose yourself.
Exactly.
That's deep.
And he's talking about kids, right?
Yeah.
Teenagers, mostly.
Yeah, that age where you're trying to figure out who you are
So it's that-
and that need to belong is just so strong,
Huge.
especially in those years.
Yeah,
And gangs, they know how to exploit that.
they do.
They prey on that vulnerability
That need for acceptance,
Yeah.
and they twist it.
to get what they want.
They sure do.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the clothes or trying to look tough,
Yeah.
She talks about how this whole group mentality, it kind of seeps into everything they do.
Interesting.
Like even how they act, how they move.
Okay.
He talks about this competitive vibe he noticed between them,
Mm.
especially when they were rapping or just messing around, posturing,
Yeah.
almost like they're putting on a show.
Uh-huh.
And get this, he even talks about how they find amusement in things that are actually pretty dangerous.
Wow. So it's like the danger becomes normalized.
Exactly. It's like they're desensitized to it.
Right. It's just part of life, part of the routine.
And maybe even a source of entertainment,
Yeah, like a competition almost.
which is kind of messed up when you think about it.
It is really concerning.
Because it's like the line between right and wrong starts to get blurry,
Yeah, totally.
When you're surrounded by that all the time and everyone's laughing along.
It becomes the norm.
Exactly. Those negative things, they just become normal.
And that's how it sucks you in, right?
That's exactly it. It's insidious,
It really is, because the more you accept it, the less shocking it becomes,
and then it's easier to do yourself.
or to ignore it when others do it,
Exactly.
which is a scary thought.
It is. And G doesn't shy away from that at all.
Okay.
He's really honest about it. He says a lot of these kids are drawn in by this idea that there's strength in numbers.
Right, like the more people they have,
The safer they are.
the more powerful they are.
Exactly. Even if it's not really true.
It's an illusion of safety, of power.
Exactly. And G makes a really important distinction. He says there's a difference between the hardcore members and the followers.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like the ones who are really in it deep, calling the shot.
Right, they're committed.
And then there's the ones who are just looking for protection, maybe a place to belong.
Or just to avoid being targeted themselves.
Exactly. So it's not always about being a criminal. Sometimes it's just about survival.
That's a really important point.
trying to stay safe in a dangerous environment.
And that's where that illusion of strength in numbers can be really dangerous
Yeah.
because it might feel safe for a little while.
Right.
But when things go wrong, which they often do in that world, it's the followers who are most at risk,
The ones on the edges.
the ones who aren't really in control.
It's tough. You know?
It is. And it's a side of things we don't always hear about. We
Right.
hear about the gangs, the violence.
The headlines.
Yeah, but we don't always think about the individuals caught up in it.
And their motivations.
Exactly. And what's so powerful about hearing someone like Darren Gee talk,
Yeah,
it makes you realize there's a human side to all of this.
definitely.
These aren't just statistics, you know?
Right.
These are real people with real stories, real reasons for ending up where they did.
And sometimes those reasons are more complicated than we want to believe.
Absolutely. It's not always about being a hardened criminal. Sometimes it's just about trying to survive,
Exactly.
trying to find your place in a world that feels stacked against you.
And that's where I think this deep dive takes on a whole other level. You know?
Yeah.
Because we're not just here to talk about gangs as this abstract problem.
Right.
We're trying to understand the why.
The human element.
Exactly. And for me, that's what makes Darren Gee's perspective so valuable.
Yeah.
He's not just pointing fingers, he's offering a glimpse inside.
He's been there.
Yeah. He gets it in a way that most of us never will.
And that's why his insights are so crucial, you know?
So, as we wrap up here, what's the takeaway? What do we do with all of this?
That's the million-dollar question,
Yeah.
right? But I think if we want to make a real difference, we have to start by understanding
Understanding what?
the needs that gangs are exploiting.
Okay, so like the need for belonging, for
Yeah,
purpose,
Exactly. These young people, they're not inherently bad. They're just looking for something.
a place to fit in,
Yeah, a
Well-
sense of community.
which unfortunately they often find in the worst places.
And that's where we as a society have to step up, you know?
What do you mean?
We have to offer them alternatives, real opportunities to find that sense of belonging in positive ways.
So it's about more than just telling them to stay away from gangs.
Exactly. It's about giving them somewhere else to go, something else to strive for.
Mentorship, community programs, things like that.
Exactly. We need to show them that there are other paths, other ways to channel their energy and their talents.
Because at the end of the day, these young people, they have so much potential.
They really do.
And it's up to all of us to help them find a way to fulfill it.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So there you have it, folks. We've gone deep into the world of gangs, but more importantly, we've gone deep into the human stories at the heart of it all. And maybe, just maybe, by understanding those stories, we can start to create a world where those paths, those choices, they lead to something better.
All right, so today we're diving into the world of Liverpool gangs.
Yeah, should be interesting.
And get this, our main man is Darren Gee. Straight from the horse's mouth, you know. We've got this intense YouTube interview, no filter.
Oh, wow.
Listener, buckle up because G does not hold back.
I bet.
Now, just to be clear, right off the bat, we're not here to glamorize this life, you know.
Right.
What we are going to do is unpack Gee's perspective, how he sees loyalty, betrayal, the whole, psychology of that world.
Exactly. Try to make sense of it all.
And for our listeners who might not know, you want to give a little background on Darren Gee.
Yeah, so Darren Gee, he's the real deal. He was right there in the thick of it.
Yeah.
High-ranking member of Liverpool's gang scene.
Oh, okay.
So love him or hate him, we're getting this inside view from someone who was, deep in it.
No holding back.
No.
And he jumps right in. I mean, one of the first things he talks about is how different he is online versus face-to-face. Online, he admits it. He's all about confrontation.
Uh-huh.
But in person,
Different story.
totally different, yeah.
Interesting.
He even tells this story about confronting this guy who was, trolling him online.
Oh, right.
And the guy just backs down immediately when they're face-to-face.
Wow, really highlights the difference between online personas and real life interactions.
Yeah.
It's like a whole different ballgame.
What do you make of that? I mean, is it all just bravado?
It makes you wonder, right? I think a lot of it has to do with the online worlds, There's a layer of anonymity there. You can act tough, say things you might not say to someone's face.
Because there are no consequences.
Exactly, consequences, yeah.
And it's funny you say that because it goes right into this phrase that G repeats constantly.
Which one's that?
It's, if he knew who you was.
Yeah, right?
Over and over. It's like that anonymity is everything in that world, even more so online.
Anonymity is almost like a shield, especially in that world. It's all about reputation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Maintaining this image of being, fearless.
You can't be afraid if you don't know who to be afraid of, right?
Exactly.
And it's interesting you say that because G even claims that Ian Farley, who, for the listener, he was a notorious Liverpool gangster, like a big deal.
Yeah, yeah.
He claims that Farley wouldn't even confront him alone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said Farley rolled up to his place with another guy packing.
No way.
To back him up, right?
Just to confront Darren Gee.
Yeah. If that's true, that's saying something.
It speaks volumes. I mean, it really shows you the power of reputation. Even the threat of violence can completely dictate how people behave.
Even among these guys who are supposed to be, like, the toughest of the tough.
It's like a house of cards, isn't it? You take away that reputation, that fear, and the whole thing could crumble. It's fascinating.
Let's talk about snitching for a second, because Guy's got this really interesting take on it.
Okay.
He actually says that it was the old school gangsters who brought in snitching, but like as blackmail.
It's a different perspective for sure.
Yeah.
Just so our listeners clear, when he says old school, he's talking about like a previous generation of gangsters.
Right. Different rules, different times. A lot of them were all about that no snitching code.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Guy's point is that somewhere along the line, that got twisted.
It's murky waters. Whether or not they actually started that whole snitching as blackmail thing, it's hard to say for sure. There's not really any evidence to prove it.
But it's interesting to think about, right? Like how the rules of the game have changed.
It is. It really is. And it makes you wonder, what are the motivations behind joining a gang in the first place?
Right.
What draws someone into that world?
Is it loyalty, money, power?
Or some, toxic mix of all of them?
Right. Because when V describes the real gangsters in Liverpool now, like the guys at the top, it's not exactly a pretty picture. He's talking about like older guys battling addiction, pulling strings from the shadows. Not what you'd expect.
It's actually not that uncommon, though. It's a pattern you see a lot. Age and addiction kind of go hand in hand with these power shifts in that world.
So you're saying this is like a trend. It's not just a Liverpool thing.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Happens everywhere. It's the nature of the beast, I guess. That life, it chews people up and spits them out.
Man. And here's where Guy gets really interesting, I think.
Yeah.
He says that real strength, like true strength, it's not physical, it's mental.
Interesting.
He even brings up Tyson Fury, the boxer, right? World champion. But Fury's been open about his struggles with mental health.
Right, right.
Even with all that physical power, the pressure gets to him. It just shows you, right? You can be at the top of your game physically.
But if you're not right mentally,
Yeah.
it all falls apart.
And that's what I find so fascinating about all this. Like, it kind of flips the script on this whole tough guy image, doesn't it?
It does. It makes you wonder, if so many of these guys are fighting their own battles up here, Taps Temple, what does that say about why they were drawn to this life in the first place?
It's like they're looking for something to make them feel powerful, you know? Maybe that's part of the allure.
It's a really fascinating thought, isn't it? Like, are these guys just inherently violent, power-hungry, or is it more complicated than that? Are they trying to fill some kind of void?
Right, like a need to belong or something, even if it's in a totally messed up way.
It's possible. And what G is saying, it adds a whole other layer to it, Like, maybe some of these guys are searching for something deeper, even if they go about it in destructive ways.
So it's not just about the violence or the money. It's about finding a place where you feel like you matter.
Yeah, exactly. It's a messed up way to find that, for sure. But it's a way, it's like that tough guy thing we were talking about. Maybe it's all just a front.
A way to protect themselves.
Yeah, exactly. If that's how they see the world, as this dangerous dog-eat-dog place, then that armor, that persona, it's survival.
And the pressure must be immense, right? To constantly have to keep up that facade.
Oh, absolutely. And we have to remember, this isn't theoretical for G, right? He's talking from experience. He's lived in that world. He knows those pressures firsthand.
And he's not sugarcoating it.
No, not at all. He's laying it all out there, the good, the bad, the ugly. The betrayals, the violence, the toll it takes on you.
It's a lot to process.
It really is. But that's what makes this whole deep dive so important,
Yeah.
We're not condoning what these guys do, but we're also not here to judge them.
We're trying to understand.
Exactly. Trying to wrap our heads around what makes this world tick.
Right.
What makes someone go down that path? What do you think, listener?
What stands out to you?
And maybe, just maybe, if we can start to understand those complexities a little better, we can start to address the root causes. Look past the stereotypes.
See the human side of it.
Exactly. Because these are real people with real struggles, even if they've made some bad choices. And those struggles, those choices, they have consequences.
For everyone involved.
For sure, it ripples outwards. Families, communities, even future generations are impacted by this stuff. It's a sobering thought. It makes you question a lot of things, like how do we as a society address those systemic issues that lead to this kind of lifestyle? How do we offer support, opportunities for change?
Without, excusing the behavior.
Right. Holding people accountable while also recognizing that there's often more to the story than meets the eye. So much more.
And if we're talking about those deeper issues, if this life is as mentally and emotionally taxing as G makes it seem, what does that say about the guys at the top?
The ones calling the shots.
Yeah, the ones with all the power. What happens when they're the ones battling those internal struggles?
Oh, that's a great question. Because you got to imagine, if the leaders are operating from a place of instability, it's going to have a ripple effect.
A whole structure could crumble.
Exactly. And that's what's so important about all of this, understanding the psychology of this world, not just the actions. Because if we can understand the motivations, the vulnerabilities, those internal pressures, then maybe, just maybe, we can start to disrupt that cycle of violence. It all comes back to that.
We have to look beyond the stereotypes, beyond the headlines, and recognize the human element.
Couldn't agree more. It's like we always talk about gangs as if they're, like these big, scary machines.
Yeah, like they're all organized and everything.
Right. But what G reminds us is that it's not that simple.
It's still just people.
Exactly. People with their own reasons for being there, their own issues. And those issues, especially at the top, man, they could really mess things up.
Like a domino effect.
Exactly. So it's not enough to just focus on the crimes themselves. We got to look at the bigger picture.
The human side of it all.
Exactly. And that's what makes this so complicated.
So where do we even go from here?
It all comes down to understanding, doesn't it? Like, we can't just slap a label on it and call it a day. We have to be willing to ask those tough questions.
About why people get involved in the first place.
Exactly. About the choices they make, the pressures they face. It's not about excusing their behavior. It's about getting to the root of it.
So we can actually start to break the cycle.
Right. Because at the end of the day, these are real lives we're talking about.
It's easy to forget that.
It is. But G's perspective, raw as it is, it reminds us of that.
That's for sure. Well, as always, this has been enlightening, to say the least.
It's been great diving into this with you.
Listeners, we always want to hear from you. What stuck with you from this deep dive? Did anything surprise you? Let us know. And until next time, stay curious.
Ever notice how, sometimes just a simple idea, if someone really believes it, can kind of make you stop and think?
Yeah, totally.
That's what we're getting into today with Darren Gee.
Definitely unconventional. Should be interesting.
So we're working with basically just this one monologue he did on YouTube on this channel called Scouse Sit Off. It's kind of raw, not like some polished expert, just a guy talking.
Yeah, like a glimpse into someone just figuring things out as they go.
Exactly. And his big thing, he calls it reversibility. Like, what you put out there comes back, good or bad.
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me of Stoicism, or that karma idea. You make your own reality kind of thing.
He's pretty blunt about it, too. He's like, you give love, you get love, give hate, get hate. Kind of simple, but
Makes you wonder, though, about how we see things, right? If you believe that, you might just notice stuff that proves it more.
Sure.
Huh, crew?
But then, how does that reversibility work when there's so much unfair stuff in the world, does he say?
Not directly in this one, no. But he connects it to something really personal, his son.
Oh, right. How his ex wouldn't let him see him. And he's saying by being positive, he got a new partner and a daughter. And
yeah, so it's this philosophy is really personal for him, not just ideas, but tied to real loss and stuff.
You can tell it's from the heart, even if the logic, maybe not perfect. And speaking of not perfect, he's all about this basic life, no worries. But then he's showing off stuff in the video. Kind of weird.
Yeah, maybe he's still figuring it out himself,
So we've got this reversibility thing down. Now he takes to this whole simple living idea. Seems like he thinks real happiness is finding your purpose, or what he calls doing light work.
Light work? He says it a lot, but never actually says what it is.
True. Kind of leaves it open, maybe on purpose, so people can decide for themselves. What do you think he means then?
Well, from everything else he's saying, I guess, helping others, being kind, that kind of thing.
So doing this light work, that's his good life, not money and stuff.
And he links it back to the reversibility. You put out good, you get good back, basically.
But then he's basically saying, if you're struggling, you're not doing enough light work. Seems kind of judgy, no?
Yeah, it's tricky. Like, it's good to feel like you can change things, but life's not always that simple, right?
Right. Sometimes bad stuff just happens no matter what.
Totally. One philosophy isn't going to explain everything. You got to find what works for you, but like think for yourself too, you know?
Right on. Don't just believe everything, even if it sounds good.
Exactly. Take what's useful, leave the rest.
I like that. Speaking of useful, like, his style is kind of all over the place, right? All that slang, being so blunt. Not your typical self-help guy.
Definitely different, but that might be why people like him. Seems real, like he's just talking to you, not preaching.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like you're inside his head, even the messy parts.
Yeah.
And people love that, judging by the comments.
He's connecting with people, even if it's not polished. Shows how powerful just being genuine can be.
Makes you wonder, though, how much people hear because he's so passionate. You know, like if he was all calm and professor-like, would it be the same?
Interesting question. Like, how we say things matters as much as what we say. He gets your attention, but maybe some details get lost. Who knows?
Something to think about. Okay, so we've got his ideas, his style. But bigger picture now, what sticks out to you from all this? What feels true, even if you don't agree with everything?
Honestly, it's that whole you have power over your life thing. Not saying we control everything or it's your fault if things are bad, but we do make choices that matter.
Totally. Like, maybe we can't stop the waves, but we can learn to surf.
Exactly. It's both taking responsibility and knowing life's going to throw curveballs.
And you think, how much control is there really? How much is just luck? How much is us? Big questions, man. And this guy, weird as he is, makes you think about it.
He does. Simple ideas, but they lead to big stuff about how life works, free will, all that.
That's what's so cool about these deep dives. Started with a YouTube video, now we're getting all philosophical. But before we go full-on Plato, let's bring it back down to earth.
Sounds good to me.
If you had to pick one thing from this guy, something our listeners could actually try in their lives, what would it be?
Oh, let me see. I think it's got to be that doing things on purpose thing.
Like not just going through the motions, but really thinking about what you put out there.
Exactly. How we act, what we say, even the little things, they all matter.
Like be nice to the barista, don't have a meltdown over email, hold the door.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Exactly. It's about like bringing your best self to each moment, you know?
So we're not just playing life on autopilot, we're choosing our adventure.
Love that. Because, yeah, we can't control everything that happens, but we can choose how we react to it.
And, hey, maybe if we put more good out there, some of it comes back to us. Right?
Yeah, nice thought, right? Even if you don't buy the whole karma thing, trying to be good just feels good.
Like scattering little seeds of kindness everywhere you go.
Beautiful. Might not see them grow, but they're doing something good, you know?
That's a good image to end on, I think. Even if there's no guarantees, aiming for good matters.
Absolutely.
So listeners, here's something to think about. For 1 week, just try being really aware of the energy you're putting out. How does it change things? Your choices, your mood. It's an experiment, right?
See what happens. And on that note, until next time, everyone, keep thinking, keep questioning, and keep it deep. All right, so this deep dive is going to be interesting. It's one of those stories, you know, that really makes you wonder what's actually going on, what's happening behind the scenes. You sent over some information about this guy, Marvin Herbert, and, well, he's a little controversial to say the least. Apparently, he's mixed up in this, well, it's a pretty serious crime. We're going off of a YouTube video here from a channel called Scouse Sit-Off. It's run by this guy, Darren. And just so you know, Scouse, it usually means someone's from Liverpool, England. Just gives you a little background there. Anyway, so in his video, he's alleging that this Herbert character was involved with, get this, a group of people who are responsible for murdering 2 police officers. Yeah, I know, right? But here's the kicker. He's never been charged with anything. Not only that, he's been seen hanging out with high-ranking police officers since the whole thing went down. It's a lot to unpack, that's for sure. And honestly, I gotta say, I'm really curious to dig into this with you, see if we can make any sense of it all. What do you think?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you're spot on about how strange it all seems. Those are some serious accusations. And to have them just disappear like that with no consequences, it's definitely unusual. We're talking about murder here, and not just anyone, but police officers. That kind of crime really shakes a community, you know, really gets at people's sense of safety. And then you mentioned organized crime. That adds a whole other level to it.
It's like, how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Exactly. It suggests that this wasn't just some random act, you know. This was planned, coordinated, someone had power, influence. It all points to something bigger, something more complex than it might seem at first glance.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see where this goes.
Okay, so, in his video, he doesn't just say Herbert was passively involved either. He's saying that Herbert was actually with the guy who pulled the trigger, and not just in passing in the days leading up to the murders. And it gets worse. He's also saying Herbert helped the guy get away after, but it's like, what really throws me for a loop is this. The police arrested 11 people for these murders. 11. And G is claiming that every single one of them was charged and jailed except for Herbert.
Hold on, wait, really? He was just let go?
That's what Guy says. And then, get this, less than 2 years later, there are photos of Herbert with police officers. Like, they're hanging out. There's even one where he's hugging a cop on a stage. I mean, come on. What is going on here?
I have to admit, the first time I saw all of this, I was floored. You just don't see this every day. Someone who's allegedly involved in something this serious, walking free, no problem. And not only that, he's palling around with the cops. Doesn't really add up.
You've got that right. It's completely baffling. You've got these incredibly serious allegations on one side, and then this total lack of any repercussions on the other. And the photos, don't even get me started on the photos. It's like, what's the connection there? It just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. There's got to be more to the story, right? Something's not adding up.
No kidding. I mean, there has to be an explanation. The question is, what is it? So we're left trying to figure this whole thing out. It's like, on one hand, we've got these serious accusations against Herbert. But on the other, he's not in hiding or anything. He's being seen with top cops.
Yeah.
It's a real head-scratcher.
You're not wrong about that. It's a strange one, for sure.
And what about these photos, the ones with him and the police? I mean, were these just taken at some public thing where anyone could have snapped a pic? Or was there more to it? You know, like they were trying to keep it quiet. It makes you wonder about the whole context of those photos. Like, what do they actually tell us about Herbert and, well, the police? What's their relationship, really?
You've hit on something important there. The context of those photos, it's crucial. It could be huge. Were they taken at some official thing? You know, maybe there's an investigation going on, something we don't know about. Or maybe it was nothing, just a casual behind-the-scenes kind of thing. And then there's how those photos got out. Did someone leak them on purpose? Maybe to send a message? Or was it just, you know, normal how these things usually get out? It's hard to say.
So, like, we're missing pieces of the story, you know? We only have fragments. What do you make of it all? Is there a way to explain both those accusations and the fact that Herbert's seemingly untouchable connected?
Well, there are a few things that could be going on here, a few possibilities. The simplest explanation, and maybe the most likely, is that Herbert's innocent. Maybe he was wrongly identified or in the wrong place at the wrong time. It happens. It's easy to forget when you hear about a case like this that just being investigated, even without being charged, can ruin someone's life, their reputation, relationships, everything. It can be really tough to come back from.
That's so true. You get caught up in the story, the drama of it all, and it's easy to forget that there are real people at the center of it. But if Herbert is innocent, why were these accusations made in the first place? It doesn't make sense.
Right. Was it a case of mistaken identity, like I said? Were there other motives involved? Did someone want to hurt him, frame him? These are all possibilities we have to consider.
And then there's the flip side. What if he's not innocent? What if he made a deal, you know, with the police? Maybe he had information about something else, something bigger, and they let him walk in exchange.
The informant theory.
Yeah.
That's definitely a possibility. It wouldn't be the first time someone facing serious charges cooperated with law enforcement to get a lighter sentence or even immunity.
But come on, wouldn't that be risky? I mean, we're talking about the murder of police officers. Wouldn't his life be in danger if he was an informant?
Absolutely. Being an informant is incredibly dangerous, especially in a case like this. They face huge risks. Retaliation for the people they're informing on, constant fear for their safety and the safety of their family. It's a high-stakes game for sure.
So if Herbert was an informant, they must have thought what he had was really important enough to risk his life.
Exactly. He would have to have something they really, really needed. Yeah. Information, connections, something critical to their case or to other investigations. It really makes you think about the kind of world we're dealing with here. The alliances, the betrayals, the line between right and wrong, it gets blurry.
It makes you think about justice, too. Is it really about finding the truth, holding everyone accountable, or are there situations where compromises are made, deals are struck, even if it means some people get away with something?
Those are big questions, questions people have been debating for a long, long time. Using informants, it's a tricky thing. It's often necessary to take down criminal organizations to keep people safe, but it definitely raises ethical and moral questions.
This whole situation, it just makes you think about the system, you know, the criminal justice system. It's supposed to be fair, impartial, weighing the evidence, all that. But at the end of the day, it's run by people. And people make mistakes, have biases, it can be manipulated. We've been talking about innocence and about Herbert potentially cutting a deal. But what if we're missing something? What if there's another explanation, something we haven't even considered?
It's always a possibility, right? Sometimes the truth really is stranger than fiction. We might be missing a piece of the puzzle, a
Wrong.
detail we haven't uncovered yet. And that one detail, it could change everything. And let's not forget, we're going off of Darren Gee's video here.
Right.
He's done his research, but it's just one perspective.
Right, we're seeing things through his lens with his
Yeah.
biases and his
Yeah.
access to information. It's like we're putting together this puzzle, but half the pieces are missing. And there's no picture on the box to even give us a clue. What about you? What really gets to you in all this? What makes you stop and think, what the? For me, it's got to be those pictures, the ones with Herbert and the cops. It just doesn't make sense with what we know, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Those photos, they're really something. It's like they sum up this whole messed up situation. It's like you're trying to believe two completely different things at once. He's this guy linked to a terrible crime, and at the same time, he's tight with law enforcement. It just doesn't compute. I think it reminds us that we don't always have all the facts. We want a clear answer, especially with a serious case like this. But real life, it's not always black and white. There's a lot of gray.
Yeah, and that gray area, that's what makes it so hard to say for sure if Herbert's guilty or not, or even what his role really was. This whole thing, it really shows you how powerful perception is, you know, how stories take shape in the public eye. We have bits and pieces, rumors filtered through different viewpoints, and we're left to decide what's true.
Exactly. When we don't have all the answers, we start filling in the blanks ourselves. We speculate, we listen to rumors, it's human nature. This case, it highlights how important critical thinking is. We can't just accept everything we hear at face value. We have to question, look at different sides before we form an opinion.
It's a lesson for all of us, I think. Not just with this case, but with everything. There's so much information out there, it's easy to get swept up in it. We got to be skeptical, keep an open mind.
Well, this has been quite the deep dive, wouldn't you say? We started with murder, organized crime, and ended up talking about the justice system, informants, even how easily we're influenced by what we see and hear.
It shows you just how complicated the truth can be. Even with all the questions we still have, this case gives us a glimpse into human nature, how systems can be flawed. Plus, everyone loves a good mystery. That's for sure. This isn't a story you just forget about. It sticks with you, makes you question things. You almost want to do your own digging, you know? See if you can find the truth. If you were to keep investigating, where would you even start? Who would you talk to? What would you look for? It's a question worth talking about. Maybe someone listening will be inspired to take it further. Who knows? As for us, we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for any new developments in this case. It's definitely one for the books. But for now, keep those brains working, keep asking questions, and keep exploring. And hey, thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
All right, so you really outdone yourself this time with this deep dive. This is this YouTube video. It's wild. It's like someone just hit record on their phone, just word vomiting this whole story, you know? And it's dark, like shadowy figures, whispers of betrayal, almost feels like a season finale of some gritty crime show.
You're not wrong. It's raw, definitely unfiltered, but that's what makes it so intriguing. We see this all the time, especially with organized crime, right? This coded language, almost like they're speaking in riddles and everyone's maneuvering for control, for power. It's like a chess match played on a very shaky board.
Totally. And at the center of this whole thing, this guy, let's call him Darren for now, he claims he's been framed. And not just for one thing, but for everything. Weapons charges, drug conspiracies, you name it, he's supposedly being pinned for it. And the mastermind behind it all, according to Darren at least, is this Elliot McDonald character.
And here's where things get really interesting, wouldn't you say? Because Darren doesn't just accuse Elliot, oh no. He spins this elaborate tale about Elliot getting arrested multiple times, always with a different name, like a real slippery character. But then Elliot gets caught, and while he's in custody, surprise, surprise, he starts singing about Darren.
Hold on a minute. Even I know that's a little too convenient. So either Darren's the unluckiest guy on the planet, or, and this is more likely, there's something else going on, right? Is he trying to throw the scent off, discredit a witness? It's all very suspicious.
It's the age-old question, isn't it? Separating truth from fiction. when everyone involved has skin in the game. And Darren, he's definitely aware of how things look, especially in this world he's describing. He keeps coming back to this idea of a code, this unspoken set of rules that dictate everything. Loyalty, behavior, who you trust, who you absolutely don't trust.
And at the tippy top of that list, with flashing neon lights around it, is snitching. Like, you do not rat, no matter what.
Exactly. And it's fascinating how this code of silence, we've seen it throughout history, right? Different cultures, different groups. It often comes down to a lack of faith in the system, in this case, the justice system. For people like Darren, the police aren't seen as protectors, they're the enemy, or at the very least, a threat. So they make their own rules, their own ways of keeping things in line.
So you're saying, in this world, going to the cops, even if you're the victim, that's a one-way ticket to being completely ostracized. You're labeled untrustworthy and might even find yourself in more danger than if you'd kept your mouth shut.
Absolutely. And that's where the concept of street justice comes into play. It's a complex issue. Often it arises in communities where trust in law enforcement is, well, let's just say it's minimal. People feel a stronger loyalty to their own group, to their own moral code, even if it means taking matters into their own hands. And look, I'm not saying it's right, not at all. But to understand these situations, we have to understand the factors driving them.
Okay, so we've got Darren claiming he's been set up, using this code of silence as a shield. But there's another layer to this, right? This guy, John Murphy, who Darren seems to have a history with, a rivalry, it seems like.
Oh, yes, John Murphy. Now, this is where the narrative takes an interesting turn, because now we're getting hints about motives, power struggles. It goes beyond just Darren and Elliot. According to Darren, Elliot was playing both sides, working with John Murphy and someone named Dennis Green, all while building a case against Darren with the police. I mean, if this is true, Elliot's playing 3D chess while everyone else is using checkers.
That's cold. So not just some small-time crook who got caught. This Elliot, he might be a major player in all of this.
It's definitely possible, and this is what makes this whole thing so fascinating from a, criminology standpoint. If, and that's a big if, but if what Darren's saying is true, then Elliot, he understands the rules of the game, the consequences, the stakes. He's playing on hard mode, and in that game, loyalty can shift like the wind, and betrayal, well, that can have deadly consequences.
This is like spy thriller levels of intrigue. But we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the crimes Darren's being accused of, those are serious. We're talking weapons charges, drug distribution. This isn't some petty theft ring.
You're absolutely right. And that just adds another layer of complexity to this whole thing. Now we have to consider, is it possible that these accusations against Darren, are they legitimate? Maybe Elliot, whether it was to save himself or to climb the ladder, maybe his testimony is what brought all of this to light.
So now we're talking about a whole other level. What if Darren's not the innocent victim he's trying to be? Maybe this whole code of silence argument is just a clever distraction from his own activities.
And that's the thing, right? Trying to untangle the truth, the motives, who's manipulating who. It's like trying to solve a puzzle where the pieces keep changing shape right in front of you. But that doesn't mean we give up, because somewhere in this mess, in these half-truths and accusations, there's a story to uncover.
It's like we've stumbled onto a set of a really good movie, but we're missing the script, so we have to figure it out as we go.
Exactly, and that's what makes these deep dives so compelling, that pursuit of understanding. It's like, well, it's like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, except the picture keeps changing. But that just makes it more intriguing.
It's like we've walked into this high-stakes game, right? But we can only see, like, the edges of the cards, a few of the chips. We're missing so much context.
Oh, that's a perfect way to put it. And it's what makes these cases so hard to crack. We're stuck with these unreliable narrators, each one with their own agenda, their own spin. It's like a funhouse mirror situation. Even the simplest facts get warped.
And Darren, he's really pushing this whole us versus them narrative, right? He keeps saying that life, like it's this separate universe with its own laws, its own rules.
Absolutely. And that's important, right? This feeling of being separate, of living by a different code. It's not just, something you see in criminal groups. Throughout history, look at any marginalized group. Often they develop their own codes of conduct. It's a response, a way to regain some sense of power when the systems failed them.
So you're saying these codes, even when they involve, well, illegal activity, they're about creating order, some semblance of control in a world that feels chaotic.
Exactly. They provide a framework, right? A way to navigate these complex relationships, to figure out who to trust, how to enforce loyalty. And within that framework, snitching, that's the ultimate betrayal. It's not just about keeping quiet. It's about upholding the foundation of this whole system they've built.
Which brings us back to Elliot MacDonald. Is he this cunning strategist that Darren's making him out to be? Someone who was playing both sides for his own benefit? Or is he more of a small-time player who got in too deep and saw cooperating as his only way out?
It's really impossible to say for sure with what we've got, but one thing that stands out is Darren's claim that Elliot was grafting, basically working with both John Murphy and Dennis Green. That says something, that level of maneuvering, understanding how to work within that criminal world.
So not just some low-level guy who flipped. Elliot might be a pretty important piece of this puzzle.
It's possible, definitely possible. And that's where this gets really interesting from a criminological perspective. If, and again, it's a big if, but if Darren's telling even part of the truth, then Elliot, he understands the power dynamics, the rules, the risks. He's playing a very, very dangerous game.
Yeah. Talk about high stakes. And speaking of high stakes, we haven't even gotten into the specifics of these crimes. We're talking serious weapons charges, drug distribution. This isn't exactly jaywalking.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's serious stuff. And that adds another layer of complexity here because now we have to consider what if these accusations against Darren, what if they're legitimate? What if Elliot's testimony may be motivated by self-preservation, maybe ambition? What if it's what brought these charges to the surface?
Okay, now my mind's going in a whole different direction. Maybe Darren isn't the victim here after all. Maybe this code of silence thing, it's all a cover to deflect from his own criminal activity.
That's the challenge with cases like this, isn't it? Unraveling the why, figuring out who's playing who, and ultimately trying to find the truth under all of these layers of, well, everything. Deception, survival instincts. It's messy.
It's like trying to solve a puzzle, but the pieces keep changing every time you look away. But we don't just give up, right? Somewhere in all of this, there's a story waiting to be untangled.
Exactly. And that pursuit of understanding, of making sense of these fragments of information, that's what makes this deep dive so compelling.
We're like those detectives in old movies, hunched over a blurry photograph trying to make sense of it all.
It's just like those old films. The more you look, the more you realize everyone's hiding something, everyone's playing a role.
And the masks they're wearing, it's all about this code, this fear of talking, of the consequences if you break the rules.
Right, and that creates this weird paradox, doesn't it? The code is supposed to protect, to keep things in line, but it can also trap people, lock them into this cycle of silence and violence. It's
a tough one. So let's say someone like Darren, he wants out, wants to leave that life behind. How do you even start? Wouldn't that put them in even more danger? I mean, wouldn't they be risking everything?
It's a huge dilemma, and honestly, there are no easy answers. There's a reason why it's so hard for people to leave that world behind, to come back to, regular life. The stigma of having a record, the lack of support, and in cases like this, the threat of revenge from former, shall we say, associates, it creates these huge barriers.
It's like they can't escape their own past, can they? Even if they get away from the physical environment, the rules, that way of thinking, it stays with them.
It does. And this is where, our traditional law enforcement, it struggles. Just locking people up without dealing with the root causes, the social factors, the psychological aspects. It doesn't really solve the problem long term.
So what do we do? How do we break the cycle? Is it even possible to bridge the gap between this world of street justice and the actual legal system?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And there's no, magic solution. But I think it has to start with understanding, right? Understanding why people get involved in this life, the pressures they face, this whole web of factors that leads them down these paths. And it takes a willingness to work with these communities, to build some trust, to offer them alternatives to the violence and the retribution.
Sounds like a long road and honestly kind of a bleak outlook, especially since we still don't know the full story with Darren and Elliot. And don't forget John Murphy, he's still out there somewhere.
True, the details of this case, they might stay a mystery. But we've gotten a glimpse into a world that most people don't see, a world where loyalty can be broken in an instant, where silence is everything, and where the line between justice and revenge, well, it gets very blurry.
It's a lot to think about, that's for sure. As we wrap up this deep dive, I just keep coming back to these unanswered questions. Did someone play Darren? Is he a victim, or is he the one pulling the strings? I guess we'll never really know.
And maybe that's the point. Maybe the biggest takeaway here is that in this world, in the world of crime and punishment, there aren't always clear answers, no perfect heroes or villains. It's mostly shades of gray. And it's in those gray areas where we don't have all the facts that we have to look at our own biases, wrestle with some uncomfortable truths, and admit sometimes we just don't understand. Who knows what the real story is? But it's definitely given us a lot to think about.
It has. And on that note, we'll leave you with this. Next time you hear a story, something that sounds almost too crazy to be true, remember Darren and Elliot and John Murphy. Remember that under every news story, every viral video, there's a whole other world at play, full of hidden motives and consequences that most of us will never really grasp.
All right, so ever feel like the typical health advice you hear just kind of falls flat? Like there's got to be, another way, even if it's a little bit out there.
Yeah.
So today we're diving into, this is going to be good, the unconventional wisdom of a guy named Darren.
Okay.
And let me tell you, his YouTube rant, oh man, it has sparked some serious debate. Like people are going back and forth on this one.
I can imagine.
So get this. So we watched his whole video.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is like right off the bat, he's all about what he calls efficient feeling
Interesting.
over, get this, calorie counting.
Okay.
So he's like anti-calorie counting.
Uh-huh.
And he's really big on smaller meals, help your body, what he says, soak up those nutrients.
Interesting.
Have you ever even heard of this efficient feeling concept?
Not exactly. It's it's an intriguing idea. I'll give him that.
Okay.
It kind of reminds me of, the whole mindful eating thing,
Okay.
which has actually like gained some scientific traction.
Okay.
Like there is some science behind that.
Interesting.
And that core concept is, slow down, enjoy your food, savor each bite,
right.
and really, really like connect with your body and those hunger cues.
Okay. Yeah.
And there is some evidence that this approach can actually help with digestion and nutrient absorption.
So maybe Darren's onto something here
Perhaps.
with this whole efficiency thing.
It's possible.
Because get this, he goes on to slam the classic. You ready for this? 6 meals a day advice. Saying it like overwhelms your system, your digestive system.
Yeah.
6 meals a day. Outdated or still valid? What do you think?
I think it's safe to say that the whole 6 meals a day mantra, it's a little outdated. Like, let's be real.
Okay.
The reality is it's not so much about how many meals you're fitting in.
Oh, yeah?
It's more about the total calories you're consuming
Right.
and the types of food that you're fueling your body with.
So it's not a magic number.
No magic number.
It's about finding what works for you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Listen to your body. Find a balance that works for your lifestyle.
Okay.
And just, prioritize those nutrient-dense foods.
Solid advice. Advice.
Right.
Now, where Darren really gets detailed, I mean, he goes in depth on this, is weightlifting.
Okay.
And he's got this like intricate system, right, of increasing and decreasing weight in a very specific pattern to maximize muscle fatigue.
Okay.
He is really passionate about this.
Yeah.
So I got to ask you, does it hold any water?
Believe it or not, he's actually tapping into a really important principle of strength training.
Okay.
Varying your weights and reps, like he's talking about.
Right.
That's actually a well-established technique.
Okay.
By challenging your muscles in different ways, you're basically stimulating growth
Oh, well,
and preventing plateaus.
makes sense.
It's not just about lifting heavy. It's about, lifting smart.
So Darren's onto something with this weightlifting thing. It's about strategy.
I like it. And that's what's so fascinating about exploring these unconventional viewpoints.
Right. Yeah.
There are often these little nuggets of wisdom hidden within, even if they're wrapped in a very unconventional package.
Speaking of unconventional, let's dive into Darren's take on, relationships.
Okay.
He does not hold back. He basically says relationships can sabotage a man's fitness journey.
Wow.
He even calls women captivating in a way that can totally derail a man's dedication to the gym.
That's an interesting way to put it.
What do you make of that?
It's crucial here to understand the context, right?
Okay.
Because Darren seems to be framing relationships, like the whole thing, especially for men, as a potential obstacle to their personal growth, particularly when we're talking about fitness.
Right.
He seems to be saying that relationships require sacrifices. That can really compromise a man's dedication to his physical well-being.
He even talks about the importance of men having their own space.
Mm-hmm.
He calls it a destination.
A destination.
Especially in challenging relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Almost as if men need to escape their partners to maintain their sense of self.
It's an interesting concept, right? This idea of a destination.
Right.
He seems to be highlighting how important, personal space and time are
Right.
for for self-discovery,
Sure.
which in itself isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Everyone needs time for themselves to recharge.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
However, framing it as an escape from your relationship kind of suggests there's this lack of balance there.
Right.
And maybe even an inability to advocate for what you need within the partnership.
Interesting. So what you're saying is it's not about picking between a good relationship
Right.
or a six-pack.
Right.
It's about finding a balance that honors both.
That's exactly it. It's about open communication, being honest about what you need, setting those boundaries.
Right.
And supporting each other's goals as a couple.
So maybe instead of looking at relationships as this like threat to your personal growth, it's about finding someone who's on board with your journey, with your goals.
Yes.
Even if it means, scheduling in some me time at the gym.
Now you're talking.
But it's
about evolving our definition of what a healthy relationship really looks like.
I like that.
It's not about, sacrificing your individuality. It's about finding someone who celebrates it, who celebrates you.
Okay, I love that. Okay, listeners, get ready because now things take a little bit of a turn.
Oh, okay.
Darren's opinions on drug use,
Okay.
particularly among women, are something else.
Okay.
Buckle up.
All right.
So, and before we jump in, I want to say we want to proceed with caution here
Right.
and a critical ear because drug use it's complex
Absolutely.
and it's serious and we need to be sensitive about it, obviously.
Absolutely. Yeah. And accurate with the information.
100%. Okay, so that being said, Darren does not hold back. At all.
Okay.
He paints a very, very grim picture of the effects of specifically cocaine and speed,
Okay.
specifically on women. He describes their appearances, and this is where it gets a little rough, using some really harsh language. And he seems to have this very specific idea of how these women behave.
Okay.
He even uses that term skeletor to describe their appearance.
And that's really where his argument kind of falls apart,
Yeah.
It's never okay to generalize or to stigmatize someone based on how they look or our perception of whether they use drugs or not.
Right.
Addiction is very complex. There's so many factors: trauma, mental health, societal pressures.
Right.
And to reduce someone to a caricature like that it's not only inaccurate,
Right.
but it can be incredibly damaging.
Yeah. And it's dehumanizing too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So while what he's saying about the physical toll of drug use might be true,
Right.
Right. It's no secret that drugs can really take a toll on your body.
right.
His delivery and his sweeping generalizations are definitely problematic.
Yeah. And he does this thing where he's sharing all these personal anecdotes.
Right.
Like he's witnessed all these women in public having what he calls meltdowns,
Right.
and he's attributing it directly to speed use.
Right.
Which again, we have to be careful about.
Of course, correlation doesn't equal causation.
Right. Exactly.
It's not because someone's, maybe not having their best day in public doesn't mean that they're on drugs.
Right.
There could be a million other explanations.
Right. And it's not fair to jump to those conclusions.
Yeah.
It's like he's taking these individual instances and he's creating this very specific and honestly inaccurate picture of women who use speed.
Yeah, and it's really important to point out that, he even goes on to say that you can identify these women based on their clothing.
Yeah. He says they always wear workout clothes.
Right. As if
Even after they've stopped going to the gym.
Yeah. Like they're clinging to the part of their identity, even as they're battling addiction.
Right.
It's like he finds it amusing, their struggles.
Yeah. It's like he's mocking them.
Yeah. It's really disheartening to see.
It's a lot to unpack. So we have Darren, who's clearly passionate about fitness. He's got this unconventional, but sometimes, like you said, insightful approach to diet and exercise. But then we have these really deeply concerning views on women and drug use.
Yeah.
That are just riddled with stereotypes and judgments.
And that's the thing about these kinds of deep dives, right?
Right.
It's not always going to be black and white.
Right.
There are these gray areas.
I mean, how do we reconcile that?
That's the $1 million question.
Right.
And it's something that we're going to continue to explore as we go deeper into Darren's worldview.
Right. Okay.
It's kind of wild how Darren's personal beliefs about women and drug use, it's like they kind of seep into everything, you know?
Yeah.
Even when he's talking about stuff that seems totally unrelated, like relationships or personal growth.
It's like he's got this filter
Yeah.
on his worldview. And it's hard to, like, separate what he's actually observed from his judgments. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And we all do that to some extent, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like we all have our own biases, our own little quirks that shape how we see things.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it seems like Darren's, especially when it comes to women, they're pretty intense.
Yeah.
And honestly, it kind of makes it hard to take some of his other points seriously.
I hear that.
Even when they might, have some merit.
Yeah, it's like he's clinging to these really rigid ideas about men and women.
Okay.
And what he expects from them.
Yeah.
And it's almost like he's stuck in the past a little bit, you know? Like he hasn't quite caught up to how relationships are evolving.
Okay. Yeah. Give me an example of that. Like, where do you see that?
Okay, so like he has this whole thing about women who specifically go after guys who are already in relationships.
Okay. Yeah.
And the names he calls these women, it's harsh.
Oh yeah, it's really something.
And he seems to genuinely believe that these women are out there to like sabotage these guys, to ruin their relationships. Like they're preying on them because they think they're less likely to leave their partners.
It's like he sees these women as like these temptresses or something.
Yeah, like they're luring these men astray with their feminine wiles.
Right. Like these men have like zero agency in this whole situation.
Exactly. And he's got very little sympathy for the women who actually end up with these guys.
Oh, interesting.
Almost suggesting that they're the ones to blame for the guy's infidelity, you know?
Oh, wow.
As if these men are just like powerless to resist.
So it's like it's the woman's fault no matter what in his view.
It's this really like warped power dynamic.
Wow.
And it just completely ignores the whole concept of like taking responsibility for your actions,
Right.
for your choices.
So it's not biology.
Nope.
It's not like it was inevitable. It's about making a choice.
100%. And it's about creating this culture where we don't just accept infidelity. We don't make excuses for it.
Yeah.
But we see it for what it really is, a betrayal.
Right.
A betrayal of trust.
Yeah. It's serious.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's true. It's like it's easy to judge, right?
Oh, yeah.
Especially when someone's views are just so different from our own.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, it's about trying to understand where they're coming from.
Exactly. And that's what I think makes these deep dives so interesting. You know,
Yeah.
we're not here to like to tear someone apart. We're here to really unpack their ideas, figure out like what's the root, what's the why behind these beliefs.
Right, and maybe even learn something about ourselves along the way.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head.
So as we start to wrap up this deep dive into Darren's, unconventional wisdom, what are some key takeaways for our listeners?
Well, I think if you take away anything from this conversation, it should be the importance of thinking critically about the things that you hear. We've seen firsthand how easily our own experiences, our own biases, they can really color how we see the world.
Right.
Even when it comes to, fundamental things like health and relationships.
Right, and it's like that saying, right? Like, take it with a grain of salt.
Exactly.
Especially with stuff online,
Oh, 100%. You can't believe everything you read on the internet.
Right, exactly.
And don't be afraid to, to question your own beliefs.
It's easy to just stick with what you know, right?
Yeah. But we all have those blind spots.
Yeah.
And sometimes like those aha moments,
Yeah.
they come from examining those deeply held beliefs.
Right.
And just being open to different perspectives.
Okay.
Even if it makes you a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. I like that. That's a good takeaway. It's like, it's okay to be challenged.
Exactly.
And Darren, say what you will about the guy, but he's definitely challenged us.
He has.
Maybe not always in the way that he intended.
Right.
But he's forced us to really think about some pretty big things.
He has. And, there's bigger issues like societal expectations.
Yes.
Gender roles.
Yeah.
How we treat people who are going through a tough time.
Yeah. Darren's really brought those to the forefront.
He has, absolutely.
So as we wrap up here, I want to encourage everyone listening, take some time to think about your own beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
about health, about relationships, about personal growth.
Yeah, like what resonates with you?
Yeah, what makes you feel uncomfortable. And maybe even more importantly, how can you talk about these things with other people
Yes.
in a way that's kind, that's understanding, and that can hopefully make a positive impact?
It's all about recognizing that we're all just, figuring things out as we go.
We're all a work in progress. Right?
We're all works in progress, learning, growing, evolving. That never stops.
I love that. Couldn't have said it better myself. So on that note, we're gonna leave you to ponder all of this.
Yes.
And hopefully continue the conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining us for another deep dive.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so get ready, because we're diving into some seriously deep waters today. Parenting.
Oh, boy.
How do we actually, equip these little humans
Yeah.
to deal with, life as we know it? And we're talking discipline and what really builds resilience.
Right.
And get this, our source material is a bit of a wild card.
Okay.
We're breaking down a clip from Darren. You know him, right?
Yeah, I've seen him around.
The Scouse sit-off guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to ruffle some feathers,
He's known for that.
to say the least.
Yeah.
But that's what makes this so interesting. He dives head first into stuff most parents wouldn't even say in a whisper.
Yeah, he does.
So we
Yeah.
get this raw, unfiltered look at the realities of raising kids today.
It's refreshing.
And he comes out swinging.
Yeah.
Like right out of the gate, he says children should fear their parents more than anyone else in the world. He says that fear instilled through discipline, that's the foundation of respect.
Wow.
That's how they learn to deal with a world that doesn't mess around. What do you think? Is there any method to his madness?
What's so interesting here is that he's not some expert sitting in an office somewhere. This is real life experience he's talking about.
Yeah.
And his words, as crazy as they may seem, sometimes they resonate with people.
Yeah.
It's not even about agreeing with everything he says.
Right.
It's more like, why do these ideas strike a nerve? What does that say about parents today?
It's like he's tapping into this primal fear of not preparing our kids for the real deal.
Totally.
But his fear, actual fear, is that the best way to motivate a kid?
That is the question, isn't it? It all comes back to attachment theory. A child's early bond with their caregivers, that's huge.
Right.
Ideally, that bond is built on security and trust.
Right.
And that lays the foundation for all their future relationships.
Yeah.
But Guy's coming from this place of, you need authority and respect through a healthy fear.
Right.
That's his path to resilience.
So instead of shying away from little fear,
Yeah.
he's saying maybe it's about teaching kids to process and handle those feelings within the safety of their family, of course.
Yeah.
That's pretty out there,
It's a radical idea, for sure.
especially these days.
Oh, yeah.
But then he goes on to say, we're too quick to shield kids from negative emotions in general. He says they need exposure to all of it. Fear, anger, sadness, all within the safety of home, with their parents as guides.
Yeah.
That's how they learn to really deal with those emotions later in life.
Right.
Emotional immunization.
It's you need a little exposure to the bad stuff to build up your immunity to the really bad stuff.
Controlled exposure
Exactly.
to the elements.
There's actually a lot of research on this, the importance of emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is allowing kids to feel the full range of human emotions.
Right.
This doesn't mean you just give them free rein to do whatever, though.
No, of course not.
You've got to create a safe space for them where they can experience, process, and learn to regulate their emotions with their parents' help.
So it's less about never feeling scared or sad. It's more about having that safety net while they figure it out.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, it sucks that you're upset right now, but I'm here to help you through it instead of don't you dare cry.
Exactly. You said it perfectly. It's about that sweet spot between protecting and preparing.
Right.
And it's worth pointing out that different cultures, different generations, we all handle emotions differently.
That's true.
Yeah, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing.
Okay, so culture plays a huge role in this whole fear and discipline thing.
Totally.
But then G takes this sharp turn and starts talking about the spoiled kid syndrome.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He paints this very vivid picture of what happens when we overindulge our kids. when we don't set those firm boundaries.
He doesn't hold back, does he?
Mm.
He uses these almost comical examples like taking away video games or limiting phone time
Yeah.
to really emphasize his point about the dangers of instant gratification
Yeah.
and how that can spiral,
Yeah.
lead to a lack of discipline, even substance abuse. He really goes there.
So he's basically saying that giving a kid everything they want is setting them up for failure. Is there any truth to that?
Well, let's unpack that a bit.
Okay.
What Guy's highlighting, and I'll admit he's being a bit dramatic, is the importance of setting healthy boundaries,
Okay.
which is crucial. But to say that's the only thing that leads to issues like substance abuse, that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, it's complex, right?
Yes.
There's no easy answer.
Okay, so overindulging our kids might not directly cause substance abuse, but I think Guy's on to something with this whole boundaries thing.
Yeah, definitely.
But how do you actually set those boundaries effectively?
Right.
It's not like it used to be. Kids today, they're bombarded with distractions.
It's a whole different ballgame.
Temptations everywhere you look.
Oh, yeah. It's a whole new world of parenting challenges.
It really is.
And this is where it's helpful to think about the different parenting styles.
Okay.
You know, like you've got your authoritarian parents, the super strict ones,
Okay.
high on control, low on warmth.
Right.
Then you've got the permissive type, basically the opposite.
Yeah.
Few rules, lots of freedom.
Maybe too much freedom.
Maybe. And then there's that sweet spot, the authoritative style.
Authoritative. Sounds kind of official.
Right, like they've got a parenting degree. But seriously, it's about finding that balance
Okay.
between setting those clear limits, having expectations, but also being tuned into your child's needs and feelings.
So it's not just about laying down the law.
No, it's about having those open conversations,
Right.
explaining the why behind the rules.
Right.
And, you know, even getting kids involved in the decision-making when it's appropriate, of course.
So it's more like a collaboration, less dictatorship.
Exactly. Instead of, because I said so, it's more like, hey, here's the deal.
Right.
Here's why we have this rule.
Yeah.
How can we make this work for everybody?
Like that.
It's all about teaching kids to think for themselves, make good choices, you know, understand that actions have consequences.
Which brings us to the elephant in the room.
Oh boy, here we go.
That thing Guy said that's been bugging me. Remember when he went on that rant about cannabis,
Oh yeah, that was something else.
anger, and what did he call them?
Violent potheads.
Yeah, violent potheads. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one.
Yeah, that was a bit out there. It's important to be careful with those kinds of statements,
Yeah.
especially with the potential for, you know, bias and harmful stereotypes.
Right, of course.
So let's break it down. Is there actually a link between using cannabis and anger,
Right.
especially in men? And is it true what he said about modern cannabis?
Right.
Is it really worse than it used to be?
Okay, so first things first, cannabis and anger. Is there any truth to that, or is G just, being G?
Well, the research is all over the place.
Right.
It's really inconclusive. There have been some studies that show a connection, like a correlation,
Okay.
between using cannabis and aggression, especially in people who already have anger issues.
Right.
Or if they've got other mental health stuff going on.
Okay.
But here's the thing, correlation doesn't equal causation.
So just because someone smokes weed and also has a temper doesn't mean the weed is causing the anger.
Exactly. It could be a million other things. Their genes, how they were raised, stress, other drugs they might be using. It's a classic case of needing more research.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What about his claim that modern weed is, inferior
Right.
to what it was back in the day?
Yeah, the good old days, right?
He made it sound like the quality is just tanked,
Yeah.
and that's why people are supposedly more angry now.
You know, that's a common thing to hear,
Yeah.
but it's often more about nostalgia than actual science.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The reality is, growing cannabis, it's become really advanced.
Okay.
Growers use all these sophisticated techniques now
Huh.
to create all these different strains with specific effects.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Specific effects.
Yeah, so we're talking about cannabinoid profiles.
Cannabinoid profiles. Okay, now we're getting a little technical.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Break it down for me.
Okay, so cannabinoids. These are the chemical compounds in cannabis.
Okay.
And they interact with our body's endocannabinoid system.
Which does what now?
It's basically involved in regulating all sorts of things: mood, sleep, appetite, pain.
Wow. Okay.
You've probably heard of THC and CBD.
Yeah.
Those are the most famous cannabinoids, but there are over 100 others,
Get out.
and they can all have different effects.
Okay, so When people talk about different strains of cannabis having different effects, like some being more relaxing, some more energizing, they're talking about these different cannabinoid profiles.
Bingo. And modern growing techniques let growers tweak those profiles so they can make strains with specific effects. So this idea that all modern cannabis is tainted or chemical-laden, it's just not accurate.
Right. It's more nuanced than that.
Exactly. It's like anything else. Technology, innovation, you can use it for good or bad. You've got your small organic growers, and then you've got your mass-produced, pesticide-heavy operations.
Right. It's the same with everything.
Exactly. You can't just lump them all together.
Okay, that makes sense. But isn't there a huge elephant in the room when it comes to cannabis?
What's that?
The legal situation?
Oh, absolutely. Prohibition has created this massive black market.
Right.
And in the black market, there's zero quality control.
So are you saying that those bad batches G talked about could just be a product of that unregulated market, not some inherent problem with modern cannabis itself?
Exactly. It's like comparing moonshine to a fine-aged whiskey.
Okay, yeah.
Totally different processes, totally different risks.
Right.
And that's why we need to be talking about drug policy, regulation, harm reduction. But we can dive into that another time.
Agreed. Let's get back to the parenting side of things. We've covered a lot of ground.
We have.
Fear, discipline, spoiled kid syndrome, cannabis cultivation.
It's a lot.
What's the main takeaway here? What should we be remembering from all of this?
I think the biggest thing, especially for parents today, is critical thinking and open communication.
Okay.
It's so easy to get caught up in sound bites and extreme viewpoints,
Right.
especially when it comes to something as emotionally charged as parenting. It's like we're wired to look for those easy answers, those
Yeah.
quick fixes, especially when it's something as messy as raising kids.
Yeah, and Guy's kind of feeding into that.
Totally.
Even if what he's saying is a bit out there, at least it feels definite.
Right, like a sure thing in a world that's anything but. And that's exactly why it's so important to hear different perspectives.
Right.
To actually look at the research, to question your own assumptions. It's easy to get sucked into those fear-based stories.
Yeah.
But what kids really need is love, understanding, and honestly just talking to them.
Yeah, which brings us to something G only briefly mentioned, technology.
Oh boy, yeah.
He touched on video games, phones, but mostly as like sources of conflict,
Yeah.
potential addiction. But that's the world our kids are growing up in. How can we even parent in the digital age?
It's the million-dollar question, right?
Yes, it is.
And honestly, it usually causes more anxiety than it solves.
Yeah, it does.
I think the first thing is to ditch this idea that technology is automatically bad.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere, and it's shaping the world our kids are inheriting.
Right.
So we need to approach it the same way we do other parts of parenting,
Yeah.
with balance.
So not treating it like some monster under the bed, but also not pretending it's all sunshine and rainbows.
Exactly. Tech can be amazing for learning, connecting,
Right.
even building important skills. Think about the creativity in video games, the problem solving they learn navigating those digital worlds,
It's true.
and social media. It lets them connect with people across the globe.
It's like anything else. Fire, water, smartphones. It's not good or bad on its own. It's how we use it and how we teach our kids to use it responsibly.
100%. And that goes back to setting those boundaries we talked about, finding that balance so tech doesn't take over their lives, making sure they still have those real-life interactions, get outside, be creative, all those things that make a well-rounded person.
He seemed to be all about the hardcore approach.
Yeah.
Like almost zero tolerance. Does that even work? Or is it more about finding ways to make technology a part of our kids' lives, but in a healthy way?
I'm always careful about those one-size-fits-all answers in parenting.
Okay.
Every kid is different. Every family is different. What works for one might be a disaster for another.
Right.
But usually, I'm not a fan of being too restrictive.
Because it just backfires.
Yeah.
Like the forbidden fruit.
Exactly. You just end up in a power struggle. Instead of actually talking about tech, setting clear expectations, maybe even letting kids have a say.
So again, it's that collaboration over control thing.
Yeah. Instead of no screens ever, it's, hey, how can we make this work for everyone?
I like that.
It's about teaching them digital literacy, how to think critically about what they see online,
Right.
how to be aware of the risks, giving them the tools to handle this digital world.
And we have to walk the walk.
Right, absolutely. Kids are always watching us,
Yeah.
learning from what we do, not just what we say. So we have to find that balance too. Put down our own phones sometimes. Make time for real conversations. Show them that technology doesn't have to rule our lives.
This has been amazing. Seriously, you've given us so much to think about, not just about Dee's unique opinions, but about how to navigate raising kids in this constantly changing world.
Oh, it's been my pleasure.
So as we wrap up, what's the one thing you'd want our listeners to take away from all of this?
One thing, I'd say parent with empathy. Really trying to understand your child's world, what motivates them, what scares them, what brings them joy. Listen more than you talk. Choose to work with them, not against them. And most importantly, create that space where you can always talk openly and honestly with respect. That's how you build a strong connection with your kids and help them grow.
That's beautiful. And on that note, we'll leave you to ponder all of that. This deep dive has been quite the journey. From fear-based parenting to the digital age, we've covered a lot. And remember, there's no one right way to raise a child. It's about finding what works for your family, listening to different perspectives, and always leading with empathy and open communication. Until next time, keep those questions coming, keep those conversations flowing, and keep diving deep.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we are diving into the world of online gaming. And, it's not always fun in games.
Yeah, it can get pretty intense.
We're actually looking at this YouTube transcript. It's from a channel called Scouse Sit-Off. And it's raw. It's firsthand. It's not like we're analyzing some academic paper here, This is real stuff.
Right, yeah, it gives you a glimpse into that subculture.
Totally. And the guy at the center of this whole thing, his name is Darren, and he claims to be the target of, well, basically online harassment.
That's unfortunately a common theme we see in a lot of these online spaces.
Yeah, and he really paints this picture of like being constantly targeted by this other gamer, this guy who calls himself Mondo.
Mondo. And he makes it sound like Mondo has this whole crew of people.
It's like a whole operation.
Yeah, and it's easy to see how someone in that situation, constantly feeling under attack could become, well, a little fixated.
And he does seem obsessed with this Mondo character.
Yeah.
Like he even describes what he thinks this guy looks like. It's kind of creepy.
Right, and that's something we often see with these online feuds is this tendency to kind of almost like demonize the other person,
Yeah. And then it gets worse because Darren starts talking about this other gamer, a guy called Inquisitor Ghost.
Okay. And this is where things take a really, really dark turn.
Because Darren claims that this Inquisitor Ghost guy was driven to suicide.
By Mondo and his crew, he says.
Yeah. Now, obviously, we have to be careful here, right?
Yeah, we only have Darren's side of the story.
We're not saying Mondo's responsible for this tragedy, but it does raise these questions about online harassment and how it can really affect people in the real world.
It's a serious issue, and it's something that, unfortunately, we see far too often.
And it's like, how do you even begin to address something like this?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because the internet provides this anonymity.
Right, like it's easy to hide behind a screen name.
Exactly, and it can make people feel like they can say and do whatever they want without any consequences.
Which is obviously not true, but...
No, it's
Yeah.
definitely not true. But it's a difficult thing to police.
So we've got Darren claiming to be a victim of this relentless online harassment, but then you start reading his messages in the chat, and he's not exactly innocent himself,
Right. He's got a bit of a sharp tongue on him.
Yeah, he's definitely giving as good as he gets. So it's like, where do you even draw the line between victim and aggressor in these situations?
That's the thing. It becomes so blurry so quickly, and it just spirals.
It's a vicious cycle, and I have a feeling it's only going to get more complicated from here.
Mhm.
It's wild how Darren tries to spin it, Like, all his angry rants, all the insults he's throwing back, he's like, oh, it's just self-defense.
Yeah, it's this weird distortion of morality, like the rules are different in that online world.
Totally. And then there's this whole thing where he's railing against people being snitchy, as if reporting harassment is worse than the actual harassment.
Right. It's like completely backward. And it
Correct.
speaks to that whole us versus them mentality that you see in these online communities, especially in gaming.
You're either with us or against us.
Yeah. And if you're not actively participating in the bad behavior, then you'd better look the other way or else you become the enemy.
It's messed up. But I guess it makes sense in a way, right? Like, if you're trying to maintain that sense of belonging, that group identity, you can't rock the boat.
Exactly. Even if that means turning a blind eye to some pretty awful behavior.
So it's this toxic cycle, and it's all being driven by this almost mythical figure of Mondo.
Right. Mondo is like the puppet master, the one pulling the strings.
Do you think Darren is, like, maybe even a little bit drawn to that, like the power Mondo seems to have?
It's definitely possible. There's a certain allure, right, to being part of the in-group, the dominant force.
But especially in gaming, where it can feel so competitive. Like, everyone wants to be on the winning team.
And when that desire to belong, to win, outweighs everything else, that's when things can get really dangerous.
Yeah. And that brings us back to Inquisitor Ghost. Regardless of whether or not Darren's version of events is accurate, it's a stark reminder of how devastating online harassment can be.
Absolutely. It's a reminder that words have power and that the internet is not a consequence-free zone.
So what can we do? I mean, how do we even begin to address this problem?
Well, I think it starts with awareness,
Okay.
making people aware of these dynamics, of how anonymity can fuel bad behavior, but also how important it is to speak out against it.
So education is key.
Absolutely. And it's not just about teaching people what not to do, it's about fostering empathy.
Right, reminding people that there's a real person on the other side of the screen.
Exactly. Because ultimately, I think that's what it comes down to, isn't it? Remembering our shared humanity, even in the digital world.
It sounds cheesy, but it's true.
It's not cheesy, it's essential. Because if we lose sight of that, then we're really in trouble.
We've talked a lot about the dark side of anonymity online, but because it's not all bad.
Oh, definitely not. Anonymity can be incredibly empowering, too, especially for people who feel marginalized or silenced in their offline lives.
Right, it allows them to connect with others, to share their stories, to build communities.
And that can be life-changing, especially for people who are struggling. So it's about finding that balance, you know?
Between the good and the bad.
Exactly. And I think that's an ongoing conversation, a conversation we all need to be a part of.
Absolutely. And it's a conversation we're going to continue right after this.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we encourage the good without letting things, devolve into toxicity?
Right. It's tough. It's not just about policing content. We need platforms that are actually designed to promote healthy interaction.
Okay. So what would that even look like?
Well, I mean, you see some companies trying, right, with content moderation and reporting systems. I even saw something about using AI to flag harmful language.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that.
It's a start, I guess. But ultimately, technology can only do so much. We need a real cultural shift online.
Towards
Empathy, accountability, basic respect.
So it's less about censorship and more about creating an environment where that kind of behavior is just not cool.
Yeah. Exactly. We need to build online spaces where people feel safe, where they feel heard, even if they disagree.
It's easy to get bogged down in the negativity. It seems like every day there's a news story about online harassment or toxicity.
Oh, absolutely. It can feel really disheartening.
But we can't forget that there's good out there too.
Right? Tons of it. People use the internet to connect, to support each other, to build amazing communities.
It's like any tool, right? It can be used for good or for evil. Depends on the user.
100%. And I think that's a really important point to remember, especially in the context of everything we've been talking about today.
So as we kind of wrap things up here, any final thoughts for our listeners?
Well, I mean, if there's one thing I want people to take away from this, it's that online interactions are complex. There are real people with real feelings behind those screens.
And that our words have weight.
Exactly. Whether we're talking about online gaming, social media, whatever, we have a responsibility to be mindful of how we're interacting with each other.
To think before we post. To choose kindness whenever possible.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, on that note, thanks for joining us for another deep dive. And everyone listening, until next time, stay curious and stay kind. Ever get sucked into those online feuds? The ones that leave you kind of baffled, but also strangely hooked.
Yeah, totally.
Well, today we are diving deep into one that's got it all. Accusations, cryptic insults, and enough twists and turns to make your head spin.
It's like watching a car crash in slow motion.
And in this case, the wreckage is a YouTube video titled Darren G. Exposing Sam Stalker Walker and Liam Ditchy.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Right off the bat, you are hit with this intense language. Poisonous rat. Cesspit of snakes.
Strong words.
Terms clearly designed to get a reaction.
And that's the first sign that this is not just a disagreement, right? This is more than just, hey, I disagree with you. This is about using language as a weapon.
So before we unpack the accusations, let's introduce our players.
Okay.
Our main character, at least the loudest voice in the video, is Darren Gee. Okay. Now, the video itself doesn't tell us much about any of these people, actually.
Which is often the case in these online feuds, right?
Yeah.
The lack of context can actually make the drama more intense because viewers are left to kind of fill in the blanks themselves.
Right. Exactly. So we have Darren Gee, and he seems to have some serious beef with two people he calls Sam Stalker Walker and Liam Ditchy.
Okay.
Now, what makes this even more intriguing is that Gee seems to both despise and admire Liam Ditchy at the same time.
Interesting.
He's complimenting him and condemning him all in the same breath.
Right. It's this weird mix of praise and condemnation. He's saying, like, you're a snake, but you're my snake.
Exactly. And Gee certainly doesn't shy away from contradictions when it comes to his accusations against Sam Stalker Walker. He paints Walker as this guy involved in illegal activities, flaunting fake designer clothes.
Oh, no, not the fake clothes.
And even harassing people online.
It's always something, right?
It is. So he's really running the gamut of accusations from serious to almost comical.
Yeah, and it's like he's trying to appeal to every possible angle. Moral outrage, social status, you name it.
It's like he's trying to make it impossible not to dislike this guy.
Exactly. He's creating this caricature of Sam Stalker Walker that's easy to condemn.
And much harder to defend.
Exactly.
And it's not just what he's saying,
Okay.
right? It's how he's saying it.
Totally.
It's like he's throwing spaghetti at a wall just to see what will stick.
It's classic information overload, and it's often used as a manipulation tactic.
Because it's harder to think clearly when you're being bombarded, right?
Exactly. It's harder to separate fact from fiction, and people are more likely to just latch onto those more sensational claims.
Even if they're not true, or maybe especially if they're not true.
Right. Our brains pay attention to threats. It's primal. So when you call someone a poisonous rat or talk about a cesspit of snakes...
People get scared.
Exactly.
It makes the danger feel more real, even if we don't even know if these accusations are true.
And that language, it's meant to dehumanize.
Because it's easier to dismiss someone, even to hurt someone, when you don't see them as fully human.
Right. And that's what's so insidious about it. It normalizes hostility, makes it okay to treat people badly, all in the name of truth.
So why air this dirty laundry so publicly? I mean, what's the end game here for someone like Darren Gee?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? It could be revenge, could be for clout, or honestly, maybe he just enjoys the drama.
Maybe a little of all of the above. It's like a very twisted form of entertainment, isn't it? Where the line between real and fake gets blurry.
And viewers get caught up in it. They start watching out of curiosity. Then suddenly they're taking sides, fueling the drama, participating in the attacks.
It's a slippery slope for sure.
For sure. And that's why it's so important to be mindful of our own behavior online, to approach these situations with skepticism and think critically about what we're seeing.
Because it's easy to get pulled in.
Oh, yeah.
Before we get totally lost in this feud, let's zoom out for a second. What does this whole thing tell us about online conflict in general? It really makes you think, doesn't it? About how
Messed up it all is.
well, yeah, and how quickly things can escalate online.
This whole feud, though, it really shows how important context is, you know? Like, we're just thrown into this situation.
With no backstory.
Exactly. No backstory. We don't really know these people, their history, what led up to this. It's like...
We're missing half the puzzle pieces.
Yes, exactly.
And we're just left to, like, fill in the blanks ourselves.
Which is dangerous because that's how we end up making assumptions, you know? And misinterpreting things.
Especially when you have someone like Darren Gee using such strong language and painting this very black and white picture.
Right. Like, it's tempting to just pick a side, right?
Totally.
But we have to remember we're only getting one side of the story here.
And it's a story being told by someone who, let's just say, probably not an unbiased narrator.
Exactly. There are always different perspectives, different sides to every story. And online, it's so easy to forget that.
So how do we avoid falling into that trap? How do we, like, become smarter about what we're seeing and hearing online, especially with these kinds of conflicts?
Well, first, I'd say approach everything with a little bit of skepticism.
Healthy skepticism.
Yes. Healthy skepticism. Like when you see something like this, ask yourself, okay, who's saying this? Why are they saying it? And what might they be leaving out?
Because everyone has an agenda, right? Even if it's just to get views or likes.
Exactly.
And it's not always malicious, but
it's always there.
yeah.
So be skeptical and then try to find other perspectives.
Don't just get all your information from one place.
Right. Read different articles, watch different videos, even if they challenge what you already think.
Because the goal is to understand the nuance.
Yes,
You're not just see things in black and white, but to see the shades of gray.
100%. Because the more informed we are as individuals, the better equipped we'll be to navigate this crazy online world, you know? And to avoid getting caught up in someone else's drama. And on that note, thanks for diving in with us.
Picture this, right? The heart of Liverpool, bustling streets, yeah.
Ah.
But forget the Beatles for a sec. We're diving into a different scene altogether.
Yeah.
Tough guys, close calls, the works. And our guide through this shadowy world, a young lad, Darren Gee, who found himself right smack in the middle of it all. Now, you might be thinking, oh, another gangster story, but hold on. What's wild about Darren's tale is how it all kicks off. With, like, an errand, basically. He's working for this big-time gangster, right, name of Tommy. This Tommy, oh boy, he was the real deal. Piles of cash, just lying about, a visitor's in and out all the time. Like he wanted everyone to know,
Yeah, it's almost like a deliberate statement, isn't it? Like, in a place like Liverpool, back then, reputation was everything. And Tommy, he wasn't just showing off his wealth, he was broadcasting his power.
Exactly. And young Darren, well, he's a teenager, right? So he sees all this cash lying around, and what does he do? Swipes what he thinks is $1,000. Right, I figured Tommy wouldn't even notice, except of course Tommy does. So there's Darren. Picture him, strolling along, thinking he's gotten away with it, when a Land Cruiser comes screeching to a halt right next to him. And out of this Land Cruiser jumps 3 guys you do not want to mess with. George Bromley, senior, tough as they come, reputation that would make you shiver. Joe McNally, family connections that could make your blood run cold. And then there's Joe Platt. Bit of a mystery, that one. Not with us anymore, if you catch my drift. And these 3, they grab Darren, bundle him into the cruiser, just like that. Can you imagine the fear, the sheer panic?
And you'd expect Darren, telling this story years later, to be, well, terrified, right? But there's this odd, almost amused detachment in his voice. Makes you wonder if it's his way of dealing with the trauma, or if, in that world, that kind of violence was just commonplace.
Chilling, isn't it? But get this. They haul Darren back to Tommy's place, right? Ready for the worst. And it turns out Tommy had just forgotten where he'd stashed the cash. It was never actually missing. Yeah, talk about a close call. So you'd figure, right, Tommy's happy, maybe a good laugh about the whole thing, yeah. Forgotten where he put his own cash. Yeah. But oh no, things are about to get a whole lot worse.
This is where the reality of that world kicks in, doesn't it? It's not about the money, not really. It's about power, about respect. Tommy, he had an image to protect.
And let me tell you, protected he did. Unleashes on Darren. Full force. I mean, we're talking a beating here, the kind that, well, let's just say Darren was lucky to walk away. But there's another twist coming, right? Because in the middle of all this, Tommy's wife, Kathleen, and his daughter, Kate, they walk in.
And you expect, what, chaos, screaming? But no, they take charge. Kathleen especially, it's like she's defusing a bomb. Calms Tommy right down.
Makes you wonder about these women, doesn't it? What was their life like, surrounded by all this? Had they just become numb to it?
Yeah.
Or were they tough as nails themselves?
It's a side of the story we don't hear enough about, that's for sure. These women, they weren't just bystanders. They were strong, they were smart, they held their own in a world run by men like Tommy.
So Darren, he survives, thanks to Kathleen and Kate. Battered, bruised, but alive. And Tommy, he actually apologizes. But then he drops the real bombshell. Turns out someone had ratted Darren out, told Tommy about the money, and that someone, well, they were in deep trouble.
That code of silence, it was everything, wasn't it? You didn't cross those lines, not if you valued your life, and snitching, that was the worst crime of all.
Darren, he's cagey about names, even now. But he does mention this one guy, Charlie Sega. Real piece of work, this Charlie. Ended up dead in his own kitchen, shot dead. Most folks figured it was a hit.
A reminder right there of what we're talking about. This wasn't a game. You messed up in that world, that there were consequences. And sometimes those consequences were fatal.
It's wild, isn't it? Listening to Darren talk about it, even now, you can practically hear it in his voice. Like this underlying tension, especially when he mentions certain names.
Trauma does that, doesn't it? It embeds itself deep down. And even if you get away, even if you escape, it stays with you, the memories, the fear, that knowledge of what people are capable of.
Makes you think, right, about the weight of it all, how something like that could change your person. And look, Darren's story, it's gripping, no doubt, but it's just one tiny piece of a much bigger picture.
Absolutely. He got out. But there were, God, countless others who didn't.
Yeah.
Swallowed whole by that world. Their stories, we'll never know.
So where does that leave us? What do you think? Did Darren learn his lesson? Was it just pure luck that saved him? And what happened after all that? Guess we're left wondering.
Some questions don't have easy answers, do they?
That's for sure. But hey, that's the thing about these deep dives, isn't it? Gets you thinking. And in this case, Darren's story, it's a powerful reminder. This world we're talking about, organized crime, it's not just something you see in the movies. It's real. It's dangerous. And it can. Well, let's just say it touches a lot of lives. And not always in a good way. That's all we got time for in this deep dive. But hey, keep those questions coming. And remember, sometimes the most unbelievable stories, they're the ones hiding in plain sight. Until next time.
Okay, so today we're going deep into the UK underworld.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're talking Curtis Warren.
Yeah.
And all based on this wild YouTube video I found.
Really?
Yeah, it's from this channel, Scouse Sit-Off. Have you heard of it?
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Yeah.
They do some interesting interviews. Lots of colorful characters from what I gather.
That's putting it mildly. It's like a who's who of Liverpool's underworld, past and present.
And I believe this one features Darren Gee.
Yeah, Darren Gee. He seems to have moved on from that life, but clearly still has some stories.
Well, it's not the kind of life you just forget, I imagine.
Right. Like some of the stuff he talks about.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But what's got me hooked is how he talks about Curtis Warren.
Ah, yes, Warren. Quite the figure, even now.
Even now. That's the thing. Gee's practically counting down the days till Warren gets out of prison. It's like he sees him as some kind of returning hero.
Well, you have to understand, someone like Warren, he doesn't just disappear. Not in that world.
No kidding. I mean, I did some reading up on the guy, notorious drug trafficker, built this massive network.
A powerful figure, to say the least. The kind who shapes the entire landscape, even from a distance.
Exactly, and that's what Gee keeps coming back to. It's like he's nostalgic for the days when Warren was running things in Liverpool.
It happens more often than you'd think. These criminal ecosystems, they develop their own sort of order, a hierarchy.
Right, like their own set of rules, even if they're unspoken.
Precisely. When a dominant figure like Warren is removed, it disrupts everything, creates a void.
And chaos?
Often, yes.
Yeah.
But it also creates opportunities for others to rise in the ranks.
Which is probably what everyone's waiting for, huh? This power vacuum, Gee even says that when Warren was around, it kept other gangs out. Like there was this Irish cartel he mentions.
Fascinating. So it's almost a better the devil,
Yeah,
situation.
Exactly. Like, yeah, Warren was bad news, but at least everyone knew where they stood. Now, who knows?
It highlights the complexities of these underground networks, the way they influence power dynamics, not just within their own circles, but within the community as a whole.
Totally.
Ah.
And the way Gee tells it, it's like he's describing these two different worlds colliding. He's got this story about going on fishing trips as a young lad with some of Liverpool's most notorious figures.
Really?
Yeah, including Warren. Can you imagine that?
That's quite an image. A bunch of hardened criminals out for a day of fishing.
Right. And Gee's there, just a kid serving them tea. He says he didn't even realize who they were at the time.
Those kinds of details,
Yeah.
they really give you a glimpse into the reality of this hidden world.
For sure. It's like he describes these outings as the main lads in the city all going on this fishing expedition. You can almost picture it, this strange juxtaposition of casual fishing trips and the top echelon of Liverpool's underworld.
It speaks to how these organizations operate, don't they? Often hidden in plain sight. Their true nature obscured by everyday activities.
It's like they live double lives, but their real power comes from the reputation, the fear that follows them. And the names Gee drops, Joe McNally, George Sr.
It seems like everyone was connected to Warren in some way.
In some way. It's incredible. It really makes you wonder just how deep this all goes.
It's a reminder that these criminal enterprises, they aren't isolated entities. They exist within a complex web of relationships, alliances, and rivalries that often stretch far beyond our perception.
It's wild, right? Like you said, Warren's been locked up for years, but it's like his influence is still there, looming over everything.
It's almost as if the anticipation of his return is more powerful than his actual presence.
It's like everyone in Liverpool is holding their breath, waiting to see what happens when he gets out.
I suppose in a way they are. It's the uncertainty, isn't it, that creates the tension.
For sure. Like, will things go back to how they were, or will everything explode? Who knows?
It's a chance for new power structures to emerge, new alliances to be forged.
It's like a whole new game is about to begin. And Gee had a front row seat to the last one, even if he didn't realize it at the time.
That's the thing about these networks, isn't it? They can draw people in without them even realizing it.
Totally. 1 minute you're a kid serving tea on a fishing trip. The next you're caught up in something much bigger.
And it makes you wonder about the lasting impact of that kind of exposure. the normalization of certain behaviors, the acceptance of a different moral code.
Yeah, it's like G's story is just one small piece of a much larger puzzle.
Yeah.
A puzzle that we're only just beginning to understand.
And it's a puzzle that extends far beyond the streets of Liverpool. These themes of power influence the allure of hidden worlds. They resonate across cultures and societies.
It's kind of unsettling when you think about it, how these forces operate beneath the surface, often undetected until it's too late.
That's the thing about the underworld, isn't it? It thrives in the shadows. And the more we try to shed light on it, the more we realize how much we don't see.
It's like we fell down a rabbit hole. Started with a YouTube video, and now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about, well, everything.
That's the power of these stories, isn't it?
Yeah.
They make us realize how much we take for granted, how much goes on beneath the surface.
For sure. Like, we all know organized crime exists, but it's easy to think of it as something separate from our lives. G's story really brings it home, showing how it intersects with everyday life.
It reminds us that these worlds, these systems, they're not confined to dark alleys or back rooms. They exist everywhere, influencing everything, shaping our realities in ways we often don't even recognize.
So what do we do with that? I mean, knowing all this, how do we even begin to process it?
Perhaps it starts with awareness. By acknowledging these hidden dynamics, by questioning the narratives we're told, we can start to see the world with a more critical eye.
So, like, be more skeptical, question everything.
In a way, yes. But it's more than that. It's about recognizing that power operates on multiple levels, that there are always unspoken rules at play, whether we're aware of them or not.
It's like that saying, the fish don't know they're in water. We're so surrounded by these systems, these unspoken rules, that we don't even see them.
Precisely. And until we become aware of the water, we're bound to be swept along by its currents. G's story, as unsettling as it might be, offers us a chance to break free from that.
Wow. Heavy stuff. Big thanks to Scouse Sidoff for taking us down that rabbit hole. And to all of you listening, thanks for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time, stay curious and keep asking questions. So this deep dive takes us into some wild territory. We're talking lizard people, but not just any lizard people wearing trainers.
Yeah, it's definitely out there.
I mean, who knew reptilian fashion was so, I don't know, modern?
It's easy to kind of dismiss this as just like, another crazy conspiracy theory. And maybe it is, but it's also, I think, a really interesting window into a lot of things happening online. It's like where anthropologists suddenly, dropped into this strange new culture.
Okay, so let's back up a bit for those who haven't taken this particular deep dive before. What are we even talking about with these lizard people?
Right. So the basic idea, and it's been around for a while, is that, well, there are these reptilian humanoids, basically, and they're like disguised as powerful people, like world leaders and celebrities, and they're secretly controlling everything.
So we're talking like a global conspiracy, secret society, that kind of thing.
Exactly. But instead of like, Illuminati robes, they're wearing lizard suits, I guess.
Right, right. Okay, I have to ask, though, obviously there's no real evidence for this, right? So what makes these kinds of theories so appealing to some people?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Part of it is how our brains are wired, Like, we're really good at finding patterns, even when they're not actually there. And then we create these narratives to explain those patterns.
So it's like our brains are hardwired for conspiracy theories, in a way.
In a way, yeah. And then there's something called confirmation bias, where we tend to look for information that supports what we already believe, even if that belief is, well, a little out there.
And the internet's great for that, right? You find your little corner, everyone agrees with you, and suddenly, bam! Lizard people are running the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Online communities can become these echo chambers where these ideas get amplified and reinforced.
Yeah.
And this video, for all its strangeness, it gives us this really fascinating look at how those communities work, how they create their own language, their own inside jokes, that kind of thing.
It's like we're getting a glimpse into a whole different world with its own rules and its own, well, reptilian overlords. And speaking of that whole different world, there was this phrase in the video, plastic scouser. I don't know, it just stuck with me.
Yeah, it's definitely a loaded term.
So what is it, what makes a scouser plastic?
Well, a scouser is basically someone from Liverpool, right? But when you add plastic to it, it's like saying they're not the real deal, like they're trying too hard to fit in.
So it's about authenticity then, like you're not a true scouser unless, well, you were born there or something?
Kind of. It's this idea that there's an insider group, and if you don't have the right background or you don't act the right way, then you're just a fake.
It's like that whole gatekeeping thing, I guess, where certain people decide who's in and who's out.
Exactly. And online communities can be really intense about that kind of stuff. Everyone's trying to prove they're the real deal, whether it's about music or movies or, even lizard people.
Right, like there's always going to be someone who says you're not a true fan unless you can list every single detail about whatever it is you're into.
Exactly. And it's interesting because this video, with all the conspiracy stuff, it actually highlights this very human need to belong, to be part of something bigger than ourselves.
Yeah, you'd think people worried about lizard overlords wouldn't be so concerned with who's a real scouser and who isn't.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
But it shows how these online spaces can be both about connecting with like-minded people and also about these weird power dynamics and anxieties.
It really makes you think what makes someone authentic anyway. Like who gets to decide who's in and who's out?
Right. Is it about where you're from, how you act online? I mean, it's a pretty slippery slope.
It is. And it's funny because even with all this talk of lizard people and conspiracies, there's this weird sense of community in that video,
Yeah.
people are leaving comments, making jokes, sharing their own little local legends.
It's true.
Yeah.
In a way, it's kind of endearing. For all the weirdness, it shows how these online spaces can offer people a sense of belonging, a place to connect with others who share their interests, even if those interests are a little out there.
Yeah. And maybe that's the bigger takeaway here, right? We can laugh at the lizard people thing, but at its core, this video is really about human connection, about finding your tribe, even if that tribe believes that, well, reptilian overlords are running the world.
Absolutely. And it reminds us that the internet, for all its flaws, can be a powerful tool for bringing people together. We often focus on the negative aspects of online communities, the echo chambers, the misinformation. But this video highlights the other side of that coin, the potential for connection and shared experience.
It's like, yeah, the internet can be a breeding ground for crazy conspiracy theories, but it can also be a place where people find friendship, support, a sense of community.
Exactly. And that's something worth remembering, especially in a world that often feels increasingly divided.
So next time you're tempted to dismiss someone's online persona or the communities they belong to, remember there might be more to the story than meets the eye. We all crave connection, a sense of belonging, and sometimes those connections emerge in the most unexpected places, even perhaps among those who believe in lizard people.
Well said. And on that note, I think we've done our deep dive for today.
Yeah, I think we've earned ourselves a nice cup of tea after that one. Thanks for joining us on this wild ride.
Anytime. Always a pleasure to dive deep with you.
And to all our listeners, thanks for coming along for the journey. We'll see you next time for another deep dive into the weird and wonderful world of the internet. Until then, stay curious.
Welcome to your deep dive. Today we're headed to Liverpool, but forget the Beatles, forget Anfield.
Right.
We're going deep, deep into the city's underbelly, the criminal underworld. And to do that, we're relying on one raw and unfiltered source, Darren Gee.
Yeah.
Now, you might be thinking, Darren Gee, why?
Well, whether you agree with G or not, his story, it gives us this really, really fascinating peek behind the curtain of organized crime. And he really doesn't hold back, especially when it comes to like these codes of conduct, the consequences of breaking them. And the thing he seems most fired up about, informants.
Okay, so let's unpack all of this. First things first, who is Darren Gee?
So from what we can gather, he's a former figure in Liverpool's underworld. And in this YouTube video, he is not shy about naming names. He calls out Scousers.
And for our listeners who don't know, Scousers is local slang for?
Scousers is local slang for Liverpool criminals.
Gotcha.
And he claims that they're not just wreaking havoc on, their home turf, but across the UK, Birmingham, Manchester, even up to Scotland.
And he doesn't just name them. He calls them rats.
Yeah.
And he seems especially disgusted by those who use kids from other cities, to do their dirty work and then, profit off of those communities, turn around and claim to care about them.
It's really interesting because his anger, it exposes this inherent hypocrisy within organized crime. And he makes this really, really clear distinction between what he sees as, the real gangsters, like the Clark brothers, who he believes operated by a certain code, versus this newer generation who he sees as way more ruthless, way more dangerous, and way less principled because they exploit vulnerable youth.
And that brings us to, I think, the heart of it, the informants. G drops this bombshell, claims he has firsthand knowledge from his own trial about a man named Tony Christian, a.k.a. Yinka.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
So he alleges that Christian was a paid police informant whose testimony led to convictions. But it's not just that, right? It's how Guy describes the entire informant system.
Right.
He talks about handlers, which suggests that there's a structure in place. There's a process, a procedure within law enforcement for managing these informants.
So he's basically saying this isn't just casual snitching. This is, this is an operation.
Exactly.
This is thought out. But wait, there's more. G then brings in Christian's stepson, Kevin Whitman.
Right, and this is where his narrative touches on this cyclical nature of crime and raises these questions about, well, what's the lasting impact of using informants? So he claims that Whitman was also involved, that he was groomed as the, quote unquote, next snitch, enjoying this, he's enjoying protection. He's enjoying a level of impunity because of this alleged informant role.
So it's not just business we're talking about here. It's potential betrayal within a family unit.
Right.
Family history entangled with this criminal underworld.
And that generational aspect of it is really crucial because if what Guy's saying is true, it suggests that this activity, it can become deeply ingrained.
Wow.
Almost like a family tradition. And it brings up all these questions about desperation, coercion, the challenge of even breaking free from this cycle, especially in communities that are already struggling.
This isn't just some detached story. This is raw human drama.
Absolutely.
But G doesn't stop there. He goes on to say that this culture of snitching undermines what he sees as the, again, using his words, true gangsters, like the Clarks.
Yeah.
Who he seems to respect, ironically, for not ratting each other out.
It's such a fascinating contradiction because on the one hand, he clearly despises how this new generation is doing things.
Yeah.
But there's this weird sense that he almost romanticizes the older generation's code.
Yeah.
Even though both were clearly involved in, really serious criminal activity.
It's almost like he's longing for a different time. Like he's yearning for, I don't know, order, some type of moral code within this world that's just chaos.
Totally. And to further highlight that contradiction, he then calls out Chris Farley,
Okay.
a former, and I quote, notorious gangster who he claims has climbed the ranks within the Freemasons.
And just for our listeners who don't know, the Freemasons are.
The Freemasons are this centuries-old fraternal organization. They're often shrouded in secrecy, but they're known for their rituals and their community involvement.
Right.
So when Guy accuses Farley essentially of using his past, his criminal past, to gain influence within what's supposed to be this upstanding organization,
Right.
it plays right back into this hypocrisy.
Right.
It's like he's saying, look, even the toughest guys can turn around and join the establishment.
It's like we're watching a house divided from the inside. But it makes you wonder, if the lines are this blurred between the underworld and these supposedly legitimate institutions, who really has the power?
Yeah.
And at what cost? And it's not just about hypocrisy. He goes even further. This guy, he highlights a specific incident from Farley's past.
Right. He brings up the tragic overdose of Farley's own daughter, an event that Farley himself publicly attributed to the very drugs that he was allegedly, distributing.
That's a heavy accusation,
Yeah,
to say the least.
absolutely.
And, Farley has seemingly tried to turn his life around after this, even, going as far as attributing his daughter's death to his own, criminal enterprise. But he's not buying it.
It really makes you question, what is redemption in this world? What is accountability?
Yeah.
Has Farley genuinely changed? Or is this all just, a calculated move to kind of distance himself from his past?
Right.
And even if it is genuine remorse, can you ever really erase the consequences of those actions?
Yeah, and it's not just about Farley, right?
Yeah.
He talks about the countless lives that were destroyed because of Farley's, drug dealing, people
Yeah.
driven to addiction, violence, even having their bones broken over unpaid debts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a grim picture, to say the least.
It is, and it highlights this really crucial aspect of this whole conversation. We're not just talking about, these abstract concepts of crime and punishment.
Right.
We're talking about real people's lives, real families
Yeah.
that are being torn apart by the choices that these individuals made.
It's about the human cost of operating in this underworld, that ripple effect.
Mm-hmm.
That extends, far beyond any single conviction, any single act of betrayal.
And I think that's what makes Guy's perspective so compelling. Even if you don't agree with everything he says,
Yeah.
he's forcing us to confront this really uncomfortable reality that organized crime, it thrives on exploitation.
Yeah.
It thrives on this callous disregard for human life.
Right.
Whether it's using these vulnerable youth as pawns,
Right.
or turning a blind eye to the devastating consequences of addiction. There's this brutality to it that he refuses to let us forget.
Yeah, he even goes as far as to describe this, this specific incident where a young woman was caught in the crossfire of this world,
Yeah.
shot dead in her own home. And it's just this chilling reminder, of the indiscriminate nature of violence and the tragic consequences that can befall even those who aren't directly involved.
And he uses that to hammer home his point about the hypocrisy.
Right.
It's one thing to operate within this world,
Yeah.
right? But to then claim to care about your community
Right.
while you're profiting off of its destruction,
Right.
that to him is the ultimate betrayal.
It makes you wonder if that's what's really driving G.
Yeah.
Because he talks about truth, he talks about justice,
Yeah.
but there's this raw, like, visceral anger there
Yeah.
that suggests it's much more personal than that.
For sure. There's definitely a sense of righteous anger that's fueling his message. Like, he needs to expose the hypocrisy. He's challenging us to kind of look beyond these simplistic narratives, beyond these headlines that often paint organized crime as this very black and white issue.
Yeah.
He wants us to see the nuance, the complexity, the uncomfortable truths that often get swept under the rug.
And maybe most importantly, he wants us to question the systems in place,
Yes.
even the very foundation of law enforcement. Because when he talks about the use of informants,
Right.
it's not just about, criticizing individuals.
Yeah.
He's questioning the ethics of those tactics.
Absolutely.
He's asking us to consider the moral cost of relying on a system that, while it might be effective in securing convictions, often blurs the lines between, right and wrong.
Completely.
A system that can sometimes perpetuate the very cycle of crime that it aims to dismantle.
It's such a complex issue with no easy answers.
Yep.
Right. On the one hand, you have this need to hold criminals accountable. You need to protect the public.
Right.
But on the other hand, you have these ethical dilemmas
Right.
that are inherent in using informants, especially when it involves exploiting vulnerable people or, perpetuating this climate of distrust and betrayal.
Which brings us back to, I think, that central question: who are the real rats in this situation?
Yeah.
Is it the criminals who turn on each other?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it a system that sometimes relies on, questionable tactics to maintain order? It's a question that, cuts right to the heart of Guy's own story, doesn't it? Especially when he talks about his own trial.
Yeah, absolutely. He claims that the prosecution leaned really heavily on Tony Christian's testimony to get these convictions, and he paints a very, very vivid picture of that moment in court.
It's like something out of a movie, right? Like the prosecution's given this deadline, they got to reveal their informant,
Yeah.
the tension's building, and then bam, Tony Christian. That's our guy.
Exactly. It's really effective storytelling.
Yeah.
It pulls you right in, and he doesn't stop there.
Right.
He even suggests that Christian's stepson, Kevin Whitman, was actually present during these meetings between Christian and his handler.
Wow.
So, again, further blurring these lines between family ties and this whole, web of informants and betrayals.
It makes you realize, these aren't just names on a page. These are real people with families, with histories, making choices within a system that often feels, rigged against them. But Yi's story, it's not really meant to offer us easy answers, is it? If anything, he leaves us with more questions than we started with.
He really does, and that's kind of the beauty of it, you know?
Yeah.
He challenges us to think critically about, well, who benefits from this whole cycle
Right.
of crime, of betrayal? Look beyond the surface, grapple with those complexities. Is it about justice? Is it revenge? Or is there something else going on here, something deeper, something a little more unsettling?
Yeah, and maybe that's the most important takeaway from this deep dive, right? G's story,
Yeah.
regardless of, whether it's true or not,
Right.
or the vendettas that might be fueling it.
Right.
It forces us to confront some really uncomfortable realities about organized crime,
Yeah.
about the impact on these communities, and the moral dilemmas of even trying to, dismantle such a system that's so deeply entrenched.
It reminds us that the lines between right and wrong, they're not always so clear-cut. And the pursuit of justice can sometimes, it can lead us down some ethically ambiguous paths. And I think as we kind of resurface from this deep dive into the heart of Liverpool's underworld, the question we're left with is justice truly served when it relies on a system that, that often blurs those very lines?
That's something to think about, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. We'll see you next time. All right, so today we're diving into something pretty different, anti-knife crime advocacy, but not the kind of polished campaigns you might be thinking of.
Yeah, think raw and unfiltered, like we're right there in the thick of it.
And that's because we are, in a sense, with this YouTube video from a channel called Kalnacook Official Choose a Life, Not a Knife, L5.
I mean, come on. Even the name tells a story, right?
No doubt. It screams lived experience, and that's exactly what we get from Darren Gee.
Oh, absolutely. And for those unfamiliar, Darren's from Liverpool. Bit of a colorful past, shall we say?
To put it mildly, yeah, he's got a record, but now he's channeling all that, well, everything, into keeping young people away from that life.
And that's what's so gripping about this video. It's raw. You know, he's not reading some pre-written speech. He's right there in the moment, grappling with it all.
And he keeps mentioning this fellow Scouser, Billy Moore. There's some serious history there, right? Who is this guy?
So Billy Moore, he kind of adds another layer to this whole thing because, see, he's walked a similar path. Ex-con turned anti-knife crime advocate himself.
Okay, so they've got that shared experience.
Yeah, but, and there's often a but, isn't there? There's a lot of bad blood between them, incidents inside prison, outside prison.
Wow, so you've got this underlying tension, but then G makes this public plea for, what is it, reconciliation.
It really seems that way. He's looking right at the camera, talking directly to Moore, saying things like, I regret, I apologize, the words I've used towards you and your family. I mean, that's not easy to do, putting it all out there like that.
Especially with the cameras rolling.
Exactly. It really makes you wonder what brought him to this point. He's holding nothing back. It's heavy stuff.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it gets even more, I don't know, complex when you consider that G actually mentions the struggles Moore's family has faced, even brings up autism.
Oh, wow.
It's like this layer of empathy you don't always see, you know, trying to connect on a human level. It's something else.
Yeah, that human element is huge. And he keeps coming back to their shared identity, these Scousers, like it's this common ground.
Totally, the shared responsibility. Like, look, we've got our differences, but this knife crime, this is bigger than both of us.
Right, it's affecting their city, their people.
Exactly, and this is where his past comes in, because he actually says being an ex-criminal makes him more effective.
Interesting. How so?
He says, they don't listen, but when you've got a certified member like me, that's the power. Like, he's got this street cred most advocates just don't have.
He's been there. He gets it.
And he can speak to these kids who might not listen to anyone else, you know?
It's like he's got that direct line, that authenticity.
Exactly, but it's a double-edged sword, right? That same past that gives him credibility, it also makes him a target.
People could just write him off because of it.
And he knows that you can hear the frustration when he talks about people keeping their distance, afraid to be associated with him.
Because of what others are saying.
Yeah, like,
Or
will my business be damaged? That's what I'm up against, you know? It's a constant battle.
trying to rebuild trust.
Exactly, it's tough. And it made me think about when he keeps repeating, it is what it is.
It's like his mantra or something.
Right, like this way of dealing with everything life throws at him.
On the surface, it almost sounds, I don't know, defeatist.
I can see that, but I think there's this deeper resilience there too, like acknowledging everything, the pain, the setbacks.
But still moving forward.
Exactly, and that makes what he says later even more impactful. He gets so frustrated that people only seem to pay attention after a tragedy.
And when it's too late?
Right, and it speaks to this bigger issue, you know, we react instead of being proactive.
It's like we only care when it's right in our faces.
Exactly, and even then, are we really listening or just reacting? He's seen it all firsthand, and you can tell it drives this desperate need to stop it from happening again.
It's like he's saying, learn from me, not from another tragedy.
And it's easier to dismiss someone than face those uncomfortable truths.
So we've got this guy pouring his heart out, trying to make things right, but constantly hitting this wall.
It's got to be demoralizing, and you see it, you know.
Yeah.
But then there are these moments, these glimpses of, I don't know if hope is the right word, but something like that, when he talks about his faith.
Finding strength in his beliefs.
It's powerful, and even more so when he connects it to, well, his image. He's very aware of that whole alpha male thing.
Yeah, the physical training, the way he's put on, it's a choice.
Like, he needs to be physically prepared for confrontation, which, let's face it, probably comes with the territory.
He's challenging some powerful forces.
Absolutely. He mentions being targeted, cyberbullied, and remember when he says he's got to be ready to deal with a group of rats.
Intense, to say the least.
But then he talks about his faith, his vulnerability, wanting to help these kids.
It's like he embodies both the hardness and the surprising tenderness.
It's what makes him so compelling. He doesn't fit in a box. He's flawed, sure, made mistakes, but he's self-aware and driven to make amends.
It makes you think, does being authentic mean being this raw?
Right. Can someone like him, with his past, really make a difference? Or does it all just hold him back? We talk about lived experience, but what about how those experiences change a person? Trauma, violence, it all leaves a mark.
It's heavy stuff. You can hear it when he talks about the victims, especially that part where he mentions the young girl. Says, was it another young girl, gone too young, under horrible circumstances?
It gets to you, and it shows that he's not just talking about numbers, it's real lives, real pain.
And you can tell it's why he's doing all this.
He has to try to stop it.
We talked about his faith earlier. It's like he's holding on to that to make sense of it all.
To find some good in all the bad. Yeah, he even says he can't die until his message is heard.
Wow, that's a lot to carry.
It really is.
So what's it going to take for someone like him to really break through?
That's the question, isn't it? On one hand, he's undeniably authentic. He's not making this up.
He's been there?
And that connects with people, especially young people. But then there's the other side, the past, the judgments.
Like, we don't know what to do with redemption when it's not straightforward, you know?
And Darren Gee, he's anything but straightforward.
This whole deep dive has been about contradictions, but maybe that's the point.
Maybe we need to get comfortable with that, with the messiness of it all.
And start really listening to these voices, even when they make us uncomfortable.
Because that's how we have real conversations.
About the things that matter. And that's what we're all about here. So till next time, keep asking those tough questions.
Today, we're diving deep into a story that's, well, it's heartbreaking, obviously. The tragic shooting of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Korbel in Liverpool. And, you know, we really want to go beyond just the headlines with you to try to understand the bigger picture here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to do that, well, we're turning to, I think, a really powerful voice on this, Darren Gee.
And he's not just any voice, is he? I mean, talking about this case.
No, not at all. Darren Gee, he's a former gang member himself.
Right.
And now he's turned into this really outspoken anti-crime advocate.
Right.
And his message, especially about Olivia's murder, it's raw, it's honest, and honestly, it's kind of brutal. Like, he does not hold back at all.
No, he doesn't.
So we're going to be kind of dissecting, I guess, his YouTube video today. And, you know, it's one of those things where you really hear the authenticity in his voice because of his past.
Oh, that's it, isn't it? You know, it's that real world experience, that firsthand knowledge that I think makes his perspective so incredibly valuable here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been there. You can tell he's seen that underbelly of this world that we only kind of hear about, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And what he's arguing, and I think this is so important, is that what happened to Olivia, it's not just, you know, a one-off tragedy. It's like a symptom of something much bigger. He points directly at organized crime.
Yeah, and specifically, you know, the drug trade. I mean, that's really what he's talking about. And I think what's fascinating about his take is how he connects the dots. You know, he shows how this whole illicit industry, it embeds itself within communities. You know, it becomes almost inescapable.
Yeah. He uses this phrase, it's like a disease.
Right.
And it's disturbing, but it feels accurate. But then he takes it even further because he starts talking about this code of silence that's taken hold, this real reluctance, especially in these communities, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Yeah.
And he's saying, you know, that's a huge roadblock to actually breaking this cycle of violence.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, it's not even just about, you know, being tight-lipped. It's deeper than that, right? It's this deep-seated mistrust of authorities, this fear of retaliation, which, you know, let's be honest, it has very real consequences for people. And what's interesting is he goes way back. You know, he talks about the history of Liverpool.
Right.
Highlighting how those tensions between the community and the police, how long that's been going on. They've been festering for years and years and years.
And that leads to that whole snitches get stitches mentality.
Exactly.
Which he says is, you know, it's ingrained in kids from such a young age.
Right.
And it's chilling. He describes it really as like a learned behavior.
Yeah, it's about self-preservation, isn't it? When you really get down to it, it's like, how do I keep myself safe? But you do have to ask, you know, at what cost? It's this very complex social dilemma because you're trying to balance your own personal safety with this pursuit of justice.
Right.
And in these communities that are grappling with organized crime, those lines get so blurred, it's really hard to see, which way is up sometimes.
And, it's interesting because he doesn't just, leave it there.
Yeah.
It's like he's saying this don't snitch thing. It's not just about keeping quiet. It warps your whole sense of, what's right and wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
He uses this phrase, group gang mentality. And it's almost like he's saying it's like this distorted lens that the young people are looking through.
It's like they can't even see straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's really striking, I think, is how he connects that mentality to this whole glorification of a certain kind of lifestyle, you know what I mean?
Sure,
He
yeah.
talks about the music they listen to.
Right.
The movies they watch.
Oh, yeah.
Even things like amateur boxing matches.
Yeah, it's all connected.
It's all intertwined, yeah.
And he makes this point about violence basically becoming entertainment.
Yeah.
It's almost like a rite of passage in some of these communities, And it really makes you think about how that desensitizes young people
Oh,
to
absolutely.
the very real consequences.
It becomes normal.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't discount the influence of media here, especially on young minds. It's this crazy feedback loop. Life imitates art, imitates life.
It's true.
And he's right. I mean, it normalizes it. In some ways, it even glamorizes this lifestyle that's incredibly dangerous.
It's dangerous, it's toxic, and this is what it keeps coming back to. He's saying the real division, in these communities, it's not, about race or religion or anything like that.
No.
It's about those who are kind of caught in this web of organized crime
Yeah.
versus those who are just trying to live their lives.
Yeah. He's really challenging us to look beyond these surface level things that we tend to focus on and see the deeper systemic issues that are at play.
Yeah.
And this is what I like about him. He doesn't just leave us there with this grim picture.
No. He turns it around, doesn't he?
He does.
He makes this really impassioned plea for a change in mindset.
Yeah.
He's calling for people to stand together. He wants them to break free from this culture of fear that's keeping them silent.
He's saying enough is enough.
Mm.
We can't live like this anymore. But he also acknowledges that speaking out against these guys, these organized crime guys, it's terrifying.
Oh, absolutely.
It's potentially life-threatening. It's not just as simple as, just finding your voice, right?
No, it's not that easy. There needs to be real protection in place.
Absolute
Support systems.
Support systems, yeah.
Because the reality is people are putting their lives on the line if they come forward. And, he seems to be advocating for more than just, the standard witness protection programs. He's talking about actually creating real, viable alternatives for young people.
Yeah.
Give them opportunities so they don't feel like they have to get sucked into this world.
Exactly. Break the cycle, right?
Yes, exactly. Break the cycle.
Education, job training, mentorship programs, things that offer hope,
Hope, yeah.
Yeah.
A path forward.
A path forward that doesn't involve crime.
That doesn't involve looking over your shoulder constantly.
Yeah.
And I think this is where his own story, it becomes so powerful. I mean, he is living proof that change is possible.
Yeah.
He went from being a part of the problem to being a voice for change.
And that's what makes, that's what gives his message such weight. It's one thing to talk about these issues, theoretically, but he's speaking from this place of deep personal experience.
It's authentic.
Exactly.
And you can hear it, you can hear the urgency in his voice, especially when he talks about, what happens if they don't get justice for Olivia?
Yeah.
What if another innocent life is lost because things haven't changed? It's like he's terrified.
He's seen it happen.
And he's seen it happen before.
Exactly.
And he doesn't want to see it happen again.
It's like this tragedy, what happened to Olivia, it's like it's exposed these cracks in the system,
Right.
These deep-seated problems that have been, festering for years.
Yeah.
And now, now the question is, okay, what are we going to do about it?
It's a big question.
Yeah.
It really is. And you know what? He doesn't try to sugarcoat it or anything. He actually compares, and this is kind of wild, he compares what's happening in places like Liverpool to failed states.
Wow.
Yeah, places where, the rule of law, it's basically non-existent.
It's a powerful comparison. He's basically saying when organized crime, when it's allowed to just flourish like that, unchecked, it's like it creates this whole other system, this shadow system,
Right.
where right and wrong, it all gets messed up.
Yeah, and that's, I think, where this whole code of silence thing, it's not just like a side issue. You know, it's central to everything he's talking about, because he's saying, like, breaking that code, it's not snitching. It's about, like, taking back your community,
Yeah.
protecting the people who need protecting.
It's about, this shift, right, from just thinking about yourself, thinking about how do I stay safe, to a true sense of, like, collective responsibility.
Right.
It's understanding that, staying silent, it usually helps the bad guys. It doesn't actually help the victims.
And that's a message that, it goes way beyond just like gangs and organized crime, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It applies everywhere.
Yeah, and he takes it there. He starts talking about, like, situations of abuse.
Yeah.
Especially like child abuse, and how, this don't snitch mentality, it can have absolutely devastating consequences in those cases too.
It's heartbreaking, really, because it prevents people from getting the help they desperately need, and it all comes down to fear, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, when you really get to the core of it, it's like he's calling for a fundamental change.
He is, yeah.
Like it's not just about, more cops on the street or stricter laws or anything like that.
It's deeper than that.
It's deeper, yeah. It's this understanding that everyone has a part to play.
Everyone, yeah.
If you want to create a safe future, a future where, tragedies like what happened to Olivia, they don't happen anymore.
Right, and that starts with trust, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Trust in law enforcement, trust in community leaders, and I think, maybe even most importantly, trust in each other.
Yeah.
Because without that, I mean, where are we? It's a huge task, but I think G shows us it's not impossible.
And that's what makes his story, it's heartbreaking, obviously, because of how we're even talking about all of this. But it's hopeful.
It is, yeah.
Because he's living proof that
Yeah.
that people can change, even when the odds seem, stacked against them.
Absolutely. And that's what we have to hold on to, that there is hope, that things can get better, but it's going to take all of us working together to make that happen.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a good place to maybe wrap things up. And, as always, we really appreciate you, diving deep with us on this. And we hope that, you'll continue to join us as we explore these really important, complex and challenging issues that are facing all of us, really. Ever get curious about how deep organized crime really goes?
Like, how far does the rabbit hole go?
Yeah, exactly. Well, today we're going deep, like really deep into the UK gang world.
Murky waters.
You said it. And we're diving right into some very serious accusations against one of the most notorious crime families, the Kinahan cartel from Ireland.
And this isn't just about, your typical street level stuff.
Oh, no, not at all.
We're talking big names.
Big accusations.
Athletes, the whole 9 yards.
The reach of this thing is
huge.
Yeah. So to guide us through all of this, we've got, a former gang insider turned, as he calls himself, an anti-gang advocate, Darren Gee.
And what makes G so fascinating is he claims he's seen it all firsthand.
He was on the inside.
He was, but he's not just like telling old war stories. This is different.
This is next level.
He's naming names. He's specifically saying several high-profile figures are right in the thick of the Kinahan cartel's operations.
He says they're acting like errand boys.
That's his term.
Errand boys. I mean, that almost sounds too tame for what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, errand boys might be underselling it a bit.
Because these are some heavy accusations.
Yeah, absolutely. What Guy's implying is that these people are complicit, that they're actively involved in everything the cartel does.
Money laundering.
Illicit services, you name it.
All for a profit, of course.
Big profits.
So who are these people? He just comes right out and says it.
He does. And it's not just anybody's. He points the finger straight at Daniel Kinahan.
Who is?
The alleged top guy.
The head honcho.
The head of the entire cartel. G claims Kinahan uses his influence, his power, to launder money, dirty money, through, get this, high-profile boxing matches.
Boxing matches?
Yeah.
Like what? With famous fighters?
He even names Tyson Fury and Conor McGregor.
Hold on. Is he saying Tyson Fury is mixed up in this?
Yeah.
That is a huge EE accusation.
It is.
What evidence does he have?
So G doesn't get into specific evidence, not directly.
Okay.
But what he suggests is that these fights, the boxers themselves, are all part of how they clean the money.
I mean, I guess it makes a weird kind of sense. Boxing, there's a lot of money flying around, international travel, cash transactions.
Exactly. It's all very opaque.
So it makes you wonder, okay, so who else? Who are these other supposed errand boys?
Well, he also calls out Darren Till.
The UFC fighter.
Yeah, very well known. And according to G, Till is up to his eyeballs in the cartel's business.
Like, doing what?
Drug trafficking is what G alleges. He claims Till gets protection from the cartel, that they boost his career, all in exchange for his, let's call them, services.
So now it's not just financial crimes, it's drugs, potentially other things. If Guy's telling the truth, this is major.
It is. And it gets even bigger. G doesn't stop with just individuals. He says that a whole gym in Liverpool, Team Comma, and people associated with it, like Colin Heron, are deeply involved with the Kinahan cartel.
A whole gym?
He paints this picture of it being a front, a cover for drug deals, intimidation, even violence.
Wow. If a gym can be a front, it really makes you think, what else is out there? What other seemingly normal businesses could be compromised?
Exactly, and that's what's so concerning. It makes you question everything.
Right, like how far does this go?
And Guy keeps going. He even describes a low-level enforcer who works for the cartel, a guy named Paul Kelly.
So now we've got this whole structure, right? We've got the kingpins at the top,
Then the athletes, the businesses.
the enforcers on the street. It's like something out of a movie.
Right, and just like in the movies, things aren't always what they appear to be. And what makes this even more intriguing is how Guy talks about it all.
What do you mean?
It's the language he uses. He talks about killing your mates, dirty dealers, steroid abusers.
This is visceral.
It is. It's not just about breaking the law. It's deeper than that. It's like this sense of moral rot, betrayal, corruption within these communities.
So where do we even begin with all of this? These are some pretty massive accusations.
That's the big question, isn't it?
If even half of what Guy's saying is true.
What does it mean?
Right. We could be talking about corruption that goes all the way to the top.
This isn't just some small-time operation.
We're talking pro boxing, MMA, sports with millions of fans,
Global sports.
and they might be used as tools for money laundering.
If that's happening, what does that say about the people in charge? The organization's supposed to keep things clean.
It makes you think twice about those big fights, you know.
Every big money match.
Were they on the level or was something else going on? And then to think local businesses might be involved too, like that gym.
It makes you wonder what else is hiding in plain sight.
And it's not just the organizations, right? These are individual athletes. Darren Till, he's a big name in UFC.
To think he might be involved with drug trafficking?
It's a black eye for the whole sport.
If Dee's right, it throws the whole thing into question.
And that brings us to Guy himself.
Right, let's talk about him.
He admits he was a gangster.
Former gangster, now he's this reformed advocate.
Can we believe him?
It's tricky. On the one hand, he knows this world inside and out.
He's seen it all firsthand.
Who better to expose what's really going on?
Right, nobody.
But we can't forget where he came from either. That casts the shadow, for sure.
You mean like he might have an agenda?
It's possible.
Maybe he's trying to get back at someone.
Could be some old score he's trying to settle. We can't rule it out.
So, how do we know? What do we believe?
That's where critical thinking is key. We have to be careful with this kind of information.
It's one person's word against, well, a lot of powerful people.
And these are accusations, not proven facts. Just because Guy says it doesn't make it gospel. We have to weigh the evidence, look for any biases.
And there are always biases, right? Everyone has them.
Exactly. So we listen to G, but we keep our eyes open.
We don't just take his word for it.
We think for ourselves.
What about his motives? Could he be profiting from all this?
It wouldn't be the first time someone with his past tried to cash in. Book deals, interviews, that kind of thing.
It's definitely something to keep in mind.
It all adds another layer to the story.
So we've got accusations, potential corruption, more questions than answers.
It's complicated. But that's organized crime, isn't it?
It's like trying to catch smoke.
They thrive in the shadows, making it hard to know what's true.
So how do we navigate this?
Carefully. We stay vigilant, always on the lookout for manipulation, hidden agendas.
Because sometimes the story we're hearing isn't the whole story. It's like we're looking for clues, but we don't even know if they're real or if someone's trying to misfeed us.
It's true. We have to be careful about jumping to conclusions. But it does make you think, right?
About?
If Guy's telling the truth, even part of it, what does that say about the systems we rely on?
The system's meant to stop this kind of thing.
Exactly. Are they failing?
Are there blind spots? Places where organizations like the Kinahan cartel can operate without consequence.
And people, maybe even in powerful positions, who are letting it happen, turning a blind eye.
So where do we go from here? What needs to change?
Those are the big questions, aren't they? Do we need stricter laws?
Yep.
More resources for investigations?
More transparency, especially in these industries.
These are things we need to be talking about, demanding. Because organized crime, it doesn't just impact the people directly involved.
It touches everyone, one way or another.
Exactly. It's about connecting those dots, seeing the bigger picture,
Understanding how these networks operate.
and then pushing for real change.
And that's what we're trying to do here, right? Shine a light on these dark corners, not just for the shock value,
It's about knowledge.
because knowledge is power.
The more we know, the better equipped we are to fight back, to demand better.
To create a world where organized crime can't thrive.
Exactly. Where these stories, as shocking as they are, become less and less common.
Well said. That's a great note to end on. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the world of UK organized crime. Until next time, stay informed, stay vigilant, and as always, keep asking the tough questions. All right, so today we're diving into some pretty wild territory. You guys asked for it, well, requested it. It's this YouTube video. I gotta say, it's a bit out there.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, we're all about exploring different perspectives here, even when they're a little on the fringe.
Right.
So this is Darren Gee. His video's called, get this, Darren G, Are You Ready for War? Catchy, right?
Yeah.
It's on a channel called Scouse Sit-Off. And G, he's like, I don't know, a self-proclaimed expert on everything, social commentator or something.
Let's see.
Anyway, his big claim, and this is where it gets interesting, is that we're on the brink of World War III. We're like full-blown global conflict.
Wow.
Yeah. And it gets wilder. He starts comparing Putin to Hitler. Says Putin's being used as a scapegoat just like Hitler was.
Yeah.
Like there's this grand master plan happening behind the scenes. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, he drops these lines like, did Hitler really? Yeah, questioning like major historical events. And his whole point is that these unseen powers are controlling everything.
Ah,
It's like he's trying to rewrite history and predict a dystopian future at the same time.
yeah. That's a common tactic. Connect the dots, make it all seem like part of some grand conspiracy. Throw in some fear-mongering for good measure.
Oh, he's got that in spades.
Oh!
He says the West, the U.S., and Britain specifically are the real problem. That they're threatened by, what did he call it, the undisciplined movement and free thinking in the East. Then he goes on this whole rant about surveillance, says our privacy is gone, even suggests our home security systems are compromised.
Classic. Tying everything together, making it seem like it's all connected.
Exactly. And get this, his solution. Forget large-scale revolutions. He's all about black ops, like some kind of spy thriller. Super secretive, targeted missions. He even throws in some stuff about Israel-Palestine, the role of Islam. But it's all very surface level, like no real depth or nuance. But his main message, the world's about to blow, and only a select few, like him, see it coming.
It's that whole I've got the inside scoop, the secret knowledge thing.
Right. That's what we got to unpack. Because even if his claims sound crazy, there's got to be a reason people buy into this stuff, especially in times like these. Where do we even begin with this?
Well, I think the Putin-Hitler comparison is a good place to start. Historically speaking, how accurate is that?
Yeah, it's really that simple.
Well, there might be some surface-level similarities, but any direct comparison is a dangerous oversimplification. You can't just ignore the historical and geopolitical complexities of both situations.
So what? We can't just give Putin a mustache and call it a day.
Pretty much. It's never that simple.
Okay, fair enough. But what about this idea that history is being manipulated? Even if you don't buy into Gee's whole shtick, it's still a creepy thought.
It's true that history is constantly being written and rewritten. There's always some level of interpretation, maybe even bias. But a coordinated global effort to manipulate everything, that's a bit far-fetched.
So it's more like our understanding of the past changes over time.
Exactly. History is fluid.
But what if, hypothetically, there are these puppet masters, wouldn't they want to control the narrative, make it work for them?
Right, and that's why critical thinking is so important, especially online. We have to question everything. Look at the source, their motives, the evidence, all of it.
So how do we sift through all the noise online? How do we know what to trust?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Tell me about it. But seriously, any tips?
Well, it starts with credibility, right? Look at the source. Are they legit? Do they have a good track record? Or are they known for spreading misinformation?
So basically, do your homework, Be an internet detective.
Exactly. And don't just rely on one source. Compare, cross-reference, look for agreement from reliable outlets. And watch out for those online echo chambers. The algorithms, they love to feed you what you already agree with.
True. It's so easy to get sucked in.
Right. And that's where media literacy comes in. We need to be able to evaluate information no matter where it comes from.
Which is, of course, what we're all about here. But what gets me about Guy, besides the whole World War III thing, is how he taps into this need for answers, for order, especially now when things feel so chaotic.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like he's giving people a framework, even if it's totally bogus, to make sense of the world.
Right. And when traditional narratives fail or when people feel powerless, these conspiracy theories can be strangely comforting.
Like, hey, at least there's a plan, even if it's a bad one. It's easier than accepting that sometimes bad things just happen.
It's the illusion of control, right? And once you buy into that, it's hard to let go. You start seeing everything through that lens.
Which brings us back to confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Looking for information that backs up what you already believe.
Exactly. And social media, perfect breeding ground for that. Algorithms feed you what you like, what you agree with. It creates these echo chambers where your biases just get amplified.
It's like being trapped in a funhouse of information.
Yeah.
You only see what they want you to see. So how do you break free? How do you know what's real anymore?
It's tough, but it starts with recognizing your own biases. What are your preconceived notions? What do you already believe? And are you more likely to accept information that fits with those beliefs, even if it's not entirely accurate?
So basically, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Pretty much.
Easier said than done, though, right? Our brains like to be right.
That's for sure.
Okay, this has been super helpful. But before we move on, I want to touch on one more thing G mentions. Surveillance. He's convinced that, especially in the West, our privacy is gone. He even says things like home security systems are compromised. Is there any truth to that?
Well, we do live in an age of, let's say, increased data collection.
That's one way to put it.
And yeah, it's something to be aware of, but there's a difference between legitimate concerns about privacy and these sweeping statements about Big Brother watching our every move.
So how do we find that balance? Staying informed without going full-on paranoid.
That's a great question and probably a whole other deep dive. But remember that G's coming at this from a very specific angle, one that's meant to create fear and suspicion.
Right, he's taking these real issues and spinning them to fit his narrative.
Exactly. So again, critical thinking is key. Question everything.
Well said. We've covered a lot of ground. I think it's time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll delve deeper into the psychology of conspiracy theories and why they're so appealing, especially in times of uncertainty. Stick around.
It's like you said before the break about that need for order, for answers. That's where these conspiracy theories really take hold. When we don't know what's going on, when things feel out of control, our brains, they crave an explanation. Anything to make sense of it all.
And Guy's right there, ready to swoop in with his version of events, even if it's totally bonkers.
Exactly. He gives people a framework, right? A way to understand these huge, complicated global events. Even if that framework is, well, let's just say it's a little shaky.
Yeah, shaky is one way to put it, but I get it. When things feel scary, overwhelming, sometimes a simple, even if it's totally wrong, explanation is better than nothing.
Right. It's the illusion of order. It's comforting. And the thing is, once you buy into that illusion, it's really hard to break free. You start seeing everything through that lens, even when the evidence says otherwise.
It loops us right back to confirmation bias, huh?
Yeah.
Seeking out information that backs up what you already believe, even if it's,
Totally off base. Yeah. And social media, it's like gasoline on that fire. Those algorithms, they're designed to show you what you want to see, what you already agree with. So you end up in this echo chamber, surrounded by your own biases.
trapped in the funhouse, like we were saying.
Yeah.
But how do you escape? Seriously, with so much information out there, how do you even begin to sort through it all? What's true, what's not? It's exhausting.
It's overwhelming, for sure. But one thing you can do is try to be more aware of your own biases. What are your preconceived notions about the world? What do you want to be true? Because those beliefs, they can really color how you see things.
So self-awareness is key. Know thyself and all that.
Exactly. Take a step back, look at the information critically, ask yourself, am I believing this because it's true or because I want it to be true?
That's a tough one. We all want to be right.
We do. But sometimes being right means admitting you were wrong, and that can be hard.
No kidding. But okay, so let's say you're trying to be more objective, less biased. What then? How do you actually tell if something's credible, especially online?
Well, for starters, don't just blindly trust everything you read. Look at the source. Who are they? What's their reputation? Do they have a history of spreading misinformation? Or do they have real credentials?
So do your research. Background checks for websites, basically.
Exactly, and don't rely on just one source. Compare, get different perspectives, see if there's agreement from multiple reputable outlets.
Don't put all your eggs in one online basket.
Right. And watch out for those emotionally charged headlines, the ones designed to get a reaction out of you. Those are often more about clicks than facts.
Clickbait, the scourge of the internet.
Pretty much. Remember, it's not just about finding information, it's about engaging with it critically. Don't just passively absorb, question things.
Be an active participant in your own information consumption. I like that. But okay, let's be real. It's easy to say be objective, think critically, but we're emotional beings. We have feelings. And fear, especially in uncertain times, that's a powerful motivator.
Absolutely, and that's something that these conspiracy theories exploit. They prey on our fears, offer these simplistic explanations, scapegoats, easy answers to complicated problems.
Like, blaming the rest for everything is very us versus them, which unfortunately seems to be a recurring theme these days.
It's a dangerous game. This idea that there's a clear enemy, that someone's always out to get you, it creates division, mistrust, makes it harder to have real conversations about complex issues.
It's easier to point fingers than to listen, right?
It is, but it's also incredibly dangerous. And it's something we need to be really mindful of, especially in the online world where these kinds of narratives can spread like wildfire.
So what's the antidote? If fear and division are the disease, what's the cure?
Well, part of it is recognizing that the world is a messy, complicated place. There aren't always easy answers. And sometimes bad things just happen. There isn't always someone to blame.
So embrace the chaos.
In a way, yes, but also embrace nuance. Embrace complexity. Be willing to sit with uncomfortable truths, to listen to perspectives that challenge your own.
Be okay with not having all the answers.
Exactly. And remember, it's okay to change your mind.
That's a big one. Nobody likes to admit they were wrong.
True. But it's part of learning and growing.
It's like they say, the only constant is change.
Exactly. And that applies to our beliefs too.
Okay, this has been incredibly eye-opening. Really makes you think. And I think the takeaway here is that we need to be as careful about the information we consume as we are about, I don't know, the food we eat. It's all about making conscious choices.
Absolutely. Be mindful, be critical, and most importantly, be open to the possibility that you might not have all the answers.
Words to live by. So we've talked about the problem, the dangers of misinformation, the allure of conspiracy theories. But what about solutions? What can we do as individuals to navigate this landscape? Where do we go from here?
Well, I think it starts with education. Media literacy is key. We need to equip people with the tools to critically evaluate information to separate fact from fiction.
So like teaching them how to spot fake news, how to do their own research, all that.
Exactly. And it's not just about debunking misinformation. It's about understanding how these narratives work, the psychology behind them, why they're so appealing.
So we can recognize warning signs before we get sucked in.
Precisely. Because once you're down that rabbit hole, it can be really tough to climb back out.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So how do we do that? How do we teach people to be more discerning consumers of information, especially online?
Well, it starts early. We need to integrate media literacy into school curriculums. Teach kids how to think critically about what they see online.
So it becomes second nature, like looking both ways before you cross the street.
Exactly. And it's not just about kids. Adults need to be more discerning too.
Yeah.
We need to be willing to question our assumptions, to seek out diverse perspectives, to be open to the possibility that we might be wrong.
Easier said than done, right? Our brains love to be right, even when they're not.
True. But that's why it's so important to cultivate a healthy skepticism, to be willing to change our minds when presented with new information.
It's about being lifelong learners, always open to new ideas and new perspectives.
Absolutely. And it's about having those difficult conversations with people who see the world differently than we do, engaging in respectful dialogue, even when it's uncomfortable.
Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, right? We have to find a way to bridge the divides to come together as a society.
I think so. And that starts with recognizing that we all have a role to play in combating misinformation. It's not just up to the experts or the tech companies, it's up to all of us.
So what can we do starting today to make a difference?
Well, for starters, be mindful of what you share online. Think twice before you hit that retweet button, check your sources. Are they credible? Are they biased?
Basically, don't be part of the problem, be part of the solution.
Exactly. And if you see something online that seems off base, don't be afraid to speak up. Challenge it. Respectfully, of course. But don't let misinformation slide.
Be an active participant in the fight against fake news.
Exactly. We all have a responsibility to create a more informed and discerning online world.
Well said. I think that's a great place to wrap things up. This has been an incredibly enlightening conversation. Really
Yep.
makes you think about the power and responsibility that comes with information in the digital age.
I agree. It's a double-edged sword for sure. But I'm optimistic that we can harness the power of technology for good to create a more informed and connected world.
Me too. It's all about being mindful, making conscious choices, and never stopping questioning.
As always, we encourage you to keep digging deeper, explore the resources we've linked in the show notes, and join the conversation online. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on this topic? How do you navigate the world of online information? Let us know. And until next time, stay curious, stay informed, and most importantly, stay critical.